Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku could not control his quirk. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya always thought that he and his friend would be great heroes, but because of Katsuki Bakugo's violent nature, Izuku's quirk is considered uncontrollable. So how can this young man become the hero he's always wanted to be when he can't even control his powers? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Mustafar City Clinic. On a day like any other day, a young woman in her early 30s sat with her son in the local doctor's office awaiting the results of the quirk examination. Her son, Izuku, was so excited to find out what his quirk might be that she couldn't keep the smile from her face. Her own quirk, a form of telepathy that was deemed small item attraction, and her husband's weak fire breath were supposedly the stage for a rare, and supposedly powerful combination should the two quirks meld. However, she would have been just as happy if her sweet little boy had either of their quirks to call his own. Her little Izuku had his heart set on becoming a hero, his favorite being the recently debuted hero known as All Might, who was quickly becoming a favorite among the people of the world for his kind demeanor, and his ever-present smile that never failed to put those he rescued at ease. She herself had met the man once and barely managed not to swoon. She was a married woman, after all. Something she took very seriously. How long is gonna take, Mom? Izuku whined anxiously as they waited, making her giggle. The patience of a 4-year-old. She smiled indulgently and patted his unruly hair that resembled her husband's. I'm sure it won't be much longer, sweetie, the woman said as the boy pouted. Just think, after today. She was cut off when the door opened and the doctor, a rotund man named Tsubasa, came back into the room. He turned to the mother and son with a smile. I'm so sorry to make the two of you wait for so long, he said politely as he pulled his chair out from the desk in the room. You see, we had to run a few more tests to make sure our readings were correct, he explained. The woman began to worry when he said that. Is there something wrong with my son's quirk? She asked tentatively, looking down at her son's face as his smile began to fade. The doctor took his seat, the chair squeaking loudly in protest under his weight. Not wrong, Curse, Mrs. Midoriya, he said, taking a folder from beneath his arm. You see, while your son does, indeed, have a quirk, we were hard-pressed to figure out just what it could be. He flipped the folder open. You see, as the boy's mother, he could have gotten your telepathic abilities, he explained while the little boy seemed relieved that he had a quirk at all. Or, if he took more after his father, it wouldn't be surprising if he had a form of fire-breathing quirk. But, she pressed, more worried than ever. The doctor hummed, but from all of the tests we've run, and we had to be extremely thorough with this case, ma'am, considering we even took a skin sample. Izuku frowned as he looked down at the Endeavor-themed band-aid on his arm. Ahem. However, instead of having one quirk or the other, or even a combination of the two, little Izuku here seems to be a mutation. Izuku perked up. Mutation. Like having wings, or something. Close, but we generally call those hybrid types, the doctor said, but you're quite smart to make the connection. With so many different body mutations out there, we've had to put them all into categories of their own. He then began to explain. With most mutations, we see something far from what you'd call ordinary. Say a child comes in with wings growing in, as you said. That child, having an animal-like mutation, would be categorized as a hybrid. Or say that a person had a strength augmentation quirk that caused him to grow a few extra arms. That fellow would fall into what we call the heteromorphic types. And there are those that don't have any types of physical mutations like All Might, the man continued. Seeing that he had the boy's total attention, we call his type of mutation an augmentation type, since he is so formidably powerful. Izuku sat up with a beaming smile. Yeah, he's the coolest of all the heroes. The doctor chuckled as he noted that the boy was holding an All Might action figure. Yes, quite, he said indulgently, and then there's the fourth type, energy manipulation. He leaned forward with a wide grin at the boy, and that's where you are, my boy. Really? The boy was bouncing in his seat excitedly. What can I do? His mother giggled, and patted his head. Izuku, Sweetie, calm down before you fall off your chair. She laughed. The doctor, however, leaned back. Now that's where we've hit a proverbial roadblock, he told the mother as the boy calmed down. As we continued testing, we noticed that your body has the ability to absorb solar energy. He said, and this ability has been awake for at least 6 months, as we found a great deal of energy in your cells while we examined them, yet at the same time, it was so little that we very nearly missed it completely. She frowned. Energy manipulation isn't a quirk that's ever been mentioned in my familial history, nor does my husband have anything like that in his family records. As I said, the doctor continued, a very rare mutation in that it broke off from both parents and traveled in a completely different direction. He then looked at the boy. I'm not quite sure how this energy can be used, son, but I would assume that you haven't yet absorbed enough sunlight to make use of it, nor do I know how long it would take to build up a usable level, or even how you would make use of it. He sighed as the boy's face fell. Now, there's no need to look so down, Izuku. I can honestly tell you that this type of quirk is never not useful in the field of pro-hero work. If you fall into the subcategory as an emitter type, as I'm certain that you will, this energy could potentially be used for combat, or perhaps you'll be one of the rare healing types. Those are in short supply and very much in high demand, young fellow. His mother smiled at the man gratefully as her son was monumentally cheered by hearing that. So what can I expect to happen when his body absorbs enough energy? She asked, trying very hard not to sound worried. Is there a chance that it might hurt him? Dr. Tsubasa sat back and stroked his chin thoughtfully. It all depends, he said. If he's a healing emitter type, then it will most likely manifest in his hands. He made a gesture with his large mitt-like hands. However, the same could be said if we're an offensive type of quirk, which could also come from his hands, his eyes, his mouth, any part of his body is, theoretically, possible. He said, but I highly doubt that you have to worry about him injuring himself. Unless he's hit by ricochet from whatever power he manifests. So does this mean he needs more sunlight? She asked, thinking that her son was quite pale for such an active child. Now she began to think it was due to his quirk requiring sunlight. But the doctor was shaking his head. Just continue on as normal. But do keep an eye out for anything strange, he said. As for letting him have more sunlight, while I think it would be healthy for a growing child, we don't want to chance overloading his body by flooding it with the solar radiation he seems to absorb. The results could be explosive in the disastrous sense of the word. So, as I said, don't restrict him to indoor activity, nor would I recommend him staying out in direct sunlight for too long. But when should I be able to do something? Izuku asked impatiently. The doctor chuckled. Well, young man, I can't really say, he said as the boy pouted. Your body needs to absorb sunlight, but you shouldn't try to force yourself to absorb more than you can handle at this age. He reached out and patted the boy on the head. Just let it happen on its own. I guarantee that you won't be disappointed with the results. A few minutes later, Izuku must be so excited, spoke Hisashi Midoriya over the phone while his wife walked along with their son toward their home. I mean, a mutation that's almost a shoe-in for pro-hero work. Ha! He laughed boisterously as his wife smiled indulgently. When do you think he'll be able to use it? She sighed. I'm not really sure, dear, she said. The doctor wasn't able to give us a specific time. She then frowned into the speaker, but he did say that we shouldn't try to force it. She said with a little heat in her voice, I know you want him to have a strong quirk, Hisashi, but if the results of letting him sit in the sun, like he's been bugging me to, she said a little louder as she looked down at her son, who looked properly chastised for the moment, if it could harm him like the doctor said it could, then I say we just let it happen naturally. Her husband sighed over the phone, making the line sound staticky. Yes, you're right, you always are. He added that last bit in a grumble, making her frown. Anyway, Inko, I'd love to take off and come home to see the little rascal, but work's been murder for the last week. Inko rolled her eyes. You keep saying that every time I call to ask if you can come home, she muttered. Darling, it's been almost a year since you were transferred to Tokyo. I'm starting to worry. Which you don't need to do, sweetheart, Hisashi said, his voice becoming soothing. But really, dear, I'm swamped. I'd kill for a single day away from all of this nonsense. The only benefits we have are the fact that you two are well taken care of, and I don't have to pay for my hotel room out of our pockets. Inko resisted the urge to sigh as she had heard this entire song and dance routine before. She loved her husband, she truly did, but there were times when she wondered if the man actually cared about his family. At least make home in time for Izuku's birthday, she said firmly. He's really looking forward to seeing you, and if you're not there. Inko oh. She heard a voice calling out from down the street while her husband made a disgruntled sound. The line promptly went dead as the woman groaned. She was then greeted by possibly the only person she could count on aside from herself. Katsuki Bakugo, her longtime childhood friend, was jogging down the street with her son in tow. I thought that it was you, she said loudly, grinning at the woman from ear to ear. I heard from Katsuki that you took little Izuku in for his quirk examination. How did it go? Inko gave a little shrug as their sons began chattering to one another. About as well as I could have hoped, she said with a small smile. Izuku has mutation that's basically turned his body into a solar battery, she said while her son nodded in excitement. The problem is that he hasn't built up enough energy to see what he can do with it, even though the doctor assured us that he'd have a future in the pro-hero business, whatever his quirk is. Mitsuki grinned. So he's an emitter type like my little brat, huh? The woman said. Ha, then I hope he gives him a run for his money when the time comes. She smacked the scowling boy on the head. Ever since this little runt got his quirk, it's gone right to his head. She then looked down at her pseudo-nephew. And don't you go following his example, Izzy, sweetie, because he's got his nose so high up in the air that if it rained, he'd drown. Screw you, you old hag. Katsuki snapped angrily, promptly earning the next slap to his head she gave him. Inko frowned as the boy rubbed his head. She knew that the boy had always been headstrong, but seeing him disrespect his mother, oh, who was she kidding? The mother and son duo were nearly identical in everything except gender. You see, Mitsuki said with a nearly proud look, that's how he treats his own mother. Izuku just giggled. I'm not worried, Auntie Mitsuki. The little boy smiled up at her. I know that Kachan's gonna be a really great hero, someday. Ah, shut up, Deku. The boy said with a cocky grin on his face. I know I'm gonna be great, but you'll still be eating my dust cause I can already use my quirk. Mitsuki then gained a genuinely angry look as the little green-haired boy pouted at him. She then bashed her fist down on his head. Katsuki Bakugo, don't you dare call him by that horrible name, and don't you ever let me hear you say it again. She snapped, her hands on her hips while the boy recovered. Honestly, you little brat, when Izuku's able to use his quirk, whatever it is, I hope he knocks you on your pompous little ass. Now, Inko said while her son asked if his friend was okay. You know how he is, she smiled, making a gesture to her friend, and you know our boys are just like us in personality. Mitsuki just sighed. I sometimes wonder if that's good or bad on my part. She pointed her sharp-nailed finger down at her son. You know that I got a call from the mother of one of his classmates. Inko shook her head. Well, I did, and I found out that this little devil used his quirk on him. What? Inko blanched, remembering that the boy could secrete explosive sweat from his palms and set it off if he wanted to. Were they all right? Thank the heavens, yes, Mitsuki sighed, but that's not the point. The school didn't tell me anything about it until I got that call. She looked down at the boy again. The teachers had nothing but good things to say about the little turd, and tried to blame the other child, who was quirkless. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, that was Seiji, the boy said, looking at Katsuki with confusion. I thought you said you just wanted to play with him. Katsuki said nothing, but if looks could kill Izuku would have been long gone. Mitsuki frowned at her son. You and I will be talking about this later, she said darkly before looking to Inko. Listen, I don't know how much of what's going on is the teachers, or the students, but if you find out that Katsuki ever used his quirk on Izuku or any other kid. Inko raised her hand to stop her. I'm sure it won't come to that, Mitsuki, the woman said with a look down at the blonde boy. At least, I don't think Katsuki would ruin his chances of becoming a hero by hurting other children and illegally using his quirk. Would you, sweetie? Inko's tone was calm and sweet, but both little boys knew very well that there was an implied threat behind the woman's smile. Quote. No, Auntie Inko, the boy mumbled out. The woman smiled. Of course you wouldn't, she said sweetly before looking at her snickering friend. Anyway, where were you two running off to? Mitsuki looked down at her son. I'm actually taking Katsuki to the doctor, too, she said, and the woman just noticed that the little blonde had bandages around his wrists. Apparently he was showing off again, and made a big explosion that cracked the bones in his hands. She smirked at the boy. See where being a showboat gets you. Katsuki scoffed. I just have to toughen up my hands more, then I can totally blow anyone to hell. The boy boasted loudly while a vein pulsed on his mother's head. What the hell was that coming out of your mouth? She reached down and yanked on his ear. You are way too young for that kind of language, you brat. She snarled before pulling him down the street. It was nice seeing you, Inko and Izuku. She called back over her shoulder happily before returning to admonishing her son. Honestly, I'm gonna have to have a talk with those teachers of yours if they're letting you get away with stuff like this. Izuku looked up at his mother. Hey, Mom. She looked down at him with a smile. Is Kachan in trouble? Inko sighed. Yes, dear, I'm afraid so, she said, but don't you worry, I'm sure he'll straighten out eventually. At least, she hoped that he would. 6 years later, Midoriya residence. Happy birthday, Izuku, was chorused around the little apartment that the Midoriyas called home. It was her son's 10th birthday, and the little boy couldn't have been happier. That was the best way she could describe her son throughout his life, happy. It had been 6 years to the day that he had been told about his quirk, yet, even though he still had high hopes, nothing had happened to show what sort of power his quirk would produce. But that had done very little to stop her son from preparing himself. He jogged every morning from the time he had turned 8 years old. At the age of 9, he added a lightweight training routine on top of that. Now the 10-year-old planned to add sit-ups to his exercise. All of this was because of her own approval, of course, because she didn't want him overworking himself. But she seemed to have been worried for nothing as the boy was able to keep up his exercises through the years, and took them very seriously. His teachers had even commented about him joining a sports team, however Izuku had refused, for what reason she didn't know. Now, on his birthday, she had hoped that, not for the last time, his father would be there to celebrate with them. As Izuku and his friends enjoyed the food and games, Mitsuki took her aside. You know that this isn't something you should put up with, right? The blonde said, speaking about her absent husband. It's been 7 years, and the man hasn't come home even once to see you or his son. She said in a harsh whisper. Inko sighed, remembering the heated phone calls she had been treated to the last time around. I know, she told her friend, but I don't really mind it, and neither does Izuku. Sure he doesn't, the blonde sneered, and my son isn't a brat. She gestured to the blonde boy sulking at the table. Look, Inko, I know that you don't think it bothers him, but it does, she said with a look in the boy's direction. Katsuki complains all the time about how Izuku whines about his dad not being around. Inko let out a gasp while the other woman sighed. So you didn't know, huh? She asked while Inko shook her head. Inko, I know this isn't something you want to hear. The woman ran her hand through her hair, but this isn't a successful marriage. Hell, it's not even a marriage anymore. She hissed. He hasn't lived in the same home as you have for nearly a decade, and when's the last time you were intimate? Inko blushed brightly and turned away from her, and not that it's any of your business, but... Mitsuki reached out and hugged her. You're my best friend, so I'm making it my business, she told her. The sooner you get rid of illusion that Hisashi actually gives a damn, the better off both of you will be. Inko sighed, her eyes watering. I know you're right, but, she sobbed quietly into her shoulder. Katsuki was watching his mother and aunt with indifference as he shoved a piece of cake into his mouth. So, Deku, he muttered as the boy looked at him, sounds like your mom's finally divorcing your dad. Izuku frowned. I thought she might, he muttered, looking down at his plate sadly, but I just keep hoping dad'll be back, you know. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Idiot, he muttered, he hasn't been back since he left you guys once. He grinned at the boy cruelly. He's probably got some other woman, and had a kid with her instead. Izuku looked at him angrily and, for a brief moment, his eyes flashed a brilliant red before the glow died down. Katsuki looked at him with shock. What the hell was that? He demanded loudly while Izuku, having felt the change in his eyes, shook his head. I don't know, he said, growing excited. Hey, maybe it was my quirk. His mother chose that moment to come back into the dining room. What was that about your quirk, sweetie? She asked, becoming worried. I mean Izuku's eyes glowed red for a second, but there's nothing now. Katsuki said, ducking under his mother's fist as she quietly admonished him for the forbidden nickname that Izuku had long since gotten used to. Mitsuki leaned over the boy. Really? She hummed, frowning a moment later. They're still the same shade of green they've always been. She looked at her son. What were you two doing when it happened? Katsuki paled. I was just mad that Dad's not gonna be able to make it again, Izuku said, not wanting his friend to get into trouble. He saw his mother's lips begin to tremble. Hey, Mom, are you and Dad getting a divorce? Izuku's question had been the last straw for Izuku Midoriya in more ways than one. It took a few days to organize all of the paperwork, but, thanks to Masaru Bakugo's help, everything proceeded smoothly. The day she called her husband up to deliver the news was, coincidentally, the very same day that Hisashi had received the news that he was going to be transferred to an American branch of the company he worked for. There had been shouting, yelling and tears of course, yet, when all was said and done, Inko wasn't as upset as she had believed herself to be. She knew that she would have to pick up some extra shifts at the hospital to make ends meet, but it didn't bother her either. She had barely touched any of the money that Hisashi had been sending them over the years, most of it being put into a trust fund for her son should he ever decide to attend a college. Though, she thought idly, given that he wants to become a hero, I highly doubt he'll continue on to college after high school. Izuku took the news about as well as she could have expected. He was sad, of course, but the boy hadn't seen the man since before his 4th birthday, so it hadn't been all that upsetting to him either. Though, when she told him, she did see his eyes glow briefly. The glow had been slightly frightening for a moment, but her son had calmed down almost immediately when he realized that his quirk was acting up again. The incident itself had been so shocking that Inko decided that she should take her son to be checked out by the doctor. However, when the boy was examined, they made a rather shocking discovery. Brain damage. Inko gasped out when Dr. Tsubasa told her the news. How did he suffer such an injury? She demanded of the man when he gave her the news. The doctor himself was quite baffled. I'm not sure, ma'am, he scratched his head absently. The injury seems to be an old one, though I'm not sure just how old, he said, but this type of injury is usually caused by massive trauma, such as an accident, or perhaps a strong blow, he said with a hum of thought. Do you recall the boy ever coming home with a bad head injury, or perhaps a large welt as if he'd been struck very hard? Inko racked her brain while she tried to think about a time when the boy came home injured. Normally, he always came home with some sort of bruise, or some other small wounds like scrapes or cuts, but she just thought that was him being rambunctious. Then she recalled a day that he had come home with a rather bad lump on his head that he said that he acquired after falling out of a tree. She also remembered that his clothes had been slightly singed. She looked over at her son, who was now sweating very badly at this point. She was going to have a long talk with her son and his so-called best friend. All right, so what can we expect? She asked, worried about how her son's quirk seemed to be acting lately. The doctor hummed in thought. If I had to guess, the quirk is gaining power, and may be strong enough for him to use quite soon. Izuku's head perked up at that, his eyes sparkling. Perhaps in the next few years, he said, which caused Izuku's head to drop with the sound of an anvil being struck. However, from what I've seen from his CT scans, the part of his brain that was damaged is related to his quirk, and possibly how well he can control it. He will be able to, won't he? She asked, horrified at the very thought of him losing control of his quirk. Those that were unable to control their quirks were usually put in special environments, away from those that could be harmed by them. If Izuku fell into that category. The doctor sighed. There's very little that I can confirm, Ms. Midoriya, he said sadly. Unfortunately, neurology isn't my field of expertise. He looked at the boy's scan setting on his desk. However, I can tell you that his control will be affected by this injury. He looked at the boy. If you had been treated soon after getting this injury, son, you may have been able to use your quirk long before now, he said with his brow furrowed. I don't know what possessed you to keep this a secret, but I hope it's well worth the hardship you're going to suffer from this point on. Hardship, Izuku squeaked. The man nodded. If you have even a small amount of control over your quirk, it'll be a miracle, he said, and if this recent behavior tells me anything, then I'm willing to bet that your quirk is a dangerous one. He reached for a cup of water on his desk to take a long sip before continuing. I'm finally going to give this quirk of yours a name, and I hope you understand the gravity of it, young man, he said as he then wrote something down on the Izuku's file. The name of your quirk is Optic Blast. Optic? You mean like an beam shot from the eyes? His mother asked as the boy felt dread washing over him. If he can't control it, the HPSC will have him blinded. At the very least, the doctor nodded. That, or they will have him put into an environment where his powers won't hurt anyone. Inko hung her head, very close to tears herself, as there anyway. Dr. Tsubasa sighed before he shook his head. Medically, you'd have to have someone with a cell regeneration quirk work on him, he said as he began stroking his chin, and quirks like that are exceedingly rare. As a matter of fact, the only one that I'm aware of would be some fellow that lives on a little island, he said, though, his quirk only works on those with type B blood, and since your son is type O, it would do very little good. Izuku's head shot up. What about Miss Recovery Girl? Again, the doctor shook his head. I've had a chance to work with her in the past, and I know for a fact that her quirk only speeds up the natural healing process, he explained. Izuku hung his head. He knew that, of course, but he still had to ask since a support item may help. However, the man said, making both mother and son look at him expectantly. Now, don't read too much into that just yet. He said hurriedly. First of all, his quirk would have to manifest in full, meaning that whatever energy comes out of his eyes needs to be measured for power levels and possible radiation. Inko yelped. Radiation. Indeed, the doctor continued. His body absorbs solar radiation, ma'am, so of course there's a chance that his optic blast will have a radiation signature. He said before looking at the worried mother. You don't need to worry about contamination, Ms. Midoriya, his body is acting like a well-insulated power plant. Nothing to worry about as far as you being affected by it, or him for that matter since I believe him to be immune to whatever they can do. With that, Inko and Izuku bade the doctor farewell. And once they were out on the street, she turned to the boy. It was Katsuki that hurt you, wasn't it? Inko demanded, and the boy turned his eyes away from her. She reached out and cupped his chin to turn him back toward her. You always turn your head away when you try to lie, sweetie, she told him with no hint of joking in her tone. Now tell me, why do you keep covering for Katsuki? Izuku frowned as his mother waited for him to explain himself. It's because Yes. His mother prompted. It's because I admire him, the boy said while his mother looked at him in confusion. He's always been stronger than me, and he's way smarter than I am in school. The boy rambled on as his mother listened, and since I've always admired heroes, he's the closest to the real thing that I've ever. His mother suddenly dropped to her knees and wrapped the boy in a tight hug. Oh, sweetie. Mom. The boy squeaked as her shoulder began to tremble. Are you crying? She leaned back, revealing the tears that had already spilled over. Sweathit, I know you love heroes, but what that boy's done to you, she shook her head slowly, there's nothing remotely heroic about it. She said, why did he do it? Izuku took a deep breath. Do you remember when we came back from the doctor for my quirk examination? He asked and the woman nodded. When Auntie Mitsuki asked about the boy he hurt, he trailed off. You stepped in to stop him, didn't you? She reasoned as the boy nodded. I see now, but we're going to need to have a very long talk with the Bakugos about this, and what we're going to do as we move forward. That evening, Inko followed through with her words. With her son in attendance, she went over to the Bakugo home and told them of what had transpired. There was no yelling or screaming that usually followed when Mitsuki found out that her son had done something wrong. Instead, the woman remained quiet, her head hung low. Masaru, for his part, looked angry. To understand the severity of his anger, Masaru Bakugo was the polar opposite of his wife, a calm and quiet man that disliked any sort of conflict. However, that had long since passed on when he heard what his own child had done to his wife's best friend's son. He looked over at his son, who was sitting apart from his parents. His hands were clenched and shaking as he gripped his pants' legs. The boy had his face cast down, but it was easy to see that his face was twisted in some combination of rage and fear. "Do you understand what you've done?" his father asked as the boy stayed quiet. The man then shook his head. "No, of course you do, you just don't care, do you?" He finished for the boy. "Why should you? You have a powerful quirk, so you should be able to do whatever the hell you want. Is that what you're thinking right now?" Katsuki ground his teeth audibly. Masaru crossed his arms and glared at him. "Every time you do something like this, you always find a way to blame the other party involved," he continued. "Why aren't you trying to blame Izuku?" He pressed on. "Perhaps it's because you can't. Because you were the one that started it all." Izuku looked between the two of them fearfully. Please, uncle, he didn't." "Izuku," the man said, "I'm sorry, but please be quiet for now." Izuku wisely chose to keep quiet after that, his mother placing a hand on his shoulder. "Why you continue to try to defend his actions is beyond anything I've ever heard of before." He pushed his glasses up his nose. "Because of him, you may never be able to control your quirk. And what's more, you're not the only one that he's attacked." Katsuki suddenly looked up and snapped, "I didn't attack." "Shut up, Katsuki," Masaru snapped, silencing the boy. "I've been quiet too long because I thought that Mitsuki could curb that attitude of yours, but it seems I was sorely mistaken." He yelled, "I thought that you wanted to be a hero." "I will be," Katsuki snapped right back. "I'll be the best hero there's ever been." Mitsuki's head suddenly shot up as she glared at her son. "Then you can start by shutting up and stop acting like a goddamn villain." She screamed angrily as tears started streaming down her face. "How can you think you'll ever be a hero if think doing shit like this is okay?" she demanded while the boy looked as though he'd been slapped in the face. "If this is the kind of hero you're going to turn into, then I'd rather you be quirkless." Masaru sighed as his wife calmed down and returned to sobbing quietly. He then looked at Inko. "I don't know what we can do to help at this point, Inko," he said with a motion toward Izuku, "but we'll do what we can." He cast a glare at his son. "And, if you want, we can prevent our son from becoming a hero student." Katsuki looked at him in horror. "They wouldn't, would they?" he thought wildly, looking from his parents, Inko and then to Izuku. I didn't mean to." His lips began to tremble, a feeling of helplessness settling over him. He knew that he was screwed. Nothing he could say or do would change his parents' minds if they decided not to let him be a hero. Inko, however, shook her head. "I spoke with Izuku for quite a while before coming over here to talk about this ordeal," she said with a look in Katsuki's direction. "He honestly admires and looks up to your son, as much as I think he shouldn't at this point." Her words had Katsuki looking up at her with shock. "He still thinks that you will be a great hero someday," she told the boy as he looked toward her son. "Do you know what that means, Katsuki?" she asked the boy. "It means that the only reason that you are still going to become a hero is because my son is letting you." Masaru huffed. "Provided that the law doesn't refuse him entry to a hero school," he said, his son looking at him in fear. "Oh, don't give me that look, boy. You knew that you were breaking the law, and yet you still decided to go ahead and do just to show that you could." He snapped at the boy. "And while Inko may be willing to take Izuku's request, I'm not so lenient as to trust you." Mitsuki nodded. "He's right," she muttered, looking toward her son. "From now on, if I hear about you using your quirk that doesn't have anything to do with training without my express permission, I'll make sure that you never set foot in a hero school," she said before looking at her husband. "Does that sound all right to you, dear?" Masaru nodded. "And we will be talking to the school about this," he said. "The fact that they didn't inform us of this beforehand, and even tried to pass the blame onto the other child as well, is not something I'm willing to accept." Inko nodded in agreement, and then spoke to Katsuki again. "My son's quirk could end up blinding him if he can't control it," she told him, letting it sink in for a moment to make certain he realized just what was at stake. "And even if he isn't blinded, there's a chance that the HPSC may have him taken from me in the event that his quirk is too dangerous to those around him if it's deemed uncontrollable. When Katsuki drew his mouth into a hard line, she knew that she had his attention. He still thinks of you as his best friend, Katsuki. The boy's eyes began to get watery, or else, I doubt that he'd have anything to do with you. You were supposed to be friends, Mitsuki mumbled, just like we were as kids. She palmed her face, but you've already ruined that, haven't you, you little brat? She gave the boy a look that could have curdled milk. Izuku looked at her. But we are friends, the boy said naively. I've never thought that we weren't. Hear that? Masaru asked of his son. Even after all you've done to him, he still has the heart to call you a friend. The boy looked away. I don't care about whatever immature reasons you could have had before for being so cruel, but it ends now. He then looked at Izuku. And I don't know how you could be so kind, Izuku. His face softened as the boy smiled. But I know that my son should feel blessed because you think so highly of him. He gave his son a sideways glance, because I certainly can't anymore. 4 years later. Come on, you dumb nerd, we're gonna be late. Katsuki roared as they ran towards their school. I can't believe you held us up just to take notes on that Titanic bimbo. Behind him, running at a steady pace, was Izuku, chuckling nervously. I can't help it, he stammered. I love seeing new heroes and how their quirks work. He said in his defense, besides, you were just as caught up in the fight. Tisk, yeah, of course I was. He smirked over his shoulder. It was great until that self-serving glory hound jumped into the brawl. He snapped, shivering in disgust. Did you see how she was flaunting herself just to get everyone's attention? Izuku blushed as they rounded the corner of the street and ran into the schoolyard. I don't think anyone could have missed that. He laughed. I mean, she kind of made it obvious. They slowed as they made it to the doors of the school, one of the teachers waiting there to make sure all of the students entered. Cutting it a little close today, aren't we boys? Katsuki shrugged at the man. Villain attack held us up. He said, tugging Izuku along. Come on, homeroom's about to start. Izuku yelped as he was dragged along. For a brief moment, the teacher on duty noticed that the green-haired boy's eyes seemed very red for some reason. He paid it very little mind as the child was one of the better students in regards to his grades, and their prized student seemed to favor him as a friend. Why? None of the teachers could figure out. While it was known that the boy seemed to have a quirk, he had never shown any promise in becoming a hero save for his studies. Kachan, don't pull so hard. Izuku yelped as they pelted down the halls. We're gonna get in trouble again. Like hell we are, Katsuki said. Today's supposed to be that career choice BS, remember? He said. Most of the teachers are hamming it up with the bigwigs from the hero schools. Izuku grinned. I forgot about that. He laughed. You think we'll get to see any famous heroes that went into teaching? Doubt it, Katsuki said as they slowed and rounded a corner. Most of the teachers in those schools don't have the clout they used to, he said right before he slammed into someone, causing Izuku to slam right into him because of his momentum. Oof, shit, watch where you're. He groaned before the two boys looked up at whoever they'd just run into. He was a large man with a massive build. He was also dressed in a fine red and white suit. His hair was silver in color, and he seemed to have 2 lower canines protruding from his lower lip. And you two shouldn't be running through the halls like a pair of brats, he said in a gruff, gravely tone. Katsuki was about to fire back when Izuku clamped a hand over his mouth. He growled behind his hand, glaring at the boy, but was stopped when he saw that his friend had gone into what he liked to call his nerd mode. We're really sorry, Mr. Vlad King, sir, Izuku said in a rush, also letting the ashen blonde know exactly who they had blundered into. We got caught up in a villain attack on our way here, and we were worried that we'd be late for class. Katsuki remembered the name from one of Izuku's notebooks. Sekijiro-kan. Hero name, Vlad King. Quirk. Blood control. Former number 10 hero, and currently a teacher at UA High School. Shit, this guy's from the school we wanna get into. Katsuki realized that his big mouth had nearly gotten them into a potentially huge mess. Vlad King crossed his arms. HMPH, well then, don't let me keep you. He stepped aside and allowed the boys to pass, but if you two are aiming to be heroes, you're going to have to be more aware of your surroundings from now on, he lectured as the boys walked toward their classroom. We will, sir, and sorry again for bumping into you, Izuku said hurriedly as the man nodded and continued on his way. After he was out of sight, Izuku sighed in relief. Arg, that could have been so bad. He stammered out as Katsuki fixed his uniform. Sorry for jumping you like that, but that's one guy we don't need mad at us. Katsuki said nothing on the subject, knowing that his temper would probably get the better of him. Let's just get to. He trailed off as he noticed something. Hey, nerd, your eyes are red, he pointed out as the boy frowned. What happened? Did some of that dust from the fight get in them? Izuku frowned and rubbed at his eyes. No, they've just been itching all morning, he said before shrugging. It's probably just allergies or something. Katsuki frowned. Think it might be your quirk? Izuku shook his head. I don't think so, he said with a little uncertainty. It feels different than whenever they glow. More like they're just irritated, he said, rubbing at his left eye again. Hey, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and wash my eyes out. He gestured to one of the bathrooms nearby. Do you mind letting the teacher know? Katsuki rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, he made a flippant gesture. Just get yourself taken care of. Izuku grinned. Thanks, he said before heading to the bathroom. Katsuki jogged the rest of the way to the classroom. Hey teach, the boy said as he entered the room. Ah, Bakugo, I was wondering where you were, the man said as he greeted the school's prized student. Where's that little shadow of yours? He asked, not seeing Midoriya with the boy as he usually was. Katsuki jerked his thumb over his shoulder. The bathroom, he said, got some dust in his eyes 'cause of A loud explosion rocked the classroom, followed closely by a very familiar yell. A few minutes earlier, Izuku was furiously splashing water into his eyes to ease the irritation he was feeling. But nothing he did seemed to help. He stood up and looked at the mirror, pulling his lids down to see if there was something more than dust lodged in his eyes. He saw nothing that could cause the irritation, yet his eyes were just as red as before. Geez, what did I do this time? He muttered to himself as he reached down for another handful of water when he noticed a bright red glow reflected in the water. His head shot back up to the mirror, and was shocked to see his eyes glowing bright red. What the? Suddenly, like a pressure valve releasing, the redness in his eyes shot out in a beam so strong that the wall was pulverized, throwing Izuku back into one of the stalls. The man known as Vlad Kind was used to many things, most of them related to close-quarters combat. He was also used to having his patience tested, but not to the point that this man was pushing him towards. The man in question was the principal of the school he was visiting, and the man was doing everything that he hated about today's schools. As you can see, Mr. Bakugo's grades are top-notch, and his quirk is quite powerful, an excellent hero in the making. The principal rambled on for what seemed like the 100th time since Vlad entered his office. Vlad had been dispatched to the school on the pretense of looking for the next great talent in the hero business, where, in fact, he was investigating reports of schools allowing illegal quirk use from the students. So far he had seen everyone on their best behavior, however, that in itself raised a red flag. It was too perfect, and Alderaan Middle School was known for being very lenient with their students in terms of quirk usage. He looked down at the file in front of him, a small photo showing a boy with ashen blonde hair and red eyes. He was giving the camera a very nasty look as though he wanted to be anywhere else but there at the time. He also remembered bumping into the boy in the halls earlier, and he wasn't all that fond of the attitude he displayed. Kid's got a history of violent behavior, he mused as he read the reports on the boy, even though the principal was actively telling him that the boy had just what UA was looking for. Not uncommon, but the kid seems a bit more subdued than what these reports are saying. When he questioned the boy's past, the principal's smile faltered. Well, sir, you see, I believe that the boy that he calls his friend is very bad influence on him, the man said with a sad shake of his head. A boy with green hair? Vlad asked, remembering his encounter with the pair. He was proven right when the principal nodded. Yes, our Mr. Midoriya, he said lamentably. Poor child might as well be quirkless since his quirk seems to need a long while to build up energy, yet, after 10 years of waiting, nothing's happened. he said while the UA staff member was only half listening, yet our Mr. Bakugo never leaves his side, even when the boy causes trouble. A rumble shook the school and the two men were treated to the frightened screams and shouts of the students. Vlad was up and on the move within a fraction of a second, phone in hand as he pressed in the contacts. "This is Vlad, requesting backup at Aldera Junior High. We have a possible villain assault in progress," he growled into the receiver. "I want police and any available heroes en route on the double, and have paramedics dispatched at once," he said before hanging up, and pressing a new button. "Nezu, I have a situation at the school you sent me to," he said. "I need Aizawa here as soon as you can get him out of that damned sleeping bag." He was out the door and pelting down the hall as soon as he was done, finding it flooded with panicking children and students. Vlad grabbed the first teacher he could out of the throng, seeing that he was more panicked than the students. "Calm down," the pro snapped gruffly. "You call yourself a teacher? Man up," he snarled. "What's the cause of this mess?" The man looked pale. One of the students, he gasped out, his quirk. "I don't know why, but he suddenly started." "You lying bastard," shouted an angry voice coming from the stampede of students. Vlad looked out and saw the very same ashen blonde from earlier that had blundered into him. "It's not his fault." Vladi frowned. "What do you mean, boy?" he demanded. "You know what caused this." Katsuki Bakugo waded through the students until he managed to get out of them. "Yeah, a friend of mine's quirk decided it's ready to start causing trouble," the boy said, resisting the urge to cuss. "His quirk is an emitter type that absorbs sunlight, and it's been building up for years until now." "That helps," the hero said as he looked back down the hall. "It also explains why there's been no further attacks." He then looked at the principal behind him. "Make sure that the rest of the students get out all right. I'll handle the rest," he said before turning his attention back to the boy. "Can you tell me more about his quirk?" Katsuki frowned. "Like I said, it's an emitter type from the energy manipulation category called Optic Blast," he said before pointed at his eyes. "Basically, since he's built up enough energy now, his eyes shoot out some kind of blasts, now." He then looked uncharacteristically guilty, but he can't control it because of an injury. Vlad frowned, wanting to know more, but he knew that the boy in question was most likely in distress. He would need to work fast if he was to get the situation under control before it escalated. "All right," he said to the blonde boy. "You come with me," he said much to the principal's dismay. "If he's your friend, he may respond to you better than he would me," he said while the boy nodded. "Good. Now come on." He moved down the hall with Katsuki tailing behind him. But, Mr. King, sir," the principal called out as he tried to stop his prized student from getting into a potentially dangerous situation. Vlad paid him no mind as he made his way back toward the classrooms. "What's your friend's name?" he asked, speaking to Katsuki without looking at him. "It's Izuku," he heard Katsuki say. Vlad grunted. "Thought as much," he said, recalling what the principal had told him about the boy, not really believing what he had heard. "What can you tell me about him?" "You're on his top 5 favorite hero list, for one," Katsuki muttered, making the man chuckle. "He's a serious hero nerd, but he's really good at analytics when it comes to quirks," he said while looking down at his hands. "He helped me with my own quirk, and figured out that I could force my nitro sweat through most of my body." Vlad was liking what he heard. "What about his personality?" "Shy as hell," the boy said at once, sounding more subdued, because his quirk needed time to build up power. "He got teased for being quirkless for most of our lives," he said, "and he's probably gonna be blaming himself for this." That made the man flinch. "Then we'd better hurry," he said, quickening his pace toward the damage zone. "We don't want him wandering off." Katsuki agreed with him, knowing that the scrawny teen would more than likely try to distance himself from people if he was able to prevent any damage to the school, or to the other students. Vlad rounded a corner and found the hallway an utter mess of destruction. The walls of a destroyed bathroom were pulverized into gravel, a large rut gauged out of the floor as if something had impacted it with enormous force while the outside wall had been completely destroyed and exposed the schoolyard. "Good heavens," he muttered upon seeing the destruction. "I think you might have underestimated his quirk," he said to the stunned blonde. Katsuki just ground his teeth, and called out, "Hey, Izuku." His shout echoed down the halls, "Where the hell are you?" Vlad waited, listening for the boy to respond to him, and was rewarded with the sound of some of the rubble moving. There. He rushed toward the bathroom where he saw a small pile moving. He and Katsuki were quick to start uncovering whoever was beneath it. "Be careful," he cautioned the blonde. "If it's him, he may give off another blast." "He's too smart for that," Katsuki grumbled. "If he hadn't found a way to keep himself from firing, then there'd be a hell of a lot more damage than this." Vlad only hoped the boy was right when he moved a bit of rubble and found the back of a student's uniform. "Here he is." He brushed away the debris and gently lifted the body of a small framed young man out. A mop of greenish-black hair lolled against his chest, blood covering his face from a small wound above his left eye. The boy groaned. "Easy now, son, we've got you," he said as Katsuki cleared a spot so he could lay him down and check his injuries. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it," Izuku muttered weakly, making the man feel relief as he was lucid enough to talk. "I couldn't open my eyes." He made a gesture at his face, cracking his lids open just a fraction, showing that whatever power his quirk held was only kept in check because of his own body's immunity to it. Vlad made an approving grunt. "You did good, kid," he told the boy as he reached over and ripped off the sleeve of his suit, and tore it into makeshift bandages for the boy's wound. "Now you just take it easy, and we'll get you taken care of." Izuku followed the sound of the man's voice and reached out to the hero. "Who, please, don't let them blind me." Vlad quirked his brow and looked toward Katsuki for an answer. The blonde frowned. "He's afraid of the HPSC and what they might do to him if he can't control his quirk," he explained, grinding his teeth loudly while his palms began to smoke. "Our family's doctor said that they'd blind him if he couldn't, or lock him up." The blood hero frowned at that and reached for his phone. "This is Vlad, call off the police and the heroes. The situation's been handled, but have the paramedics put on some speed." He looked down at the boy. "I have an injured miner with a head wound, and he's lost some blood." He hung up and dialed another number. "Nezu, it's me," he spoke again. "I've got an emergency here. Tell Aizawa to step on it, and have Majima get his gear together. We have a situation concerning a youngster whose quirk has gone out of control, and we need a way to suppress it." "Understood. I'll have Majima move to your location," the voice of Nezu said softly. "Aizawa is already on his way to you. Also, I have reports that an agent from the HPSC is being dispatched." "Keep them away," Vlad snapped. "The kid's scared enough right now, and he's practically blind because of his quirk." He roared into the phone. "I won't have those government hyenas making things worse." Nezu hummed for a moment. "I understand," he said. "Change of plans. Bring the boy into UA. I'll have Aizawa meet you on your way here so that we can have Majima work in peace so that we can help this child." He said. "Does he need any medical care?" Vlad nodded as Katsuki was wrapping the boy's head with the sleeve he had torn from his suit. "He has a minor head injury, and I've been told that his quirk can't be controlled because of an older injury. I'll have Chio on standby for your arrival," Nezu said. "Good luck, Mr. Khan." At the same time, UA High School Conference Room. Behind the large U-shaped table sat a child-sized mammal dressed in a fine suit of clothes, while the right side of its face was marred by a jagged scar running over his eye. The creature could have been anything from a bear, a dog, or perhaps even a mouse, yet it did nothing to change the simple fact that he was Nezu, the principal of UA High School. The little mammal placed the phone its receiver after speaking with Vlad, and looked up at his guests. "I do apologize for this awkward situation," Nezu said politely to the two parents and two children in attendance. "And when you took the time out of your obviously busy schedules to come and see me." He shook his head sadly. "It's not very often that I receive such wonderful guests." His guests were stark contrasts between the four of them. Two of them were finely dressed pair. A father and daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, a wealthy family that was heavily influential within the support gear industry that supplied nearly 50% of the world's heroes with the costumes, capture tools, and other such necessities in the world of pro-hero work. Isshin Yaoyorozu was a rather tall and daunting man with dark eyes that seemed to fluctuate between brown and black at times. His hair was black and streaked with gray while he sported a long mustache and rather wild eyebrows. The man was dressed in a gray suit with golden buttons and diamond cufflinks. Author's note: whenever I try to think of Momo's Poppy, I always picture Ra's al Ghul. At his side and slightly behind him sat his daughter. Like him, she was a tall girl with a mature physique. She had long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face. Her eyes were large yet sharp, dark in color, set in a determined expression. Unlike her father, she wore rather casual clothes for a young heiress, though she was no less attractive. Next to the father and daughter sat another daunting figure that the mammal was more familiar with. He was a large-framed man with fiery brows and a beard to match, and instead of business or casual attire, he was dressed in his costume, Endeavor, the country's number 2 hero, second only to All Might himself. Next to him was his son, whom he projected himself onto in many ways, though the boy had a look of disdain on his heterochromic face. "You seem quite busy for someone of your position," Ishin commented in droll amusement. "I wouldn't have thought that you sent your staff out on such tasks, given that many of them have decided to step away from being active heroes." Nezu nodded. "This is a rather rare occasion, I'll admit," the mammal said. "Believe me, we're usually far more composed than this." He made a gesture with his paw at the phone he had just finished using. "HMPH, Harump the Flame Hero, I should hope so," he said. "While I have fond memories of this school, I wouldn't want my Shoto attending such a chaotic place." He cast a glance at the boy, who turned his head and refused to look at him. "And considering that my son's intended bride will be joining him in the school, it would benefit them both if they had a more subdued time here." The young woman casted a small glare at the man's back before looking toward the sulking boy at his side, and drooped in a slight depressed expression. Her father gave a small chuckle. "I think that my Momo would quite enjoy a bit more excitement in her life than what the dull courses of normal scholastics," he said, "though I have to admit that I am skeptical about having her enroll in the heroics course." He looked at the hero. "Are you certain of this?" Endeavor nodded. "I am, and your daughter has expressed interest in becoming a hero herself, has she not?" "Yes," the girl spoke up, making her father turn to her with a small look in his eyes. Endeavor paid it no mind. "You see. Plus, the training they will put her through here will make her stronger," he went on. "Now, can we get on with the matter at hand, or do you need to see to this matter personally?" Nezu nodded. "Your endorsement to have your son and Miss Yaoyorozu enrolled into my school under through recommendations is being processed as we speak," he said to the two fathers. "My secretary has all of the information she needs from both you and your children, so all we will need is your signatures once she has them filled out," he said with a small gesture to the two teenagers, "and then we can move on to the tests these two will need to pass before we can consider them for our classes." Quote, Momo looked surprised. "Are they different from the normal tests?" she asked, remembering some of the things she had heard about UA strenuous exams, both written and practical. The principal nodded. "Usually, we try to keep our practical exams a bit of a secret so that our potential students go into them totally unprepared," he explained. "Though, seeing as the two of you will be going through the recommendation exams, I see no reason to do that here," he said. "You see, during our practical exams, we have our students split off into several of our different training areas, from a large foe city to a large industrial area, and send them in to face off against robotic assailants that are worth 1 to 3 points, each one larger than the lesser machines." Ishin looked slightly put off about his daughter potentially facing such odds. "Well, I'm certainly glad that my daughter won't be forced to go through something so strenuous," he said with a small amount of sweat on his brow. "She is my only heir, and I wouldn't want her injured against such foes." Endeavor rolled his eyes. "The man spoils his daughter," he said to himself. "I hope that she'll be a better match for my son than what I've paid for." Nezu chuckled. "Not to worry, Mr. Yaoyorozu, I can guarantee her safety from almost anything that our course offers," he said. "As you've heard from my phone calls in the past 10 minutes, I have some of the best members of the heroic society within these walls," he said while the man seemed unconvinced. "As a matter of fact, this situation presents a rare opportunity to see some of our staff in action," he said as he hopped off of his chair. "Why don't the four of come with me while the paperwork is being filled out? This young man being brought in will give you an idea of how handle dire situations like this." Momo's eyes seemed to brighten. That sounds like a lovely idea, father, she said as the man frowned at her. This way you can rest assured that this school will handle my education right. The man gave a soft grunt. Very well, it would indeed set my mind at ease, he said and rose, his daughter following suit. Will you be accompanying us, Mr. Todoroki? He asked of the large hero. I might as well, the man said and rose. It'll be good for Shoto to see his new school, and I'd like to see this kid you're bringing in. He looked down at the mammal. What can you tell us of his situation? Nezu smiled as they all filed out of the conference room. All that I know is a matter of fact, the principal said, according to what Vlad Kings told me over the phone. The poor boy's quirk, a rare form of emitter type of the energy manipulation subcategory, went out of control only half an hour ago, he said. Vlad was investigating a report of illegal quirk use in the school he was visiting under the pretense of scouting for the recommendation courses, and the boy's quirk went out of control quite suddenly. Izshin hummed in thought as they walked along. Quite odd that the boy's quirk would suddenly run amok, he said with some suspicion. Do you believe an illegal substance could be involved? Nezu shook his head. I certainly hope not, he said, but I can't rule it out without having access to the boy's medical records or his school records. He frowned. Either way, Vlad seems more than a little concerned for the boy. Apparently he's terrified of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Why would he be afraid of them? Izshin asked, curious. Momo looked at her father. I thought you would have heard, father, she said, gaining her father's attention. Apparently the commission's been doing some rather harsh cleanups in recent years concerning those with dangerous or uncontrollable quirks. Izshin frowned. I really must review the recent changes the commission's made, he thought idly, a small flicker of anger bubbling in his chest. It is embarrassing to have my daughter point out that she knows something that I do not, he said before smiling at his daughter in veiled gratitude. Harsh is an understatement, Endeavor sneered. Some of what they do is downright cruel, even by my standards, he said as the boy next to him grunted, the man giving his son a sideways glance. Most villains that are taken into Tartarus are not only restrained, but they're implanted with a chip that inhibits their quirk, he said shaking his head, and if it's a mutation type, then they'll sometimes surgically remove the villain's quirk, or even outright execute them. My word, Izshin muttered, I'm glad that my quirk was never deemed as such, he said, his own quirk being a match of his daughter's. This boy, however, seems to be in a bad way. Nezu nodded. Indeed, but Vlad was willing to stick his neck out for him, so I can honestly say that I doubt that the child is using any illegal substances to enhance his quirk. He smiled at the tall aristocrat. From what Vlad has told me, his quirk is called Optic Blast, which gives me reason to believe that, given its name, this boy's quirk is released through his eyes, and I'm hoping that our Ms. Recovery Girl and our Mr. Power Loader will be able to help the boy gain some form of control over his powers. I had no idea that UA operated that way, said Shoto Todoroki, speaking for the first time since their arrival at the academy. Nezu smiled at the boy's comment. I implemented the practice once I took over the school, he said. As you can probably guess, my life hasn't been roses and sunshine, considering that so few animals have quirks, and one like myself has yet to resurface. He smiled as he mentally recounted his time as a laboratory experiment, and since gaining my new life, I should say, I have made it my mission to help those with quirks that make it difficult for them to mingle with the rest of society. Endeavor nodded. If I remember correctly, you were the one that led the reform on job availability for those with physical mutations that made them look inhuman, the man said. I did have a hand, or paw, in that movement, Nezu said rather proudly, but I was hardly the leader in that little reform. He chuckled as they rounded the corner to the nurse's office, where they found a short elderly woman speaking with a shirtless man of frail build, even though he looked to have an excavator bucket acting as a helmet. Ah, Chio, Majima, glad to find you both waiting on our new arrival. Majima, also known as Power Loader, nodded in his direction. Nasty business, I hear, he said with a grunt. Poor kid destroyed a school bathroom and a large portion of the outer wall before Vlad was able to reach him. It's already all over the news, Recovery Girl grumbled, sneering a moment later. The school's principal is trying to lay blame on the boy, of course, but I doubt any of it will have any weight to it. She said, Alderaan Middle School is rumored to be a den of low-grade education, and I've heard some other nasty rumors that they preach Quirk supremacy. Nezu nodded. All the better that I had Vlad on site for the investigation. Then, he said, after he's brought the child in, I'm sure that the school will be put on the blacklist, along with its teachers. Izshin frowned. Alderaan is one of the schools I sponsor, he thought idly. I'll have to have my clean-up crew move in after UA is done with them. Do we have any information the boy, Vlad's bringing in? Power Loader asked as the mammalian principal relayed all the information that Vlad had told him over the phone. Not an easy case, but I think I could whip something up after I see the kid's quirk in action. Recovery Girl looked at him. Any chance of radiation? There doesn't appear to be, Nezu said, or else there would be reports of radiation sickness in the area. He shook his head. As Mr. Majima said, we will need to ascertain the boy's quirk for ourselves once his injuries have been treated. He then motioned to his guests, and I also thought that it would good for our guests to see how our staff handles situations like this one. Majima smiled at the two aristocrats. Ah, you're the Yaoyorozus, aren't you? Izshin nodded pleasantly. I've sent a few of my graduates toward your company, and I've heard nothing but good from them whenever they've visited. He bowed his head. Thanks for treating them so well. Oh, think nothing of it, Mr. Power Loader. I'm always in need of good inventors, and your students are among the best my companies have ever had save for those that come from my island. Momo had to roll her eyes as her father laid on his charming act. She knew that the workers were all taken care of course they were. They would have to be to keep quiet about some of her father's dealings. It was part of the reason she wished to apply to a hero school in the first place. So she could get away from the Yaoyorozu family. Of course, this comes with a price, she thought idly while casting a small glance at her betrothed. She knew full and well that she had been a disappointment to her father when she had been born a girl. Their family was one of the few traditional families left in Japan, and her father firmly believed a male heir was needed in order to continue the family business. Bar whatever she wanted for herself, her father had sought the next best thing, selling her to a powerful family so that she could not only produce an appropriate heir for her husband, but also for the Yaoyorozu family. And the Todoroki family fit that bill very well considering that the number 2 hero was one of the richest men in Japan. While he wasn't as popular as All Might at the number 1 spot, he had more cases under his belt than the blonde behemoth of a hero. All of that led the man to be fabulously wealthy, and a force to be reckoned with in and out of battle. And he had a son that was not only his chosen heir, but also a very rare individual with a dual-type quirk, her father's ideal match for her. He could have saved all of this nonsense and simply had another child, she thought rebelliously, yet I am to suffer for the greater good of the family. She sighed internally. Doing so out loud would invoke her father's ire. I must say, Izshin said as he looked into the office, this seems a tad small for what you're intending. He glanced down at Nezu. Wouldn't a larger room be more comfortable for a child in the condition that's been reported? At this, Recovery Girl chuckled. Oh, UA's facilities are a bit larger than they appear to be, she said. Our more advanced facilities are under the school itself. She explained, making both men look at her in surprise. I'm sure that Nezu already told you that he wishes this place to be a safe haven for those that are in dire need. Power Loader was grinning widely beneath his helmet. UA is a veritable fortress, he said. I installed all of the safety programs myself, and the security systems we have for the ground levels are just as good, he said as something on his wrist beeped. Ah, that's the signal, he said, moving his large glove away from his wrist, revealing a flashing watch-like device. Our boys arrived. A few minutes earlier with Vlad and the boys. Izuku's day couldn't have been going any better, or any worse. The good points of the day had started when he and Katsuki had been held up by the villain attack in town. They had gotten to see a great fight, and 2 new heroes debuting. Then to make things better, they had even gotten to school on time. The start of a bad day. His eyes had started bothering him soon after they had left the scene of the fight, an almost unbearable itch that had nearly driven him crazy if not for his patience. It hadn't been all bad, either. He had gotten to sort of meet one of his top favorite heroes. Even if Kachan had nearly gotten them in trouble, it was worth to meet Vlad King. Then, when he had gone to the bathroom, his quirk had shown him that it now had enough energy to be of use, by blowing up the bathroom and possibly half of the school with it. Thankfully he had figured out that he could keep the powerful blasts in check if he just closed his eyes, but he soon found out just how terrifying it was not being able to see. It hadn't been long, though, until he had been found by Vlad and Kachan. He remembered being carried out of the rubble and the ruined school, then hearing the shouted insults from both teachers and students alike. Vlad had silenced them all with the practiced bellow of a military instructor. He recalled that the hero had served time in the military before he became a pro-hero, and he knew why. He had then been placed in an ambulance while Vlad instructed the driver to head to UA, and the boy couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of being taken to the country's top hero school, even if it was in the back of an ambulance. Katsuki had stayed with him the entire time, staying quiet mostly, but he could sense his brooding presence nearby. Vlad then came into the back of the ambulance with them and told the boys that he had called their families to inform them of the situation. Izuku frowned a little, knowing his mother was going to be worried sick when she found out what had happened. Then there was Mitsuki and Masaru. He hoped that they wouldn't overreact to what was happening. While things had gotten better over the last 4 years, Katsuki still had a strained relationship with his parents. On the way to the school, Vlad asked Izuku about his quirk while the paramedics patched him up. Izuku told him everything that he knew about the quirk, and how it worked. "That's not everything," Katsuki muttered as Izuku finished, making Vlad look at him in confusion. "There's a reason he can't control his quirk." Izuku turned his head toward his friend's voice. "Kachan, it wasn't. It's my fault," Katsuki said before Izuku could finish. "When we were kids, I used my quirk on him," he explained, making the man frown at him. "My quirk is called Explosion. Basically I'm a walking bomb, and I used it on him." Vlad was giving the boy a very hard look. "You realize telling me this could result in some harsh consequences, don't you?" he asked as the boy hung his head. Vlad sighed as he ran his hand through his hair. "I'll have to let my superiors know about this, but I think my boss might cut you some slack." Katsuki looked at him with shock while Izuku began smiling. "Don't look so shocked, kid," he chuckled. "Nezu is known for taking in those that need help, and you obviously do." When they arrived at UA, the staff of the school rushed Izuku into the medical facility beneath the school. Katsuki was met with a teacher named Aizawa, whom Vlad was rather upset with since he failed to meet with them en route to the school. The ashen blonde was nearly separated from the blinded teen when the shabby-looking teacher attempted to keep above ground. Katsuki just shook him off, and followed after Vlad with the blood hero looking at him over his shoulder. "He should be there with the kid for a calming influence," Vlad said. "Besides, you've been elected to stay above ground and escort the kids' families to us while we're trying to help this boy." "What about external interference?" Aizawa asked, thinking that the HPSC may have something to say about them taking the boy in. Vlad's eyes narrowed at the man. "Remember the reason you became a teacher, Aizawa," he said before turning to enter the building with the two boys. "Speaking of family, Bakugo, you should call his family and let them know what's going on," he commented to the blonde as they walked. Katsuki sighed, not looking forward to what was coming as he pulled out his phone and sent a quick text message to his mother. Sure enough, not a minute later, his phone began ringing. Rather than going through another shout fest with his parents, he chose not to answer and sent another text. "Get to UA," was all he sent, since he had sent most of the details in the first text. He then followed Vlad inside the school and into an elevator. "Geez, I knew this place was big, but not this big," he muttered as Izuku was squirming in his desire to see what was going on. "What's it like?" Izuku mumbled. Vlad snorted at the boy's awe. "UA's a pretty special place, boys," he said as the elevator started its descent. "We have multiple levels above and below ground, which is where we're headed," he said as the boy's face lit up with a childish smile. "I take it that you boys were hoping to enroll in this school." "Hell yes we are," Katsuki said brightly, smiling for the first time since meeting him. The hero teacher smirked at him. "Well, like I said, your past actions may have some consequences." The boy's face fell. "But, as I also said, Nezu likes helping those that truly need it." The elevator came to a halt and opened up into the medical ward. Waiting for them was Recovery Girl with a kind smile on her face. Is this my patient? She asked with a small frown at the boy in Vlad's arms. I thought you said that his head injury was minor. The bandages around his eyes were his idea, Vlad explained. He didn't want to risk opening his eyes at any given moment while on the way here. Recovery girl nodded. Right, then just bring him over here. She pointed to a hospital bed behind her. I'll make sure he's well enough for Majima to do his testing, she said while Vlad gently set the boy on the bed. Then we'll see about helping you see again. Thank you, ma'am, the boy muttered shakily. Would you happen to be recovery girl? The elderly woman smiled. Good guess, she said while she moved to the head of the bed to unwrap his wound. Make certain to keep your eyes closed, dear, she warned him as the bandages came loose. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut tightly, terrified that another blast would break loose. The woman hummed in thought as she examined the wound. The wound is clean enough, and not very deep, she said as she made note of the small gash on the side of his head. I'll use my quirk to heal the worst of the damage, and then I'll have you eat some gummies I've had infused with my quirk's energy. Katsuki arched his brow. Quirk-infused candy. He muttered with a look at Vlad. Is she being serious? Vlad chuckled. I was kind of grossed out when I heard about them, too, he said with a small shrug. But if I'm telling the truth, if I didn't know what they were, then I'd be hard-pressed to tell the difference between them and normal gummy bears. Meanwhile in the observation room, Momo Yaoyorozu frowned as she watched as the boy was brought in by Vlad King and recovery girl began working on him. He's so young, she thought to herself, thinking that the boy's small size marked him as a junior to her. Beside her father was watching the scene unfold with appreciation for the facility itself. This quite a hospital ward you've had constructed, Nezu, he remarked, and this is simply the OR, is it not? Endeavor frowned. Surely you don't expect the need to perform surgery on a student to arise? He asked with uneasy. Nezu shook his head. I most assuredly hope not, the mammalian principal said, but, with what we put our students through, it is much better to be prepared than to be caught with our pants down. Ishin nodded in understanding. He does have a valid point, Mr. Todoroki, he muttered. There's also the chance that a student will take deathly ill, is there not? Very true, Nezu agreed. When I overhauled the campus design, I wanted to be prepared for anything and everything. He relented, and we have other medical staff on hand should recovery girl prove inefficient. He chuckled as recovery girl's lips extended out to the patient's forehead, prompting a green glow to arise as she used her quirk on him. Which also startled a loud yelp from the boy. Momo giggled as the boy practically freaked out before he slumped over in exhaustion. Hilarity, my dear, her father questioned. She immediately composed herself. Forgive me, I merely found his reaction amusing. She explained while the boy calmed down. That is usually the reaction that happens when recovery girl uses her quirk on someone for the first time, especially when they're least expecting it. Nezu said with an amused tone before he reached for a button on the wall. Miss Shuzenji, how is our patient? Recovery girl looked up at the window they were standing behind. He's doing quite well for someone in his situation, she said. His head wound was fairly minor for all that he blasted himself through a brick wall, and brought half a ceiling down on himself. Good lord, Ishin muttered, it's lucky that the boy survived at all. Endeavor was looking at the boy with great interest. Nezu, if this young man attends UA and comes up for an internship, put my name in the pot, he said, much to his son and the Yaoyorozu's surprise. Nezu looked pleased with his comment. I'll do just that should he attend, he smiled. However, I think it best if we find a way to control his quirk first. He chuckled before reaching for a pin on his vest. Majima, our guest seems to be doing well enough for you to have a look at him. Understood, Power Loader said. I'm bringing in a Geiger counter, and some experimental eyewear I was tinkering with, he said. Are we changing locations, or do I come to the medical ward? Recovery girl made an affirmative gesture. It would seem that recovery girl would rather conduct the tests here in the medical ward. Mr. Majima, Nezu confirmed, make certain that whatever you bring for the boy to test his quirk is durable. Majima chuckled. Got a big hunk of adamantium just sittin' in the shop, he said. That should do the trick. Ishin frowned. I was under the impression that adamantium was among one of the rarest metals in the world, he said with a brow raised at the mammal. You would use such a precious metal in a mere test. Nezu shook his head. Not at all, he said and began to explain. The piece that Power Loader is speaking of has already been processed, as such it is completely unmalleable. He smiled. While it is rare and valuable, a chilled and hardened piece such as the one we possess is the strongest rare earth metal known to man, he said with a near-manic gleam in his eyes. If this young man's quirk is powerful enough to damage it, then I would be pleasantly surprised. Endeavor snorted. If the kid's that strong, then I'd be more than impressed and ready to take him on as a sidekick right away, the man said. Shoto's ever-present frown deepened, and Momo wondered for a fleeting moment if she saw just the barest hint of jealousy flicker across the boy's face. The five of them then watched as the ward doors opened up and Power Loader walked in flanked by a few of his students wheeling in a large table that held a massive block of hardened adamantium. Her father leaned in with a slight look of hunger. Goodness, the man breathed out greedily. I've never seen such a large block of adamantium before. He muttered, that piece alone would be worth well into the billions. It was part of a project a good friend of the academy was working on, Nezu said while Power Loader's students set up the target. Unfortunately, the project fell through in a rather disastrous fashion, and we ended up with this piece as a rather unfortunate keepsake. Momo wanted to ask more about what sort of project would require such a large amount of the precious metal, but the testing was about to begin as Power Loader ushered his students out of the line of fire with the block of adamantium set up at the end of the medical ward a good 30 feet from the young man's position. Vlad and the ashen blonde boy that had come in with the boy helped him to his and guided him toward the center of the room. With Izuku, all right now, Mr. Midoriya, he heard Power Loader say from an area off to his right, I've got all my instruments set up to get a reading on the energy of this quirk of yours. He said, what we're going to do is have Vlad line you up with your target and have him remove your blindfold, he said, which made the boy jump. Ah, now don't worry, Power Loader said. Probably having seen him jump. This room is secure, and the target itself is made of hardened adamantium. You won't be harming anything in here unless your optic blast is radioactive. Vlad chucked next to him. I highly doubt that it is, the man said before turning to the boy. Izuku, I'm going to take off your blindfold now, so keep your eyes closed, all right? Izuku nodded his head shakily. Yes, sir, the boy stammered as he felt the man undoing the wrap around his eyes, prompting him to squeeze his eyes firmly shut. On his left, he felt someone patting his back. You got this, nerd. Katsuki said. Vlad, make sure he's lined up just right, Power Loader said, we don't want any ricochets. Izuku shivered. Bu but isn't metal reflective? He asked. Vlad said nothing, but he felt his hand on the back of his head, moving it into position. All right, Izuku, you're all lined up, the man said. Open your eyes just a crack and, he went no further as Izuku did as he was told and a beam of crimson energy erupted from his eyes. Vlad felt a slight recoil from the blast impacting his palm, but he held on and steadied the boy as the beam lanced through the medical ward and hit the adamantium block dead on. Vlad looked over at Power Loader. Any sign of radiation? He asked as Izuku kept his eyes on the metal block. The man grinned and shook his head. Not a bit. He smiled at the boy. Okay. That's taken care of, now we need to figure out how much energy these beams have. He said before taking out a device from his pocket. Open those eyes wide, kid. Let's see what you can really do. Just don't break my hospital. Recovery girl told him. The boy hesitated for a moment before he opened his eyes fully. Vlad grunted as the push against his hand became greater, but he felt Izuku leaning forward, attempting to brace himself while the beams enlarged. At the end of the room, the block of adamantium was beginning to crumple. Power Loader took notice of it and was dumbstruck. Close your eyes. He shouted as his energy reader beeped. Izuku did so immediately. Izuku covered his eyes with his hands. See, can I have my blindfold back, please? He asked while he felt someone wrapping his eyes. Thank you. Anytime, it was Katsuki. Meanwhile, Vlad had marched over to Power Loader. What can you tell us? Power Loader just shook his head. It's, man oh man. He chuckled. This kid's got some serious power behind his eyes. He showed both Vlad and Recovery Girl the readings he had just taken. If that was the full force of his quirk, then he's got the power of nuclear power plant behind him. Vlad's eyes bulged out of his head when he saw the numbers. Majima, what's this reading? 2 gigawatts, Vlad, Majima said before turning toward the door. I think I have just the thing for it, too. He said and jogged out, back in a flash. Meanwhile in the observation room, Momo was looking down at the green-haired boy with wide eyes. Father, did I mishear power loader, or? No, my dear, I don't believe you did, Ishin said, his eyes equally as wide. 2 gigawatts, how can he contain such power? Endeavor was wearing a huge grin across his face. Amazing, he shook his head, that kid's way more powerful than most seasoned pros. Even you, Shoto asked. He looked down at the boy. With a little training, provided he's competent, the kid could easily put me on my back. He smiled. You would do well to keep an eye on him. Nezu was nodding in agreement with both statements. Yes, the boy has great potential, he said sadly. However, I think this boy will come to find his quirk as a double-edged sword. Shoto looked down at him. What do you mean? Nezu made a gesture to the boy who was now being led back to the hospital bed by his companion. As you can see, the only way that young Mr. Midoriya can contain his power is by keeping his eyes tightly closed, he explained, which means that, without some form of containment, the boy. He's blind, Momo finished sadly. That is a harsh trade-off for such a powerful quirk. She admitted. Nezu gave the girl a nod. Indeed it is, Miss Yaoyorozu, the mammalian principal said, turning back to regard the boy through the window. The world we live can be both ugly and beautiful at the same time, but to never be able to see the two sides would be a horrible way to live one's life. He said with pity lacing his voice, I can only hope that whatever power Loader has in mind for the boy will work. He then turned back to the two parents of the teenagers, but I believe we've drifted away from the very reason we came down to this level. He smiled at both Ishin and Endeavor. Do the two of your gentlemen have any more doubts concerning the school, or how we conduct ourselves during stressful situations such as this? Endeavor gave the principal a grin. I hardly had any doubts, Nezu, the man said, turning his head toward the window slightly. I even found someone I wouldn't mind taking on as a sidekick when the time comes. Ishin sighed. My doubts are laid to rest that my daughter will be in quite capable hands here at UA, he said and tucked his arms behind his back. However, I noticed that there seems to be a dormitory here, he muttered. I must admit that I'm uncomfortable with my daughter staying at such a place. Momo was of the opposite opinion. The sooner she could get out of her father's house, the better she would feel. I quite understand the uneasy you would feel, Nezu said, but I assure you that our dormitories will separate the boys from the girls if that is your worry. Ishin shook his head. I fear the influence certain students would have on her, he said. While I'm quite sure that young Shoto here will conduct himself properly in front of a young lady as befits a young man from a prestigious family, I cannot be so sure that other students will do the same. Momo frowned. In other words, he wishes to keep me under his thumb until he can marry me off, she thought with disgust. But she was sure that Nezu would assure him that her future classmates would be quite upstanding considering that UA was the country's top hero school. And she wasn't disappointed. You can rest assured that if there were any unruly students, then they would quickly find themselves straightened out, or expelled from this school, Nezu said with a wide smile that bordered cynic. While he may seem like a gentle giant, our Mr. Vlad King was trained in the military before becoming a professional hero. He gestured to the large white-haired man that was with the two boys in the medical ward, and our other heroics teacher, our Mr. Aizawa, is quite possibly the strictest man I know. He did expel his entire class this year, after all. Quote, Momo looked shocked at such a thing. Could a teacher at a hero school really do such a thing? She wondered silently, knowing that speaking out of turn would mean more from her father at a later date. She was certain that he was going to have words with her later at the very least. Principal Nezu, recovery girl called up to them over the comms. I've just received word that the boys' parents have arrived, she informed them, and from what Aizawa's told me, they're quite upset with this situation. Nezu nodded and responded, Thank you, Ms. Shuzenji, he said before turning back to the two fathers. I'm sorry, but it seems that we will have to end things here, he said as he made a gesture toward the doors. I'm afraid it wouldn't do for my current students' studies to be disrupted by this young man's worried parents, he said kindly. Ishin seemed pleased that they could finally leave. Not at all, the man said with false understanding. we did intrude on your schedule, after all, but I thank you for humoring us. Endeavor sighed. We'll stop by the front office and sign the paperwork needed for the recommendation course, he said, and grinned, and remember, if that boy attends UA, and comes up for an internship, I want my name at the top of the list. A short time later with the Yaoyorozus, Momo sat across from her father as they were driven home. Her gaze was diverted out of the window as the man gazed at her with hardened eyes. You conducted yourself decently today, my daughter. Momo shook her head. Not well enough, she said, knowing that he was about to berate her as she turned to face him. Truly, I did not know that you hadn't heard about that her Public Safety Commission's recent change in the laws, and I apologize for shaming you. She bowed her head. Ishin looked pleased since she was showing that she knew where her faults lay. You are right, of course, however, it seems that I need to brush up on what the commission has been up to as of late, he muttered darkly. It wouldn't do if they decided to look into some of my dealings. Speaking of dealings, father, she said, hoping to avert his attention from her, there won't be any trouble regarding that school, will there? She asked. I realize that it is in a rather bad neighborhood, but to know that there was such accusations concerning a school that our family sponsors. Her father gave out a soft huff. It is rather upsetting to know that one of my charities has been compromised, he sneered, however it will do nothing to our reputation. The family name will endure. He leveled his gaze at her once more, though it would benefit you to learn when to hold your tongue better. He told her harshly as she looked down at her lap, you spoke out of turn quite a bit today, and it was highly inappropriate. Momo had to bite her cheek to keep herself from snapping. Rest assured, father, it will not happen again, she said with a slight tremble. See that it doesn't, he told her. I would not even be entertaining the idea of you attending this school had Endeavor not offered the sum he did for marriage to his son. He glared out of the window. To think that a man as lowly as him would seek my daughter's hand for his child is a disgusting thought, yet, I cannot deny that the rewards will be great. He turned his gaze back to her as she straightened, which reminds me, daughter, you should have worn something more fetching than those conservative clothes. Momo's attire, to her at least, was more than adequate for the outing that they had attended. Respectfully, father, we were visiting a school, and I will not have a mere animal questioning my dress should he find it inappropriate. She said, trying to sound superior, and my future husband seems to care very little for any manner of dress. Ishin nodded in agreement. True, the boy doesn't seem attracted to you in any way as I remember your clothing showed a fair amount of skin when we were introduced to the boy, he said while his daughter shivered at the memory. It had been an embarrassing situation for her in many ways. I'll have to ask Endeavor if the boy is even interested in women the next time we chat. He leaned on his fist, which brings me to the next topic I would like to broach with you, the dormitories that you will be staying in. Momo shrugged. I'm certain that they will be comfortable enough. Comfort is something that I am unconcerned with, daughter, the man said harshly. The fact that you will be out of my house and getting involved with potentially bad influences on your behavior, however, is. He gave her a look that bordered a form of violence. Your earlier offenses aside, should you not conduct yourself properly after a certain amount of time, then I will pull you from the school. Damn whatever that fool, Endeavor, thinks. Momo bowed her head. I swear that you won't be disappointed in my actions, father, she said, her eyes stinging. I will conduct myself as befits a member of our family. Ishin nodded. You had better, he warned her. I do not give many chances in regards to buffoonery. He sighed and returned his gaze to the passing streets and buildings outside of his window. But living in those god-forsaken dorms will give you an opportunity to become closer with your betrothed. He said thoughtfully, his eyes turning back to her again. I do expect an heir from you within a year of your marriage, and that will likely not happen if that lowly boy doesn't develop an interest in you at some point. Of course, father, she felt her skin crawling with every word that poured from his mouth. As I told you, I won't disappoint you. Ishin nodded. Good, he sat back and laced his fingers together. Apart from your grades, and gaining the Todoroki boy's attention, I don't expect much else from you. His words stung her worse than any blow. However, during the famed UA Sports Festival, it would be best to put on a good showing. He mused, you could very well become our company's marketing face. With Endeavor and Shoto, Endeavor was not known for his patience, and it was wearing thin as the ride home gave him a chance to speak with his son regarding his fiancée. You realize that I paid a ridiculous amount to have that girl as your betrothed, Shoto, the man rumbled angrily. The least you could have done was pay attention to her rather than sulking the entire time. Shoto never even looked at the girl since his father had announced his engagement to him. At the time he had been furious enough that his left side had flared to life before he could stop himself. And why should I? The boy muttered darkly. I want nothing to do with you, so what makes you think that I'd go along with anything you had in mind for me? He demanded with heat behind his monotone voice. Endeavor frowned at his son. You want to attend UA to become a hero, don't you? The man demanded heatedly. I've told you before, Shoto, you are my masterpiece, and I created you so that you could not only replace me, but also so that you could knock that smiling idiot off of his golden perch. He said with a small gratified smile, you may not want anything to do with me, but you will accomplish my goals. Shoto glared at him, ice forming on his right side, and I refuse to put anyone through what you did to Mom. A sharp blow struck him across the face, snapping his head around. Shoto settled and glared at the man while wiping blood from his cut lip. And there it is, the boy said as the man in front of him sat back, the kind of many you really are. Say what you want, boy, Endeavor sneered at the boy, you'll realize that all I'm doing is for your future sooner or later. Shoto remained quiet the remainder of the ride to their home. Back at UA, as Nezu made his way to the surface levels of the school, he was met with Aizawa outside of the elevator. Shota. The mammal said, I thought that you were keeping our new guests company. The shabby man groaned. I don't like dealing with hysterical or angry women, he said with a shiver. As it happens, I was met with both. Nezu chuckled as he stepped out. Ah, am I to take it that Mr. Midoriya's parents are of the same gender? He asked curiously. Aizawa rolled his eyes. No, that's not what I meant, he said. I mean the kid's mother was blubbering like a wounded whale, and the blonde kid's mother was yowling like a cat getting baptized. Nezu's chuckle turned into a full laugh. I do apologize for putting you through this, then, he said, though I'm not sure what they have to be upset about. He looked at the man curiously. Did you not tell them that the boys are unharmed? I tried, but the mother of the kid that Vlad was helping is nearly inconsolable. He shook his head in exasperation. I swear, it wouldn't surprise me to find out if she had a quirk that made her eyes into water spouts. She was crying that much. He groaned again as the principal continued his laughter. And the other one was even worse because she has mouth on her that makes Vlad seem like an amateur when it comes to swearing. He continued, the only reason I think that she didn't outright attack me is because her husband had a hold of her. Nezu nodded in understanding. Still, Mr. Aizawa, it's rather rude that you've left them alone all this time, he admonished lightly. They may think us uncaring if we leave them alone for too long. Aizawa closed his eyes tiredly. I never said that I left them alone, he muttered. That buffoon's here, and he was gracious enough to take over for me while I came to inform you. Nezu looked up at him. All might. Here, he smiled. I was wondering when he would finally accept my proposal to teach here. Well, I don't know, nor do I care why he's here, the tired-looking man sighed. All I care about is getting this utter fiasco over with. They continued down the hall at a quicker pace as Nezu was eager to meet with the boys' families in order to assure them of the children's well-being. When they arrived at the lounge, he heard raised voices, of course, but it was a sound of laughter as when he opened the door it was to find the tall, skinny form of one Toshinori Yagi entertaining the two families with stories from his time working with All Might. However, when the door opened and the man caught sight of the principal, he stopped mid-sentence. Ah, Nezu. He smiled happily. I was wondering when you would get here. He said boisterously. We've been having quite the time. Nezu smiled kindly at the man. So I've heard, he said, and thank you for keeping these lovely people company for me, he said before turning to address the families. It would be rather hard to not recognize which woman was the mother of either one of them. The similarities were uncanny. I apologize for keeping you all waiting as long as I have, but I had to make sure your boys were comfortable and well taken care of before leaving them to Recovery Girl. The woman that Nezu took to be Midoriya's mother stepped forward, worry clearly written across her face. My son is all right, isn't he? She asked, wringing her hands together while tears rose to her eyes. I was told that his quirk came in, and that he destroyed half of the school because it. An exaggeration if ever I heard one, madam, Nezu said. I've already heard from the man that brought him in, and he also happens to be one of my finest teachers, he assured her. When your son's quirk activated, he merely pulverized a bathroom and an exterior wall of the school. The woman looked appalled. Never fear, my dear lady, he was largely unharmed, and no one else was injured in the event. But he was hurt, right? Demanded the blonde woman that was obviously the mother of the other boy that had come with Vlad in order to help Midoriya. Nezu nodded his head slowly. Yes, but the injury was very minor and we were able to treat it quite quickly and effectively, he said while Midoriya's mother seemed to calm down. We were then able to gain some understanding about your son's quirk. He went on with a smile, and you'll be happy to know that our dear power loader is confident he has everything he needs to help the boy be able to not only see, but also use his quirk quite effectively for hero training. The woman sank down to the floor as the blonde woman and her husband moved to help her. Toshinori brought over a chair for her. Thank you, sir, she said shakily as the man helped her sit before she turned her attention back to the principal. I'm not sure how we can pay for all of this. The principal of Alderaan is talking about filing charges and Alderaan Junior High is about to be put under investigation. Aizawa piped up. There's been many rumors about the teachers openly allowing their students to use their quirks in and out of the classrooms, as well as there being some evidence that some of them may even be supporters of the Meta Liberation Army. The man that was most assuredly the blonde's husband stepped forward. I can attest to the students using their quirks, the man said. My sons told me as much several times since they liked picking on Izuku, the boy whose quirk just activated. Nezu smiled at the man. I thank you for your confirmation, Mr. Bakugo. The man introduced himself. Masaru Bakugo. He gestured to his wife. And this is my wife, Mitsuki, and our family friend Miss Izuku Midoriya. Nezu smiled at the trio. And I am delighted to make all of your acquaintances, he said happily. And Ms. Midoriya, you have nothing to fear as far as monetary payments are concerned. We are asking for nothing, he assured her as the woman sighed in relief. As a matter of fact, your son has already caught the eye of a certain hero who has expressed great interest in taking him on as a sidekick right away, he told the woman as her head snapped up. Toshinori looked at him in interest. Oh. He smiled. Who's after him? That would be Endeavor, Nezu said before the man coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling the parents. Are you all right, Mr. Yagi? Nezu asked, used to the man's sudden eruptions. Toshinori took a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his mouth. Yes, I'm quite all right, just startled as all, he said before tucking the cloth back into his pocket. You said that Endeavor wanted the kid. I did, and I know very well that he's not quite known as the most likable hero, my friend, but he is the number 2 hero for a reason, the mammal said. Toshinori scoffed. He's well known all right, he muttered bitterly. He's well known to be abusive, and to any villain that crosses his path. The man turned to Inko. Far be it from me to meddle in your son's potential affairs, ma'am, but I would keep him far away from Endeavor were I you. Inko nodded in understanding. I'm inclined to agree with you, sir, she said. Both of our sons have always favored All Might as the hero they wanted to be like. Toshinori seemed pleased with that little tidbit of information. And Endeavor seems to be a little too violent for my son's tastes. Both young men seem to have good heads on their shoulders, Nezu said. And while I'm certain that they would have no problems with our entrance exams, if it would make things easier on them, I wouldn't mind having them try out for the recommendation exams. Both mothers smiled and shook their heads. My son's always preferred earning what he wants, Inko said with a small shake of her head, and while I can't fully speak for Katsuki, I doubt that he would want to take an easy route, either. He wouldn't, Mitsuki said with a snort, never has, and never will. Aizawa gave a small smile beneath his scarf. I think I might like these too, he said before looking at the blonde woman. Sorry for asking, but I was listening in over the comms when they were bringing them in, and I heard your Katsuki say that he was responsible for Izuku not being able to control his quirk. The Bakugos looked down, both of them frowning deeply. Masaru spoke first. My son got a mixture of both of our quirks, he explained. I can secrete acid-laced sweat from my palms, and I can even make small explosions if I rub my hands together. And I secrete glycerin from my skin, she said. Both our quirks combined gave Katsuki a nitroglycerin-like sweat that he can set off himself, she said, and, well, since people like powerful quirks, and they thought that Katsuki would be a great hero considering he has a powerful quirk. It was more the teacher's fault than it was Katsuki's, Inko said in their defense. Katsuki's rather proud of what he can do, and since the teachers encouraged his behavior, he was influenced into using his quirk a lot on others. My son tried to stop him. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, and he doesn't anymore. Mitsuki sighed, we may have made it a little more clear of what we thought of him using such a dangerous quirk on others, she said while her husband nodded, and it's lead to a less than favorable relationship between us and our son. Inko smiled at her. Izuku doesn't blame him, and neither do I anymore, she said before turning to the teachers. Katsuki's gotten much better at controlling himself, so I hope you won't see this as something to worry about anymore. Far from it, Nezu said with a look toward Aizawa. A troubled student like your son is what I look forward to, he explained, and I will certainly look forward to both of them entering into this school once Power Loader is finished helping Izuku. Back with Izuku, are you sure about this? Izuku mumbled as he clutched the blindfold in front of him like a safety blanket while Power Loader settled a pair of what felt like glasses on his face. Power Loader just chuckled. Sure, I'm sure, he laughed. I made these beauties out of some ruby quartz I had lying around the shop, and I know for a fact that they'll be able to contain your optic blast, he said when he stepped away. Okay, kiddo, try opening your eyes. Izuku hesitated. Is there anything that might get destroyed in front of me? Recovery Girl chuckled. No, dear, everything's fine, she told the boy. Go ahead and open your eyes. Slowly, Izuku began opening his eyes, and saw that his world was now painted red. He looked around at the two adults standing next to him, and his friend nearby. I can see. Katsuki smirked at him, and you don't look like such a nerd anymore, he said. Power Loader chuckled. These will have to do for now, but I can whip up a visor for combat use, as well as something to wear while you're trying to sleep. The support course teacher said, but at least you won't be blowing the tops off of any mountains for a while. Izuku's shoulders slumped in relief. Thank you so much for helping me, he said to the teacher and nurse. I was so scared that I'd be blind because of this. Recovery Girl smiled and patted his knee. Not while we're around, sweetie, she said. Now, since you can see again, why don't you make your way to the ground floor? She suggested. You families are probably more worried than they should be. Izuku was marveling at the halls as he and Katsuki were led along by Recovery Girl to the lounge where their parents were waiting for them. Katsuki was watching his friend with a twitching brow. Could you please not nerd out for once? He demanded heatedly as the boy continued to flit around like a hummingbird from wall to wall. Izuku just turned around and grinned at him. How are you not? The boy gushed happily. This is UA. The school we've been dreaming about since we were kids. The ashen blonde had to smirk at that. All right, I'll admit, this place is cool, he said, but at the end of the day, it's still just a school. It's just the coolest school in the history of academics. Izuku beamed happily. The best of Japan's heroes graduated from these same halls. He was dancing around giddily. All might and endeavor, the number 1 and number 2 heroes went here. Recovery Girl chuckled. My goodness, she smiled at the pair. I haven't seen anyone this excited about being in school for a long time, she said while Katsuki just shook his head at the verdette. Between the two of us, the blonde said while Izuku kept bouncing around, we're the most determined out of our class to get into UA's hero course. The elderly heroine smiled. Well, I can honestly say that you two won't have any problems unless you're just blatantly stupid about your tests, she said with a hint of joking in her tone, and I certainly don't see Nezu allowing your friend to attend any other school aside from this one. Katsuki looked down at her. I know that Vlad told you that this school takes on troubled cases, didn't he? The blonde nodded. Well, Izuku being unable to control his quirk certainly counts. The HPSC would snap him up otherwise, and turn him into the next Lady Nagant. Katsuki snorted. Nah, Deku's too soft for that kind of work. She looked at him, a scowl on her face. He knows I call him that sometimes, he explained. It used to drive our folks crazy because of what it meant, but he flipped it on its head and told them that it was my way of saying, you can do it, or something like that. But that isn't how it started, is it? Recovery Girl was sounding extremely judgmental at the moment, but sighed a moment later. I won't tell you two how to conduct yourselves around each other when you've probably known each other for a long time, but you might want to keep that nickname between the two of you, she said as they came to the lounge. Some of the teachers aren't as understanding as the rest of us. Meanwhile, Izuku was still having the time of his life, even if the only color he could see was black and different shades of red. Each classroom they passed had enormous doors on them, most likely for those with quirks that made them larger than usual, or had true gigantification quirks. He wanted so much to peek inside and see how the classes were conducted, but even he managed to restrain himself. Given his history with the teachers at Alderaan, he was always blamed for whatever trouble was caused, even when he was nowhere near the scene when it happened. As he was about to pass another room, someone grabbed him by the back of his shirt. Izuku, come on. Katsuki said from behind him. We're in enough trouble already. Izuku hissed. You really think we're gonna get in trouble for what happened? He asked, though he was certain he already knew the answer. The principal would do anything to discredit him because he thought he was a quirkless kid playing at having a quirk. More than once he had heard the man talking to Katsuki about abandoning their friendship and looking for someone else to hang around with. Katsuki had gotten so tired of it that he had cursed him out so badly that he had the man in tears. Katsuki gave out a sigh. I don't think we're gonna weasel our way out of this one, he said, shrugging. The bastards had it out for both of us since the beginning of the year, even if he does treat me like the goose that laid the golden egg. The blonde muttered the last part, the words leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Behind them, Recovery Girl chuckled once more. If you two are referring to the school that Midoriya wrecked because of his quirk, she smiled as the two turned to her and nodded. Then I think you'll find that you won't have much to worry about, she said as she pointed her cane at the pair of them. You see, the reason that Vlad was even there today was because he was investigating the school for illegal quirk usage within the classrooms. She explained. Not many middle schools are able to get a license that allows them to train quirks, and fewer still have the funding to afford such a license. Alderaan doesn't seem like a school that would have the money required to finance a proper training area, let alone a quirk preparation license. Izuku frowned. Well, I know I never saw a license like that whenever I was called to the principal's office. A troublemaker, Recovery Girl chuckled. Katsuki shook his head. Nah, the teachers just liked blaming him for shit that wasn't his fault. He jerked his thumb at the verdette. He was basically quirkless until what? He looked at his friend. An hour ago. Izuku shrugged. Basically. Anyway, the blonde continued, throwing another thumb at his friend. This guy's more by the books than some cops we've met. Izuku frowned at him. Hey, I've gotten in plenty of trouble outside of school. Why he felt the need to defend himself, he didn't know. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Nerd, the only time I've actually seen you in real trouble was that one time you tried to sneak one of my dad's cigars, he reminded him, turning to Recovery Girl to explain, and then he was only curious about why my dad liked them so much. He said while the woman chuckled, our moms found out and chewed him out something awful before they both got onto dad about leaving his cigars lying around for a kid to get into. He chuckled. He hasn't smoked one since then, at least not in the house. The woman rolled her eyes. Well, rest assured, you boys won't be seeing any trouble from your old school, she smiled. It's why Vlad left so suddenly. He's going to be presenting his findings to the educational board of the HPSC, and once they're after them, there's no getting way. She started down the hall again. Come along, boys, we've kept your families waiting long enough. The scene that greeted the two boys when Recovery Girl left them to return to the nurse's office while they entered the lounge was that of their mothers laughing hysterically while they were crowded around a tall, thin blonde man as they were scrolling through their phones. And this, Mitsuki said while grinning hugely, is my boy when he was 4, huh? She laughed. He and Izuku got matching onesies at their birthday parties, and they wore them every day. The man she was showing her phone to sputtered as he saw the image. Aren't they darling? Izuku felt cold dread spreading through him while Katsuki's eye was twitching violently. Kachan, are they? Yup. The blonde ground out while Inko showed the man another picture on her phone, prompting more laughter. Hey, you old hag. The blonde roared before his mother could show off another baby picture. Brat, the woman snapped right back, I told you not to call me that. Least of all in public. I'll call you whatever the hell I want to if you keep showing off those damned pictures. The blonde whipped around on his friend, I thought you deleted all of them. Izuku backpedaled, so they had backups. Sue me, he yelped right before he was suddenly pulled forward by an unseen force. Ack. My baby, Inko wailed, having used her quirk on the boy's clothes to haul him to her like a sack of laundry. He was then brought into her arms with bone-crushing force. I was so worried about you when I got the call from the school. Were you hurt? Did they treat you all right? Oh, my baby. Inko's sudden change from proud to blubbering mother was enough to make even Aizawa flinch. All the while Izuku was turning blue in the face from how tight he was being hugged. Kachan help, he squeaked. Auntie, you gonna choke him like that? Katsuki shouted at the woman while she was crying absolute fountains of tears. One stream was actually hitting the blonde man in the face. But Katsuki's shout brought her out of it quick enough as she released her son for a much-needed gasp of air. Oh, dear, sorry about that, she said to the blonde man, offering him a handkerchief from her purse. I get so emotional that I can't help myself. The man just chuckled as he dabbed at his face. Oh, not to worry, Ms. Midoriya, he said good-naturedly, I wouldn't be in the position I am if I couldn't handle a little bit of moisture. He handed her back to cloth, but I can see that power loader was able to solve the little problem your son was reported to have. He said with a gesture to the now shaded teen. His mother looked at him. Oh, my, you're right, she said as she took in the new set of sunglasses the boy was now wearing. Those actually look quite nice on you, sweetie. She said before taking out her phone and snapping a picture of him before he could protest. Oh, this will make you such a lady killer, she said dreamily. The only other thing she loved more than her son was the idea of having grandchildren. Izuku was too out of breath to care about the picture for the moment. His attention was more on the principal as the mammal sat across from a shabby-looking man with a gray scarf wrapped around his neck. I'm glad to see you doing so well after seeing the condition you were in earlier, young man, he said with a gentle smile. Allow me to introduce myself, your UA's principal, Nezu, Izuku blurted out suddenly before his brain caught up with his mouth, and clamped it shut. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Nezu simply chuckled at the boy's panic. There's no need to apologize, Mr. Midoriya, the mammal said. Your mother has already told us that you have a sharp mind, and often take highly detailed notes on heroes and their quirks. He smiled at the boy. I think I feel honored that you would even know about me at all when so few know who actually runs this school, or try to forget that their children are under the care of an animal. Now then, the principal continued, I would like to know a few things about your history with Alderaan Junior High, if you would be so kind. Katsuki stepped forward. What do you want to know? Nezu smiled at the blonde. Oh, the usual, my boy, he said, how the teachers treated you, your experiences in the classrooms, and how often the students used their quirks. The two boys looked at each other for a moment before the blonde gave him a nod. They then launched into a long and detailed explanation of their time as students at Alderaan, and how Izuku was treated since his quirk only recently manifested. And the special treatment that Katsuki received since his quirk was so powerful. I see, Nezu said a few minutes later, and you've both experienced this sort of treatment during your time there. Izuku nodded. Well, yeah, they thought I was quirkless, he shrugged. It was only natural that they treated me differently. The hell it was, Katsuki grumbled. There were plenty of students that you could beat down even if they used their quirks, he told the verdette, looking at the principal. I always hated the way they'd try to kiss my ass every day. Like doing that was gonna make them famous or something. Aizawa frowned behind his scarf. Most schools nowadays will try to promote the fact that famous heroes were taught there, he said with a shake of his head. Yue is even guilty of it. He cast a look of annoyance in Toshinori's direction while the man flinched. All Might makes it no small secret where he trained to become a hero, and then there's Endeavor, the No. 2 hero, who also graduated from this school, he shrugged. It has its uses since we have plenty of funds to conduct our classes. But schools all across the world are starting to advertise which heroes graduated from them. Which makes me believe that the principal of Alderaan is guilty of more than just allowing students to use their quirks in the classroom. Nezu said with frown. Then there came a very menacing gleam in the mammal's beady black eyes. I can't wait for Vlad to get more information on them so that I can take them apart. Toshinori gave a small shiver. Nezu, about what we were talking about earlier. The blonde man said with a gesture toward the boys, I think it's only right to let the boy know that he's caught the eye of a hero. Izuku looked at him. Really? He muttered, feeling embarrassed. I did. Nezu nodded. Indeed you did, my young friend. He then shook his head. However, I doubt that you will be pleased with who it was that witnessed your show of power in the medical ward. Katsuki frowned. Someone was watching us. Yes, Nezu said. I know that it was rather rude, but the two men and their children wanted to see how we handled situations like Mr. Midoriya's, he explained. However, one of them took quite a shine to you after seeing how your optic blast was able to damage a solid piece of adamantium. Toshinori sputtered. He's that strong. Don't interrupt, Toshinori, it's rude, Nezu chided the man before clearing his throat. Ahem, as I was saying, the hero that was watching wanted to have you as an intern should you decide to attend UA. Katsuki elbowed his friend. Hey, see if he'd take me on, too. Come on. Izuku chuckled and shoved him away, returning his shaded gaze to the mammal. Who was it that was interested? Endeavor. The moment the man's name left his mouth saw the two boys pale considerably. Toshinori chuckled. Not a fan, Katsuki sat back. Do you know how many fatalities that guy has? The ashen blonde asked, shaking his head. My quirk's way more dangerous than his Hellflame quirk, and that's me being careful, but he never hesitates to use deadly force. Izuku was nodding. He's also been reported to be abusive towards others. The boy said, he doesn't have a lot of fans like All Might does because he comes off as cold and menacing even to the people he saves. Izuku shook his head. I'm honored, but I'd have to say no. But we do want to come to UA. Katsuki suddenly blurted out, Izuku nodding furiously beside him. It's been our dream since we were kids. Nezu smiled widely at the pair. That makes me exceedingly happy, boys, he said. However, I think that first the two of you will need a little training. Aizawa looked at the rodent. That's blatant favoritism. True, Nezu agreed, and it would go against UA morals if we offered you early training. His gaze slipped to the blonde sitting near the window. However, Mr. Yagi here is a very good personal trainer, as well as a personal assistant to All Might himself. The parents and children all turned to the blonde man as he blushed under the mammal's praise, and I think that you would benefit greatly from the experience, Toshinori. When was the last time you trained someone? Quite some time ago, Toshinori chuckled, giving the principal a look. But are you sure about this? He asked. Aizawa has a point about the favoritism thing. Nezu nodded. And it would be if you were working for UA, the mammal said. However, I don't recall having someone by your name on my extensive list of employees. Nezu smiled and pointed toward Izuku, and while I see that the young man is fit for someone his age, he could do with a little improvement, and I believe that Mr. Bakugo wouldn't mind a little training himself. Masaru stood. Wait, hold on. The man said and gestured to the boys. Izuku just blew up their school. No offense, son. None taken, uncle, Izuku said bashfully. Ahem, it's fine if you want the boys trained up a little before trying out for your exams, Masaru continued, but how are they supposed to graduate? It'll take us months to find a different school for them to enroll in, especially since I'm sure Izuku's records have plenty of black marks on them thanks to that puffed-up money-hungry S.O.B. of a teacher. Aizawa looked at the man. Well, if that's what you're worried about, the man said, while UA doesn't have any junior high schools, it does have an online course for those grades for certain students that are homeschooled. He gave a rare smile. If these two want to skip all of the courses and go straight to the graduation exams, they should have no problems. Which would free up their remaining time to train their bodies, and for young Mr. Midoriya to gain some much-needed experience with his quirk. Nezu agreed while the blonde man just chuckled. If the two of you would like, I can have the tests brought up on a couple of our computers in just a few minutes. Then you two will be free of your junior high shackles, and be well on your way to getting into a fine hero school. What do you say? Izuku frowned and looked at the blonde next to him. What do you think, Kachan? I say we go for it. Katsuki nodded. Not like we're gonna get a better offer than this, and you need to get a handle on those eyes of yours. Izuku smiled, and looked at the principal. We'll do it. Several days later. Yaoyorozu Estate. Momo Yaoyorozu's life at home was an incredibly dull one. Her father often reminded her that her life was much more luxurious than that of many others, which was quite possibly true as the girl wanted for nothing. She had maids at her beck and call, food fit for Michelin star restaurants, and closets so full of clothes that she outgrew much of them before she could even try them on. Yet, as stated before, it was dull. Add to the fact that her father was raising her like a prized breeding mare, Momo felt like she was in a cage. Her only reprieve was when she was able to leave the house on her frequent shopping trips. She went out so often when she reached her teenage years that her father didn't even ask where she was going anymore. Which meant she was only free from him whenever she was spending his money. Of which she knew he kept track of. She was planning one such outing that very day and was on her way to her father's office to let him know she was leaving as a courtesy. She came down the stairs from her room, and strode toward the massive double doors that were his private office. Father, she said, not even bothering to knock, I wanted to, oh. Her hand flew to her lips as she saw a guest sitting in front of her father. Forgive me, father, I had no idea you were entertaining company today. The man seemed in a better mood than she would have thought considering that she had just interrupted him in the middle of a meeting. He was smiling at her. Think nothing of it, daughter, he said in a jovial tone. This was a rather surprising visit. He informed her before asking, are you going out? She nodded, painting a false smile on her face. Yes, I wanted to let you know before I left. She said while the man he was meeting with ignored her. Though when she entered the room, she saw him turn his head ever so slightly, giving her a glimpse of what looked to be an ornately decorated plague doctor's mask. Her father nodded. Just be safe, dear, there's been a rise in villain activity throughout this area since All Might returned, he snorted. One would think that with him in the area, the scum would stay where it belongs. Indeed, father, she said as she turned to leave. Sorry for bothering you, sir, she said to the guest before shutting the door and leaving them alone. Outside the door, she shivered, feeling as though she had just been in the presence of someone vile. Meanwhile, Ishin sat back in his chair comfortably. And this is why you should call me in advance for these meetings, he told the man across from him. While my daughter knows I have dealings with less than savory businesses, I would prefer she be kept in the dark about many of those business deals. I apologize for that, his guest said, but the matter that I wanted to discuss was of the greatest importance. Ishin sighed and laced his fingers together. I have a feeling that it has something to do with Japan's #1 trained monkey. He said, referring to the return of All Might to the city. Do you need safer routes for your trigger transportation? The guest sighed. Maybe, but that is something I believe I have a solution to for a later date. He reached into his coat, and produced a manila folder. This is what I wanted to speak with you about. He passed the folder over to the man, something that I think will turn this heroic society on its head. He opened the folder and began looking through it with interest, his eyes widening. Chisaki. I'm not sure I'm fond of this idea of yours, Ishin said with a frown. He closed the folder. It has merit, my boy, but is there no way to get around the extraction of the materials? The now named Chisaki shrugged. My quirk allows me to repair whatever damage the extraction process produces, he replied. What I really need is a better way to refine the product. He explained while Ishin handed him back the folder. The product itself has been tested, and it works, Yaoyorozu. He told the man, think about it. A drug that erases a person's quirk. He said with a flourish, there are people out there that would pay several fortunes for something like this. I agree with you, Ishin said, but the fact that you have to harvest the materials from. He shook his head. I can look for someone that can help you with the refining process, but do not show these documents to me again, nor do I want to hear about the source, he said, lest I lose my resolve, you understand. Chisaki nodded. I do. He said, not everyone has the stomach for this sort of thing. Indeed, he sighed, and leaned forward. I am on board with this new product, Chisaki, make no mistake of that. he said as his voice took on a hardened edge, but if you are caught, she eyes narrowed, not only will I cut ties with you, but I will do everything within my power to bury those severed ties, do you understand? Chisaki nodded. I understand fully, he said, it's nothing that I wouldn't do myself were the situations reversed. His own eyes narrowed, you have a lovely daughter, after all. Ishin smiled at him. Don't try to threaten me, boy, the man said, she may be my daughter, and worth her own weight in gold, but do not think that you can use her against me. He leaned back in his chair. Perhaps you would do me a favor in ending her, he pondered aloud, that way I can produce a proper male heir to my business empire instead of waiting for her to produce a suitable male grandchild. Chisaki gave a huff. You really are one of the coldest people I've ever met. Says the man that periodically tears apart a child, Ishin reminded him, as I said, all I care about is my portion of the profits, he went on as he sat back, and soon I will have the country's number 2 hero in my back pocket through the union of our children, provided that little whelp even favors women. He began to grin. Even though I don't care for the physical harm you must inflict, this drug may prove useful to me, and soon. Mustafar City. Dagoba Beach. When Izuku and Katsuki accepted the offer of training, the two boys had no idea whatsoever to what they were agreeing to. Once the tests to graduate were taken, and deemed passable, Toshinori Yagi had become a nightmare. He planned out their entire days from the moment they woke up to the moment they went to sleep. He even made meal plans for the pair of them to help them with muscle growth. Exercising had only been the tip of the iceberg when their training began, however. The first morning they had arrived at the beach, they had found it to be completely covered in garbage. Old appliances, litter, even some old car parts were buried in the sand. And it was now their task to clean all of it within 10 months until the UA entrance exams took place. Nerd, are you even lifting? Katsuki groaned as both of them attempted to haul an old washing machine up the steps to the back of Toshinori's truck to be hauled off. Izuku groaned right back, of course I am. He snapped, just watch your feet. How the can I watch my goddamn feet when I can't see down past my chin? Katsuki groaned, his chin resting on the rusted appliance. The two continued to struggle with the machine and finally managed to lift it over the last step. Hell. The blonde groaned as he sat down to rest, I've lifted weights that didn't feel this damned heavy. Izuku nodded in agreement, maybe we should have gone to a gym instead. He asked with a hint of joking in his tone, knowing full well that they were lucky to be trained by the blonde man. You can quit anytime you want, nerd, the ashen blonde breathed out, I'm sticking with this shit to the end. He said as the man in question came up to them with bottles of water. Katsuki looked up at him. You're a sadist, you know that, old man. He said, accepting the water. Toshinori chuckled as he handed the other bottle to Izuku. Well, I've been called worse than that, he said, but I have to say that you boys are doing well. He smiled as the boys gulped down their water. It's only been a week, and you've moved several tons of metal. We know, Izuku groaned, his arms feeling like wet noodles. I've never felt so sore in my life, not even when Kachan blasted me. I said I was sorry, didn't I? Katsuki roared while Toshinori laughed. Besides, I haven't used my quirk on anyone, not since. Toshinori sighed. He had been informed of the boys' past with each other, and the reason behind Izuku's lack of control over his quirk. And after Izuku's quirk had finally gained enough energy to make itself known to the world, Katsuki's blame of himself had only worsened. Izuku certainly didn't blame him anymore, if he ever did at all, though his guilt seemed to be a driving point. After a few moments of resting and finishing their water, the pair returned to moving the machine toward the truck, and manhandled it into the bed. Toshinori then clapped his hands. All right boys, let's call that a day. He said, this is the 5th load today, so after we take it to the scrap yard, what say we grab some food? I could eat. Izuku nodded tiredly. What about you? He asked his friend. Katsuki nodded. Mango habanero wings, he said wistfully, I could eat a mountain of them. Izuku made a face. How can you eat something that's spicy? He asked as Toshinori shut the tailgate. Those things practically melted my face of the first time you convinced me to try them. Katsuki scoffed. I told you to use the blue cheese dipping sauce, but no, you said you couldn't stand the smell. Not everyone likes blue cheese, Kachan, Izuku argued as they got into the vehicle. He then turned to Toshinori. You don't like it, do you? The man just grinned. I'm more of a ranch dressing kind of guy. See, Izuku pointed out. ... The other boy accused. I'm not. Toshinori was laughing himself silly by the time they rolled out of the parking lot and down the road toward the scrap yard. Enji Todoroki's brow was twitching violently as he stared down at his youngest son. What did you say to me, boy? He demanded as the boy stared back at him defiantly. I said I'm not going. Shoto Todoroki sneered up at him. I already told you that I have no intention of marrying that girl, no matter what you do. He saw a movement near his father's wrist. Go ahead and hit me. The boy said. Add another mark to match the other side. He gestured to the ugly scar that adorned the left side of his face. Enji's eyes narrowed at the boy. I don't have to anything to you, boy, he intoned darkly. I could have Ray moved into a different, stricter ward of the sanatorium. He let it sink in for a moment as the boy's face twisted with fury. Now would you care to rethink your answer? Shoto clenched his fists angrily. You're a real bastard, you know that. Only when you choose to disobey me. His father grinned at the boy, then gestured to his room. Now go get ready. It won't benefit us to be late. Shoto turned around angrily and returned to his room. His father had laid out clothes for him to wear, a white suit and red tie. He was half tempted to ruin it out of spite, but he knew that it wouldn't do any good. He would just buy another one and make him wear that. He dressed quickly, wanting to get the meeting over with as soon as possible. His father had arranged to meet the Yaoyorozus at a small restaurant in order for the two of them to get to know each other. However, Shoto had no intention of making things easy. He would not speak to her, or her father. He didn't even plan on looking at them if he could avoid it. Shoto, hurry it up. He heard his father yell. Shoto sighed as he adjusted the tie around his neck. Better to make a bad impression and be done with the entire farce sooner rather than later. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, illegal dumping grounds. Momo wrinkled her nose in distaste. Father, I don't mean to be rude, the young woman said while she looked out of the large windows of the restaurant, but are you certain that this is the right area? Ishin chuckled. I assure you, dear daughter, that the food here is well worth the horrendous scenery. He gestured to the scene outside of the window where once sat lovely beach area, but now it was covered by nothing but a heaps of garbage. And the smell? She asked as the breeze from the door caused a very unpleasant odor to waft in. I confess that my appetite may leave me if it gets any worse. Her father chuckled. Trust me, dear, you'll soon forget it. Momo nodded. The quaint little restaurant did suit her taste quite well. And the smells coming from the kitchen area were quite tantalizing, despite the rank odors coming from the dump site. I will attempt to ignore it, she relented, though I hope things will go well. She said, tongue-in-cheek. In truth, daughter, I expect things to fall through, her father said, much to her confusion. Do not get me wrong, dear, but that Todoroki boy seems like a lost cause to me. Momo understood that quite well, and she was hoping that it was true. From all that she had heard about Endeavor, she felt that she had no interest in becoming his daughter-in-law. Either way, at least I will be able to get into a good high school, she said, hoping that he would still allow her to attend UA. And if half the things I've heard about UA are true, then I should have a bright future. Her father held up his hand to silence her. Dear, I know that you wish to become a heroine, but believe me, I think that, should this marriage not follow through, your time would be better spent at finding a more suitable husband. He smiled at her. That way your children can take over the company when I retire. Momo tried to keep her face the emotionless mask she had built over the years, but a slight twitch came to her left brow. Thankfully, her father failed to notice, and she decided right there and then that she was going to do everything in her power to spite the man and become one of the best heroines in the business. Placing her hands on the table, she rose. Forgive me, father, but that smell. She turned and headed for the door. I am in need of some fresh air and a good stretch of my legs. Her father shrugged. Just don't wander very far, daughter. Our guests may be here at any moment, he said, though his eyes were narrowed as the girl strode out of the door. Dream all you want, girl, it will never come true. Outside, Momo waited until she was at least a few blocks away before crossing the street over to the beach area. The smell was even worse than she imagined it would be up close. Still, she made her way down to the sand, and walked right to the water's edge. The sea breeze was enough to remove the lingering odors from her nose. She then took a deep breath, and let out the loudest angered and frustrated scream she could produce. Stupid, inconsiderate, money-hungry, pig-headed idiot. She kicked a discarded can out into the surf and watched it sink. It was then washed back up onto the shore a few moments later as the girl caught her breath. She sank down to the sand, drawing her legs up to her chest and burying her face in her knees. I have to get away from him, she muttered into her skirt. If I don't, I'm going to go insane. Are you insane? Momo's head shot up. Who said? Of course I'm not, shouted a new voice added to the first. I'm just saying that this would go a hell of a lot faster if we just blasted everything. The shouted words were followed by a small explosion akin to a firecracker. Kachan, you know we're on thin enough ice as it is, the first voice said, prompting her to get up from the sand, brushing off her skirt as she went to dislodge any sand. The last thing we need is you getting us in trouble for blowing something up. It's just garbage, the second voice said frustratedly as she peeked around a large pile to see a pair of teenage boys arguing. A very filthy pair of teenage boys. Both of them were stripped down to their muscle shirts and jogging pants. Both of them were covered head to toe in grime, they even had a few bits and pieces in their hair. One of them was an ashen blonde boy with red eyes. No one's gonna care if I destroy this shit. The blonde spoke up, revealing himself to be the second speaker. The other boy wore a set of what looked like sunglasses, seeming vaguely familiar to her for a moment. Then she realized that she had seen him before. He's the boy I saw when we visited UA, she thought with a small smile coming to her lips as the two boys continued to bicker back and forth, and that blonde one must be his friend that was with him. We're still in a public area, Kachan, and we don't have permission to use our quirks, the green-haired boy pointed out to Kachan, while the blonde just pouted in a way that reminded her of a growling Pomeranian. A thought that almost made her giggle. Besides, I don't want any more trouble after everything you and Mr. Vlad went through get me to UA. The blonde one he'd called Kachan crossed his arms. If we don't work with that quirk of yours, you'll never get the hang of it, he said while tapping the side of his head next to his eyes. You nearly lost your glasses, too. What happens if they get knocked off in combat? The green-haired boy, she was trying to recall what his name was, adjusted his glasses. I know, and I nearly took your head off, he said, sounding fearful. She remembered that the boy was basically blind if he didn't have those special ruby quartz glasses. Power Loader said that he was going to build something that I could wear to bed so I wouldn't blast anything if I woke up suddenly, like goggles, but I still have to move them out of the way to fire a blast. What about a support item? The blonde asked. You know that I can't fire off large-scale explosions without a lot of strain on my arms, he said, holding out his muscular arms, so I'm having a type bracer made that can store up my nitro sweat so I can let loose one huge monster blast from either arm without hurting myself. The other boy pointed to his glasses. Yeah, but don't these already count? He asked. I mean, I can take them off and keep my eyes closed. But you can't know where to aim when you open them, the blonde went on. What you need is something like a visor, one that has a lenses that can open and close made out of that ruby stuff like your glasses. Momo turned her back on them for a moment, thinking about the display she had seen at the school's medical ward. How his ocular beams had actually been strong enough to crumple and warp a solid piece of adamantium metal. He would need something strong so his beams wouldn't harm it, but ruby quartz is proven to be the only thing that the beams can't harm, and can even block the power of 2 gigawatts worth of energy he's proven to have. She adopted a thinking pose, her chin pinched between her fingers as a design popped into her head. What could it be made of that would stand up against that kind of power? She thought for a moment longer, knowing that vibranium would absorb energy from his beams and potentially injure him. Dragonite, maybe. She wondered idly if she would be able to create such a rare metal, knowing that the chemical makeup of it to be exceedingly complex. The same could be said of the ruby quartz needed for the lens of such a device. She looked back over her shoulder at the two boys as they continued their discussion. He was so scared just a few days ago. She smiled at the boy. Now he's here doing God knows what. She then saw them both moving large hunks of garbage around and taking it up the steps leading to the parking lot. Oh my, they're cleaning the beach. She thought with delight. It was enough for her, because she decided that the green-haired boy with the ocular beams deserved something for his troubles. She looked around the beach to make sure that no one was around to see her as she raised her blouse up to expose her stomach while she concentrated on the complex piece of gear she was making. She felt an enormous drain on her energy reserves as the item formed and began to protrude from her skin, and fell to the sandy ground. She wiped a small amount of sweat from her brow, her stomach giving out a low growl of hunger now that she had made something so complex. She looked down at her work and smiled before picking it up, wondering fleetingly how she could gift it to the boy without, what exactly? Her brow furrowed. It wasn't like her to act shy around people. Her quirk required her to expose copious amounts of her bare skin after all, so why was she hesitating when it came to this boy? It's not like I'm interested in him or something silly like that, she thought to herself as the boys returned and started shoving an old stove up the steps. A faint blush rose to her cheeks as she watched the boys work, her eyes on the green-haired one, although, she felt her heart thud against her ribs. He is rather nice to look at. Even though he was covered in grime, she could see that the boy had a very healthy physique. Healthy because most of the young men she had been introduced to stuck to very strict diets to keep themselves from growing fat. These two, however, looked as though they worked for every muscle they had. Then she saw the grins on their faces as they worked, and realized why she couldn't just walk out and give the support item to the boy. It's because I don't know how to act around people like them, she thought. What her father called common people, the people she wanted to be like so much that it hurt. Certainly there were girls from her school that she could interact with, but they were like her. From wealthy families that often looked down on those that had very little. She looked down at the visor in her hands. The materials alone were worth a fortune. And it had a very beautiful design if she were to boast about her skills. But he doesn't have to know that, she thought idly, her devious side trying to take the reins. It's rude to spy on people. Momo whirled around with scream rising to her lips. The visor dropped to the ground as she covered her mouth and rolled to the feet of a tall, thin man standing just a few feet from her. The man was gaunt, and the sclera of his eyes was black instead of white, a sigh of Quirk overuse. But his face held a smile on it instead of anger or outrage as he bent to pick up the device. Turning it over in his hands to examine it, he smiled at her. Very fine craftsmanship, my dear. He said. He glanced around her, checking to see if the boys had heard them. I take it that this was meant for one of my students. Momo's face was lit like a Christmas tree. I didn't mean, that is to say oh, dear Lord. She beeped, her face aflame as she sank down to her knees in embarrassment. The strange man chuckled for a moment, and knelt down next to her. Not to worry, young lady, I won't say anything. He held up the visor, and if you would like, I can say that this visor was a gift from someone in our R&D department at Might Towers, he suggested. Might Towers, she breathed out, you mean you're... The man nodded. Toshinori Yagi, personal aide to All Might and UA's #1 talent scout, he said with a bit of a flourish, and, for the moment, the personal trainer of these two extraordinary young men, he said as the girl tried to regain her composure, but if I may ask, why all the cloak and dagger nonsense? Oh, Momo's blush returned, you see Whether it was by fortune or misfortune, the young heiress was saved from answering when there came the loud screeching of tires followed by the sickening sound of metal slamming against metal. Toshinori paled as the sound gave way to grinding, shredding metal and people screaming up on the streets. Oh no, the man rushed past her and hurried up the steps, boys. He hollered out as she followed after him without thinking. As she crested the steps, she found what could only be described as pandemonium. What had started out as two cars colliding turned into a pile-up as other cars failed to slow down in time to avoid the inevitable crash. A few had managed to avoid the pile-up, only end up smashing into a storefront, a fire hydrant, and a lamp post. Just from a glance she could that there were several injured people. She then saw Toshinori rolling up his sleeves. Young lady, I hate to ask, but I think we might need some help, he said as she saw the two boys prying the door of one car open to help the occupant get out. Young Midoriya, young Bakugo. Be sure to check for any injuries. He called out, watch for broken limbs and head wounds. Right, the boy with green hair called out. Got it. Bakugo, the blonde, yelled at the same time as the two of them gingerly pulled the driver out of the car, Midoriya supporting their shoulders while Bakugo took hold of their legs to lay them down on the sidewalk. Momo looked around frantically. What can I do? She asked the man as he made his way over to one of the totaled vehicles. What's your quirk? He asked as the girl followed after him. Any healing abilities? Momo shook her head. No, but I can make any sort of non-living material, whether it be organic or inorganic, as long as I know the molecular make, so I can make bandages and perhaps some alcohol for cleaning wounds. She said with hope of being able to help the situation. To her relief, Toshinori turned around and beamed at her. Perfect, go help the boys for now. He pointed to where they were tending to the injured driver. I'll call you over if I need anything. Right, without even thinking over it, she used her quirk to create a roll of gauze and medical tape as she moved toward the pair. Here, she knelt next to them. What injuries does he have? Midoriya didn't even look up as he was holding a handkerchief against the man's head above his right eye. He has a head wound, and Kachan thinks he might have a broken arm. Momo nodded and created a few pads to place over the man's wound and wrapped it with the gauze. How bad is his arm? She asked of the blonde boy. Not bad, but he needs something to keep it steady, he said while he watched her work by creating a forearm splint. The man groaned as she worked on him. You're all right, she said with what she hoped was a comforting smile. There are ambulances on the way. Thank you. The man rasped out as Midoriya supported his head. Toshinori had finished helping someone else from the crash. Young lady, I could use some bandages over here. He called out. Momo turned. I'll be right there. She turned back to the two boys, handing off the gauze and tape to the blonde. Can you handle the rest? Bakugo nodded. We'll be fine. He took the supplies. Get moving. Momo pouted as she rose and moved over to help Toshinori. He could stand to be a little nicer, she thought idly as she created more medical supplies. Kachan, you need to be nice to her. She heard the freckled teen admonish his friend on her behalf. That brought a small smile to her face as reached Toshinori and helped him administer aid to the woman he was supporting. From that moment on, her body moved as if on autopilot as she went from one person to the next in order to bind their wounds. In the back of her mind she knew that she heard her father calling out to her, but she pushed it out of her head in order to keep herself going. By the time that the ambulances arrived she had treated over half of the people involved in the accident and she finally had a moment to take stock of herself. Her once white skirt was now ripped and torn around the hem while it was painted with flecks of blood. Her pink blouse was in a similar state. Her hands, where once they were smoother than piano keys, now looked as though she had been climbing rocks barehanded. Her face looked as though she had been through a fire as it was smudged with grease, blood and dirt. All the sound in the world seemed to be muted as she and the two boys were leaned up against one of the ruined cars as paramedics and firemen began taking care of the rest of the work they had started. Police officers were speaking with her father, and Endeavor. When did he get here? She wondered as someone handed her a water bottle, as the incident was being taken down as a DUI incident. The man, Toshinori, she recalled from his introduction, was speaking with Endeavor and her father over the incident, her father looking exceedingly upset while casting displeased glances in her direction. He must be angry that I've made such a mess of myself, she thought tiredly as she gulped down a mouthful of water and her stomach gave out a pained growl, letting her know that she was very close to fainting from hypoglycemia. I'm too tired to even move my legs, she sighed inwardly, let alone beg for something to eat. She saw Shoto there as well, looking at the scene with indifference. Doesn't he feel anything? She wondered as the boy started over in her direction. He stopped just a few feet from her. I have to say that I'm impressed by all of this, he said, which made her think that he was praising her for her actions. But his face was cold and uncaring. It must have taken a lot to stage something like this. Momo felt her jaw drop. Stage? You think this was staged? She breathed out. Why else would a person of your stature lower herself to such menial tasks? Shoto asked with an unchanging face. It was like a slap in the face. Almost as if her father was locking her in her room, to be raised as nothing more than a pretty songbird in a cage. Her exhaustion was quickly being replaced by something foreign, but she knew exactly what it was: blind fury. She had always disliked Endeavor because of his cold attitude toward those of civilian status, but she had thought that his son might have been different. Her face twisted in an angered snarl. "Oh, yeah, this is staged all right," said the verdette on her right in a flippant tone. "Can't you see how much bad acting is going on around here?" She looked at him to see the boy glaring up at the heterochromic boy. Fake car accident, fake injuries. He wiped his face, looking down at his wrist. "Oh, and looky here," he held out the limb. "Fake blood." Bakugo's head lolled toward his friend tiredly. "Deku, come on," the ashen blonde said. "No need to take this joker seriously." Shoto glared at the blonde. "What did you call me?" "A joker," Bakugo said tiredly. "What, are you hard of hearing?" The boy asked. "If you think this shit is a joke, then you gotta be a joker," he reasoned, jerking his thumb at the two at his side. "I watched this chick set someone's leg while shades over there held the poor sap down," he said before leaning his head back against the car, "and she helped me keep someone from bleeding out all over the pavement," he went on while holding up his bloodied hands. "If you think that's fake, then you're dumber than that dye job you've got." "Dye job?" Momo asked with a look up at Shoto, taking in the fact that one side of his hair was white while the other was red. It was involuntary, but her cheeks puffed out in a small laugh before she could stop herself. The boy glared at them. "How much did my father pay you to take all of this seriously?" he asked angrily. Midoriya looked at him as if he were ready to take his glasses off. "We don't even know who you are, let alone your dad," the verdette sighed. "He's Endeavor's son," Momo said without thought. Bakugo scoffed. "No wonder this guy's a joker," he smirked. "Endeavor's the biggest joke in the country." She saw Shoto's left eye twitch while steam began to rise from his skin. "Is there a problem here?" someone asked from behind the boy. Momo looked up to see her father standing there, his hands tucked behind his back, looking more than a little upset. She smiled at him. "No, father," the girl said. "Mr. Todoroki was just asking if we staged any of this." "He did what?" That was Endeavor's voice as the man lumbered over to them with a furious look on his flaming face. "My Shoto is more well-behaved than that." Midoriya shrugged. "We can vouch for her, sir," the boy said with a slight tremble in his voice. "He even asked how much you paid us to say that this was all real." Endeavor's face twisted with such rage when Midoriya said that she feared he was about to lash out at one of them. Instead he reached out and clamped his massive hand down on his son's shoulder. "We'll be discussing this at greater length when we return home," the man said forebodingly as he turned to her father. "Your daughter performed well today, you should be proud of that," he said with a gesture in her direction. It did not make her feel better to be praised by someone she despised. Her father remained quiet, but the look she saw in his eyes seemed pleased as the large man tugged his son along. Toshinori came up to him then. "I'm entitled to agree with Endeavor, sir," the blonde man said as he fished something out of his pocket. "If she decides to attend a hero school," he said as he handed her father what looked like a business card, "give me a call at that number, and I write a letter of recommendation on behalf of All Might." That made her father look more than a little shocked. "Are close with him?" "I am his personal assistant in all things except his personal life," Toshinori explained, and gestured to the boys sitting on either side of her. "And I'm currently training these two fine young men to enter UA through the normal examinations." He smiled proudly. "I offered them a chance at recommendations, but they wanted to earn their way in rather than take the easy route." Her father smiled slightly. "Admirable." He nodded before turning that smile on his daughter. "Come along, dear, we should get you home and cleaned up." Momo nodded, looking forward to a long bath after the day she had had. She started to get up, but was struck with a sudden dizziness that had her tilting forward. "Watch out," she heard someone shout from her side. She couldn't tell which as her hearing had dulled again to the point that almost thought that she was underwater. Her vision was blurred as she felt herself laid on her back, images swimming in and out of her vision. The day of the outing had not gone the way that Isshin Yaoyorozu had planned. In truth, he would say that the day had literally gone to shit. And it was in no small part thanks to his daughter acting out again. Still, the situation was more than salvageable. Endeavor had been impressed by his daughter's actions during the incident. Despite his son's baseless accusations, his daughter had endeared herself to the number 2 hero greatly, even seeming to be proud of her. She had also given their family name a great boost in popularity as her face was now plastered all over the morning's papers and news channels alongside the 2 boys and man that had helped during the traffic accident. The following day saw him swamped with calls from rival companies asking how the girl was doing after her collapse, and offering promising business deals should the girl become a pro hero. These business deals would much more agreeable if they didn't depend on her becoming a heroine, he mused as he hung up his phone after speaking with one of his rival companies. True, his under-the-table dealings would be slightly more difficult should the girl turn pro, but they wouldn't be impossible. But her time as a professional heroine would lessen the time needed to produce an heir for the Yaoyorozu family. Though, he sighed as he remembered visiting the hospital soon after her collapse. If she sees how dangerous overusing her quirk is, then perhaps she will give up this dream of hers. Momo Yaoyorozu had fainted due to her quirk using her lipids to create medical supplies for the wounded. Doing so had caused her glucose levels to plummet, shutting down her body as it fell into a hypoglycemic coma. To add to the insult of his daughter falling ill because of her recklessness, an absolute urchin of a boy had laid hands on her and carried her to one of the ambulances. It was absolutely outrageous. Had he not been in public he would admonish the boy for daring to touch his daughter. However, he couldn't show his less favorable side to the press. He would lose the image he had built up for himself since his quirk manifested. A knock came from the door of his home office. "Sir." It was one of the servants. "Your 3:30 appointment is here." He gave a nod. "Send him in." A few minutes later the door was opened by one of the servants, permitting a rather round man to enter the room. He was dressed rather finely in a black suit and fedora hat with a yellow tie around his neck which matched the odd gear-shaped goggle-like glasses on his face. He tipped his hat to him as he was halfway across the room. "Good to see you again, Izshin," the man said in a jovial tone. "How go your business ventures?" Izshin nodded in return. "Very well. In fact, old friend," he said while the man sat down in the chair in front of his desk, "but I'm glad that you could take the time out of your busy schedule to humor my request." "Not at all," the man smiled. "Think of this as a house call, if you wish." His smile became impossibly wide. "After all, did you not request my aid with something not so long ago?" If his words bothered the entrepreneur, he didn't show it. Instead, the man just smirked. "Indeed, and I still thank you for your help in that venture, even if the final product wasn't exactly what we desired." He said with a small chuckle, "I actually called you here to see if you would be interested in something that recently came to my attention." "Oh ho," the rotund man smirked. "It's rare that you find something that might interest someone like myself, Izshin, old as I am." He chuckled. "But, given that you are not one for flights of whimsy, I'd like to believe you might have found something truly interesting." He gave a short nod. "As you know, I've had ties with one of the last remaining Yakuza groups left in Japan." He started while the man gave him a look of befuddlement. "Yes, I know that they're a dying breed, this cell possibly being the last of its kind, yet the young leader has been a most lucrative business partner when it comes to, shall we say, special products. A trigger dealer, The man guessed with a laugh. "I see now why it's been on the rise on the streets," he said with glee. "I'm glad it's you that I have to thank for the added business when those fools eventually overdose and need my particular skills to stay alive." He laced his fingers together. "But I feel that this Yakuza group is offering more than just quirk enhancement drugs, or else you wouldn't feel the need to have me come here in person." Izshin nodded pleasantly. "Right again, my old friend," he said. "The young leader came to me not long ago with something that I think could solve many problems for both of us." He continued and leaned forward. "A drug that is capable of erasing a person's quirk." The man's glasses flashed, revealing narrowed eyes behind them. "Oh. Truly something that I've never heard of," the man said with his ever-present grin. "Do go on." "I don't know much," Izshin told him with a sigh. "The enzyme he uses for the drug is harvested from a child. You see," he leaned back feeling slightly sick to his stomach, "and Shisaki's quirk allows him to harvest as much as he needs without killing the child. Not permanently, at least." That's not Kaichisaki, is it? The man asked with interest. Izushin nodded. You know him. Know of him, the man corrected. His quirk has been an interest of mine ever since it popped up on the radar, he explained, and you know very well how much a rare and unique quirk means to me in my research, no? Which is why I decided to come to you with this situation, Izushin explained with a nod. I do not like this man, Dr. Garaki. He shook his head disdainfully. In truth, I despise him. His predecessor was far better to deal with than he is. He made a dismissive gesture. Bah, I don't want to bore you with the details, but this new drug seems like something worth investing in, provided, he gave the man a look, that you think you can perfect the drug into making the effects permanent. The now named Garaki chuckled deeply. Ah, now we come to the meat of the conversation, he said, sitting back to lace his fingers together. I won't lie and say that this doesn't interest me, Mr. Yaoyorozu, but there are risks that involve myself and my benefactor. Though, in this case, I believe the potential payoff may be worth it. I think it will be, old friend, Izushin said. As you know, if a drug like that existed, then there would be a need for a cure of a sorts for those that have been affected by the drug. And I would have the chance to harvest from the source of the drug, Garaki smiled, and from Shisaki himself, whose quirk could be just as valuable as this child's seems to be. Izushin spread his hands out widely, and I, as the supporter of your hospital, would gain significant profits when your people miraculously find the cure for this horrible drug. He smiled just as widely. So what do you say, doctor? Garaki chuckled and held out his hand. I say that a deal with the devil is never without rewards. He chuckled as Izushin reached out and sealed the deal. Dagoba Municipal Beach, illegal dumping ground. Toshinori was watching his two students with a keen eye as the two of them continued cleaning the beach and returning it to its former glory. It had been a few days since the incident involving the car pileup had happened, and it had seen a change in one of the boys. Izuku Midoriya was a boy that wore his heat on his sleeve no matter the situation. There were two things that Toshinori was certain of. The first was that the encounter had left its mark on the boy. When he had taken the boys home after the incident, he spent an hour with the families to make certain that they were all well taken care of. Izuku had spent a long time in the bathroom and, when his aunt had checked on him, it was to find him furiously scrubbing his hands. The blood won't come off, was his answer when they questioned him. It was a familiar scene that the blonde man had dealt with when concerning new heroes when they finally got their hands dirty. It had taken some doing, but they had managed to calm him down and convince him that there was no longer any blood on his hands. The second was something much less easy to deal with. Toshinori was quite certain that whatever was occupying the boy's mind at the moment had everything to do with the third member of their rescue work. Ah, to be young, Toshinori muttered with amusement as the boys finished loading his truck. He checked his watch and saw that it was close to their allotted quitting time. All right, boys, let's drop this load off and call it a day. Izuku and Katsuki all but collapsed when they heard his call, which caused him to laugh. Ah, am I working you boys too hard? He teased as the two of them groaned, Katsuki mustering up the energy to flip him the bird. Well, why don't I treat you two to dinner? I think you've earned that much at least. No burgers or pizzas this time, the ashen blonde groaned. I want hot wings. Izuku groaned right next to him. You can have the hot wings, I'll take barbecue. The boy said as he staggered to his feet. Toshinori smiled as that started up another argument between the two while they loaded up into his truck. Izuku, being the smaller of the two, was in the middle while the blonde took up the window seat. Both of them were already beginning to show progress, Izuku more than his friend since Katsuki was always training in some way. And while Izuku's former routine kept him decently fit, he was still a bit of a beanpole. Still, progress was progress. Izuku, my boy, Toshinori said as he started the truck and began the drive, is there something troubling you? He asked, deciding to broach the subject of the boy's behavior of late. I've noticed that you've been thinking quite a bit lately, more than usual I mean. Izuku looked at him, and blushed, all but confirming the man's suspicions. Katsuki was the one that gave him the final blow. He's been hung up on that ponytailed girl since she passed out on us. The blonde boy said, earning a glare from his friend. Oh, don't give me that look, nerd, you know it's true. Toshinori just laughed while the boy fumed. It's nothing to be ashamed of, young Midoriya, the man said as the boy just continued to blush. She was quite a lovely young woman. It's not that, the boy frowned with a shake of his head, I'm worried about her. He admitted with a little embarrassment, Mom works at the hospital she was taken to, and she says that she still hasn't woken up. They haven't woken her up because she overused her quirk, Toshinori pointed out before gesturing to himself. You don't want her to end up looking like me, do you? He asked with a small chuckle. Toshinori, as was said before, was a tall, skeletal thin man with black sclera, a clear sign that he had used his quirk beyond his body's capabilities, whatever the quirk was. Izuku hadn't gotten around to asking about it yet. They'll wake her up when they think she's had ample rest and recovered enough. Some of the best doctors that have healing-type quirks work at that same hospital after all. Izuku nodded, I guess so. He sighed while the blonde man came up with an idea. Why don't we drop by for a visit after we eat? He proposed, making the boy look up at him. I'm being serious, young Midoriya. If you want to, we can go see how she's doing. Izuku then gave a grin and nodded, almost throwing his glasses off. She's Woka Hospital. Recovery ward. Momo opened her eyes slowly, her head pounding as though she had overslept. What? She mumbled, her mouth feeling dry as she looked around the room she was in, clearly not her own given that it appeared to be a hospital room. Then she began to remember what had happened. The accident, helping the wounded with her quirk and overusing it to the point that she had passed out. She laid back against the pillow with a groan. Oh, father is going to kill me for this, she said, not knowing how she would explain herself. The heiress of the Yaoyorozu family covered in street grime and blood as she passed out in the street from quirk exhaustion. He would probably lock her in her room and throw away the key. She was interrupted from her thoughts as the door to her room came open, revealing a rather petite nurse with chin-length green hair tied up in a bun behind her head. She smiled warmly at the girl as she came into the room. I'm so glad to see you awake, dear, she said pleasantly whilst she began to check the girl's vitals and the IV running to her arm. I have some standard questions I need to ask, she said. May I have your name and date of birth? I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and I was born on the 23rd of September of the year 2000. She said with a small smile, and the last thing I remember was passing out after helping with a vehicle pileup. The nurse smiled at her, looking familiar for some reason. Good. There doesn't seem to be any defects with your memory, she said. You were in a hypoglycemic coma for 2 days. The news surprised her greatly. There's no need to worry, my dear. Your sclera haven't been damaged due to overusing your quirk, but it was very close, Miss Yaoyorozu. Momo worried her lip, thankful that she had avoided such a thing, or else her father would be even more furious with her. Has my father? She trailed off quietly. The nurse smiled. I doubt that you have to worry, she said as if reading her mind. You've been labeled as quite the young heroine, my dear. She sat on the edge of her bed. The news hasn't stopped talking about the beautiful young woman that worked herself nearly to death in the middle of a car crash. Momo's cheeks began to heat up a little, and several of the people involved in that crash have asked about you, wishing you well. She gestured to the table beside her bed where several slightly wilted vases of flowers were sitting. The sight made her feel a rush of happiness. I don't believe anyone could feel displeased with you right now, dear. The nurse said before she rose and went about tidying up the room and helping her to sit up. You don't know my father, the girl thought sadly. As if reading her mind again, the nurse reached over and gave her hand a comforting squeeze. A gesture that she appreciated. Another knock came to the door, and a familiar head of blonde hair poked inside. Ah, my. You've woken up, Toshinori Yagi said with obvious delight as he stepped into the room while a figure darted in behind him with a yelp. The nurse chuckled. Izuku, dear, we can see you back there, she said as a trembling mop of green-black hair quivered behind the tall blonde. Momo was delighted as the same boy she had observed at UA, and almost met at the beach stepped tentatively out from behind the man, holding a bouquet of daffodils, her favorite flower. Even compared to the ruby quartz of his glasses, she could see his cheeks were a near blinding shade of red while he was trembling like a phone set to blonde man seemed to take pity on the boy, and stepped forward. We were all quite worried about you, my dear. Toshinori said with a smile. Poor Izuku here nearly had a heart attack when he caught you and carried you over to the ambulance. Izuku almost stepped on the man's foot, but Toshinori was expecting it and sidestepped it before he could connect. Oh, the girl's blush returned to a slightly darker shade. Thank you, for helping me, she mumbled. You're welcome. The boy stammered out nervously. Momo found it extremely adorable. He stepped forward stiffly, and offered her the bouquet. These are for you. Momo took the flowers and inhaled their lovely scent. They're beautiful, she breathed out. I can't wait to press one of them. She said fondly as she thought about adding one of her favorite flowers to her pressed collection. The nurse, the boy's mother, apparently, giggled and turned to leave. I need to have the staff notify your father, she said, giving a subtle glance at the blonde. Izuku, dear, would you keep her company while I do that? The boy gulped as Toshinori followed his mother out of the room, giving him a thumbs up as he went. Momo giggled at their little play at matchmaking. If only it were that simple for me, she thought sadly. While she thought that the boy was exceedingly cute, she knew that her father would never approve of her even entertaining the idea of dating someone that he didn't choose for her himself. Still, though, she smiled slightly. It would be nice if we could be friends when we go to UA together. So, the girl started timidly. Your name is Izuku. Izuku gave a small nod. Yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He bowed his head politely. And I'm Momo. The girl smiled at him over her flowers. Momo Yaoyorozu. It's very nice to meet you, Midoriya. Outside the room stood Katsuki with his hands jammed into his pockets, a slight smirk on his face. Damned idiot. I'm quite disappointed that the meeting did not go as planned, Isshin Yaoyorozu said to his daughter a few days later as they were on their way home just after she was discharged from the hospital. The man looked down his nose at the girl sitting across from him. And I want an explanation on how you conducted yourself, young lady. You blatantly ignored me when I called out to you the day of the crash, and your insubordination during the incident was obviously unacceptable. Momo kept her face blank, clutching a slightly withered daffodil in her hand. Truthfully, father, the girl said, when it all happened, all I remember about it was my body moving on its own. She told him, her father raising his brow at her, I just moved. I didn't want to ignore you, I just couldn't hear you. She looked down at her lap. It was like I was hearing things as if I was underwater. Adrenaline, most likely, her father reasoned. Very well, you are forgiven, considering your heroics added to our family's fame, he said before a deep frown came to his face. Now let us speak of the Todoroki boy and his accusations toward us. Momo nodded. I don't think I've ever felt more insulted in all of my life, she admitted, remembering how the boy had asked if her family had staged the entire scene out like a play. Her father was nodding in understanding. I know how you feel, my dear, he responded darkly. The boy has fallen in my graces, and I attempted to have the engagement broken off. Her eyes showed the barest hint of emotion as she heard him say that. However, she squashed them down as the man waved his hand in dismissal. However, the boy's father doubled the money promised upon your marriage, so I could not refuse him, he said, not noticing the girl's eyes sadden. He has also insisted that the boy make an apology to you through some form of night out. He said as the limousine began to slow. In essence, he has arranged for the two of you to go on a date. Momo adopted her most dignified pose. I'm not sure I can resist the urge to slap him. She relented honestly. It's one thing to be paranoid, but to think that we would sink so low as to staging such a horrendous accident. Yes, I know, but you must remain patient, her father said. Remember, this is just as much for your benefit as it is the family's. Momo gave her father her best closed-eye smile at his attempt to gaslight her. I know, father, and I will do my level best to remain civil with him, she promised, tongue-in-cheek, before leaning on her hand as she looked out the window, but it will take restraint. He will most likely attempt to rile me again. Indeed, but Endeavor has ensured that he will not attempt to shame our family name again, the man said with a chuckle. The boy's defiance has cost him quite a bit. Momo's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Endeavor must have beaten him, she surmised as she remained quiet. Her distaste for the Todoroki family as a whole was growing by the day. How is he planning to treat me if I'm to enter into this family? Her father must have caught something in her face as the man leaned forward. Endeavor will not lay a hand on you, daughter of mine, he promised her. We both need you hale and healthy to produce our family's heirs, and if he harms you in any way, shape or form, I have all that I need to destroy him. Momo nodded, pleased by that at the very least, as you say, father. Good, now, onto something a tad more enjoyable, he said as the girl looked at him, as you will still be attending UA under not only Endeavor's endorsements, but also All Might's as well. All Might, Momo blurted out in shock, causing the man slight amusement. Forgive me, father, but when and how did that happen? The man chuckled. That man, the blonde fellow that was helping with the accident, was actually All Might's top agent for his company, he said, and not a day later I received a call from Nezu stating that All Might had signed on your recommendation forms under Toshinori Yagi's suggestion. Her heart began to swell in her chest with joy. Toshinori was the man at the beach during the accident, and at the hospital the other day, the girl mused happily, though it didn't appear that he'd given Izuku the visor. The thought saddened her slightly that she hadn't gotten to see how the boy would look with the piece of support gear on, but perhaps. She shook her head, taking what happiness that she could get. With All Might endorsing her as well, there was no way that her father could revoke her entry into UA because now the eyes of the world and the heroic society would be on her to see what she could accomplish. It wasn't every day that someone was recommended to UA under the endorsement of the top 2 heroes of the country, and the #1 ranking hero of the world at that. I'll have my freedom, she thought smilingly as they pulled into their driveway. I can finally get away from this place and live. After meeting Momo Yaoyorozu, the days counting down to the UA entrance exams flew by as Izuku and Katsuki continued their training and cleaning of the beach. 1 month before the exams took place, Izuku was given a visor that Toshinori said was from someone special in their R&D department at Might Towers. Izuku loved the gift immediately, and was allowed to practice with his quirk and allow himself to grow accustomed to how he could fire off his optic blast with the press of a button. Then, after 10 long months of absolute hell, the boys finished cleaning the beach with a full month to spare. Toshinori arrived one morning to their little training ground to find them both standing up on top of the last remaining pile of garbage with their hands raised in All Might's signature victory pose, shouting at the top of their lungs. They had not only cleaned the designated stretch of the beach he had laid out for them, but beyond it as well. They had gone beyond and become plus ultra. Gates of UA Academy. The day of the entrance exams arrived like an enraged bull for the 2 boys as they stood outside the gates of the massive academy once again with their families in attendance. Though it was not explained how, Toshinori had managed to convince the principal to allow the parents of the 2 prospective students to observe the practical part of the exam. Now that their children were no longer in danger, the parents could take the school in, its sheer size larger than any school in the country. This is so exciting. Inko smiled tearfully as Mitsuki handed her a tissue from her purse. I can't believe my baby's going to attend such a prestigious school. She blubbered proudly. Izuku smiled at her. I still have to pass the exams, Mom, he reminded her, earning a scoff from his blonde friend. Listen, moron, you miss even one question on the written part, I'm kicking your ass from one end of the country to the other. He snapped, we've been through way too much get a single thing wrong. Ever the perfectionist. Ever since they were kids, Katsuki had always strived for nothing short of perfection. Even if his aggressive attitude was a huge black mark on that score. Mitsuki just rolled her eyes at the boy, all that money spent on therapy, and he still can't be nice for 2 seconds. She beeped to her husband, who patted her shoulder comfortingly. Toshinori just chuckled at the family's antics. I'm quite certain that you boys will do just fine, he said to the pair. You're right about one thing, young Bakugo, you've both gone through quite a lot these last few months, and I couldn't be prouder of either of you as your instructor. Izuku blushed beneath his shades, we owe you a lot for what you've done for us. The boy said while Bakugo remained quiet, though he was just as grateful for the training as Izuku was, he would never admit it. You don't owe me a thing, boys, he smiled proudly, you 2 have earned your places here, he stated as he ushered the 2 of them toward the school. You just need to take the last step and show the faculty what you can really do, he said before looking at the freckled boy. That reminds me, young Midoriya, I pulled some strings with Nezu and got you permission to use the visor I gave you. He said as the boy beamed happily at him, now you shouldn't have to worry about dropping your shades when firing your blasts. Inko clapped her hands together. How thoughtful of you, Toshinori, she gushed. I always worry that his hands will slip when he uses his quirk. Mitsuki grinned at her friend. Since when is he, Toshinori, Inko? She asked, knowing that the woman had grown fond of the skeletal hero agent during their interactions when training the boys. The woman giggled at her friend as she turned several shades of red while the blonde man in question cleared his throat. Ahem, would you folks care to see the dorms your boys will be staying in when you're enrolled? The blonde asked, hoping to change the subject. Inko smiled at him. I certainly wouldn't mind seeing where my boy will be living, she said with a small look toward the school, but shouldn't the boys be heading in to take their tests? She asked while looking down at her phone. It's almost time, isn't it? Izuku nodded and turned to Katsuki. She's right, we'd better get inside so we won't miss anything. Katsuki scoffed, like we're gonna miss anything important. He sighed as the pair of them started toward the school entrance. Mitsuki smiled at them. They've come so far, she sighed tearfully. I never expected them to make it this far. Katsuki's come a lot farther than you think, Inko smiled, shaking her head slightly. Sure, he's still a little aggressive, but he's been doing so much better. Masaru nodded in agreement. I think we have Mr. Yagi to thank for a large part of it, he said with a nod of thanks toward the man. Toshinori just chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck bashfully. I didn't really do that much, he said with a blush. Young Bakugo was already well disciplined. All I really did was fine-tune a few things along with his muscles training. He's not as loud as he used to be, Mitsuki pointed out. Sure, he's still obnoxious and way too proud, but he's a lot less aggressive around people. Inko smiled as Toshinori steered them toward the dormitories. He's come to truly regret what he did to Izuku, Mitsuki, she told her friend with a small sigh. Even if Izuku will never be able to control his optic blast, I think it's time you stopped blaming Katsuki for what others put him up to. Mitsuki looked like she wanted to argue, but pressed her lips into a hard line. We stopped blaming him a while ago, Masaru said as they moved along. Since we saw him making a real effort to be a friend to Izuku, I certainly couldn't stay angry with him. Toshinori remained silent as he listened. In truth, Katsuki had confided in him more than once on how to get back into his parents' good graces, but he had told the boy that it was purely up to him. As he saw it, the ashen blonde had nothing left to atone for, even if the boy saw it differently. Izuku certainly didn't hold any grudges against his friend, else he figured that the two of them would want nothing to do with each other. As they continued the short walk to the dorm area, the man noticed that they weren't going to be alone in the tour. Principal Nezu was standing just at the gate speaking with two men and two teenagers. And he recognized all of them. Why, Mr. Yaoyorozu, he called out in a jovial greeting as they approached. How good of you to come today, he said as the man turned toward his group and gave a polite, if stiff, nod of greeting. Endeavor turned to regard the group with his usual cold indifference, mirrored by his son, while the young Yaoyorozu heiress positively beamed when she saw the tall blonde. Mr. Yagi. She came forward at a quick pace and gave a polite bow to the man. I can't thank you enough for having All Might sign off on my endorsement for the recommendation tests, she said happily as she straightened. It was already an honor to have Endeavor vouch for me, but having All Might's backing was truly amazing. Toshinori chuckled heartily as the girl thanked him, though he took note of the sneer on Endeavor's face at the mention of his alter ego. Will that man never cease this useless rivalry? He wondered to himself fleetingly. There's no need to thank me, my dear, Toshinori smiled at the girl as her father stepped up behind her. You've earned the right to be here just as much as those that are going to take the exams today, he said as he tipped his hat to her father. Quite a rare sight to see you out and about like this, Toshinori. Nezu stepped up to the tall blonde, and regarded the two families, but I dare say that I'm happy to see you in such fine company, he said as Endeavor and Shoto alighted behind him. Mr. Todoroki, he said, gaining the giant man's attention as he gestured to Inko. This is the mother of the young man with the optic blast quirk you observed several months ago. At this, Endeavor took real interest in the woman. Really? He asked as he looked down at the petite woman. your son has a bright future ahead of him if he can learn to control that quirk of his. Inko looked visibly shaken by the man's imposing presence. Yes, thank you, Mr. Endeavor, she said nervously, attempting to keep herself calm. Luckily, Mr. Yagi was able to have a piece of support gear made for him that allows some form of control over it. Toshinori nodded with a small chuckle as Momo looked at him, a small blush coming to her cheeks. And might I add that the Dragonite visor looks quite sharp on the boy, he said with a sly wink in the girl's direction. Ishin gave the man a small look of confusion. Dragonite is quite a rare metal, Mr. Yagi, he said with a familiar hint of greed in his voice that his daughter recognized. Why waste it on something as mundane as a piece of support gear? Toshinori chuckled. As you say, it is a rare metal, and quite possibly the strongest known to man, he agreed. However, seeing as young Midoriya was able to slightly damage adamantium with his optic blast, we decided against using it, and vibranium would possibly harm him if the metal absorbed too much energy, so we went with the next best thing. He explained with a smile. Dragonite doesn't absorb energy like vibranium does, and it is stronger than both other metals, so it won't be damaged by his quirk, making it perfect, if not just a tad expensive. I see your reasoning, the businessman said, though it still seems quite troublesome to have to use such a precious resource for mere equipment. Meanwhile, as the two men were talking, Inko took a moment to chat with Momo. I'm truly happy to see you back on your feet again, dear, she said as the girl smiled at her. It usually takes quite a while to heal from such an ordeal. Momo just shrugged. Thanks to my metabolism, I tend to heal pretty quickly, she said, patting her flat stomach. Plus, since I use my lipids to power my quirk, I stay in very decent shape. Ahem. Nezu coughed into his paw. While it's nice to see you all getting along so well, the little mammal said, gesturing to the dorms, we may want to continue the tour before our prospective students get ready to attempt the practical exam. Endeavor huffed. He's right, the man said, I'd rather not miss the chance to see the boy with the optic quirk in action. He said before following after the principal while he led the way. I quite agree, Toshinori said as he, Inko, and the Bakugos tailed after them, and I think you find yourself pleasantly surprised with how well the boys perform. I'm only interested in the green-haired one, the man said with a sneer. Shoto frowned at his father. Is he trying to make me jealous or something? He wondered as the Yaoyorozus filed in behind them. A few moments later Nezu was smiling grandly as he showed them inside the dorms. As you can see, we've spared no expense in our attempts to make our students comfortable, he said as he presented the large common room. Here we have the living area with an attached kitchen and dining room. Neither Ishin nor Endeavor were very impressed. Momo, however, was very pleased. It's so nice, she beamed happily. Quaint, her father agreed. Inko and Mitsuki were rather impressed. It's lovely, Inko said as she took in the large area. This is far bigger than our little apartment. You know you should really move out of that dingy old place, Mitsuki said as she surveyed the kitchen. It might do you some good to try something new. She smiled. This is a really nice kitchen. She turned to the principal. Are the students supposed to cook for themselves? Nezu raised a paw. It is encouraged, however, they are always welcomed in Lunch Rush's cafeteria, he said while the woman nodded in understanding. Shall we have a look at the rooms now? Yes, please. Momo beamed excitedly, already planning on how she would decorate it. Nezu led them into the hallway, and opened up one of the many doors aligning it. When the selection is finished, we will be attempting to keep the male and female students separated on different floors to avoid any funny business, the rodent said while Toshinori chuckled. Though, as I'm sure you're all aware, completely avoiding such cases are next to impossible. I believe that our students will be on their best behavior as we will have the class homeroom teacher monitoring them at all times. Ishin looked at his daughter. I have little worry that my daughter will conduct herself with dignity as befitting a member of our family, he said with a sideways glance at Shoto. That being said, if any boy lays a hand on her during her time here, I will personally see to their ruin. Momo smiled at her father. Oh, you know that I can take care of myself if the need arises. Be that as it may, daughter, I would prefer you as far away from the boys' dorms as possible, he said with a pointed look toward the principal. I hope you will take that to heart, Mr. Nezu. Indeed, I shall, the mammal said, and Toshinori could see the fur on the back of his neck rising. He knew very well that the hyper-intelligent mammal didn't care for others telling him how to run his school. Nezu then opened one of the doors, showing the room inside. Now, as you can see, the dorm rooms themselves are of a decent size, more than large enough to fit in several pieces of furniture. They also have a medium-sized en-suite bathroom complete with a large shower stall, toilet, sink and vanity. He smiled as he continued while the group filed in to take a look around. Each room also sports 2 small windows for added light. Momo was giggling inside. "This isn't even half the size of my room at home," she thought giddily. "I love it." Toshinori smiled at the size of the room. "This is quite nice for a simple dormitory," he noted with a look of appreciation. "Too bad UA didn't have dorms like this when I attended." Inko blinked at him. "You attended UA?" "Indeed, I did," the man smiled. "Though I'm afraid that I never managed to make a name for myself before I was badly injured, and forced to take a desk job," he lamented sadly, "though I can't say that I'm sorry for the results." He chuckled as Endeavor looked at him suspiciously. "Now I get to see the next generation take up the mantle." Shoto looked at the man with slight interest. "You were forced to quit being a hero because of an injury?" The heterochromic boy asked. "What sort of injury causes something like that?" "A good question," Endeavor said with a look in the man's direction. "You must not have been a licensed hero for very long if I haven't heard of you." The blond man let out a loud laugh. "Quite right, Endeavor," he smiled before gently patting his left side. "I didn't even have a license when I got hurt. I was just an intern when a villain I was needed to fight took me down." He explained. "My left lung was so badly damaged that the doctors had to remove part of it, and my stomach was almost beyond repair." Good heavens. Inko had gone extremely pale. "Oh, I can't believe I'm letting my baby go through with this hero nonsense." She beeped while Mitsuki and Masaru patted her shoulders comfortingly. Surprisingly, it was Momo that verbally comforted the woman. Now, Ms. Midoriya, not all heroes and heroines end up like that." "She's right, my dear," Toshinori agreed. "I was young and careless when I was injured, but Izuku and Katsuki don't seem the types to let their guards down easily." Endeavor thought of voicing his own opinion of the two boys, considering he had seen them in action during the pileup near Dagoba Beach some weeks ago, but refrained from saying anything. Isshin was still sore at his son for his accusations on that day, and he was still paying for it in more ways than one. Nezu smiled kindly at the woman. "However, he's quite right to praise your sons," the principal said. "From what Mr. Yagi has told me, they will be among this year's best of the best." He smiled happily. "I honestly can't wait to have them enrolled." Inko sighed. "Thank you all," she said, reaching into her purse for a handkerchief. "I'm sorry for being such a worrywart over all this, but I can't seem to help myself sometimes." "I know the feeling quite well, madam," Isshin spoke up with a gesture to his daughter. "I honestly don't want my daughter anywhere near this nonsense, but it is what she wants." He lamented with a sigh. "Momo almost gagged at his bad acting, so I must endure it." Nezu brought his paws together then. "Indeed, and to bring things back on topic, I do hope that the dormitories meet your satisfaction for your children's needs," he said cheerfully. "As I've said, I've spared no expense to ensure that they will be comfortable here." Masaru nodded to the mammal. "I wanted to ask you something," he said as the principal turned to him. "What sort of security do you have here?" He asked. "I haven't seen any form of guards or heroes on patrol since we've arrived." Nezu gave a small chuckle. "Well, as you know, most if not all of UA's teachers are former top-tier pros. However, we do employ a rather effective robotic sentry here when the day ends." He said. "We call them sentinels," and his watch started beeping, prompting him to check the time. "Ah, dear me, it seems it's almost time for the practical exams." He beamed. "We wouldn't want to miss the children's efforts, now, would we?" UA Observation Room. Several minutes of walking later found the group sitting in a darkened room with 5 large monitors positioned on the walls. Awaiting them were the rest of the teaching staff, as well as 2 other teenagers that had gone through the recommendation exams. "Momo," smiled a girl with jagged sharp teeth when she saw the heiress. "You really made it." Momo smiled at her. "Of course," the girl beamed at her. "You really didn't think we would miss this, did you, Tokage?" The two girls sat next to each other chatting happily while the adults took up seats behind them to get a better view. Inko smiled at how friendly Momo was being with the other two students. "She's such a sweet girl," she remarked to her father. "You and your wife must be very proud of her." She saw the man stiffen slightly when she mentioned his wife. "Oh, I'm sorry," she frowned sadly. "I suppose that she's no in the picture." Ishin shook his head. "Indeed she is not," the man sighed, closing his eyes. "She passed while giving birth to our son, Momo's twin brother." He said in a clipped tone, "I haven't had the stomach to remarry." Mitsuki gave the man a look of sympathy. "Does your daughter resemble her in any way?" He nodded. "They are nearly identical save for her quirk," he said. "My wife was quirkless, you see, so she inherited a stronger version of my quirk." "It's such a shame." Inko hung her head. "If she's anything like her mother, then I believe I would have liked to have met her." Ishin wished to end the conversation before he was forced to say too much. Fortunately the practical exam started off with very little flair as President Mike opened the gates to the grounds, allowing the students to make a mad dash in search of their targets. "Are Katsuki and Izuku in the same area?" Masaru asked as he searched for the two boys on the screen. Toshinori shook his head. "Afraid not, Mr. Bakugo," he said. "It's a little something that Nezu cooked up when he took over," he explained. "When we have students from the same school taking the practical, they are split up into different areas of the testing ground to avoid them attempting to help each other." "Indeed," Nezu said, "while I'm not against students helping one another out, I would rather see them giving their all in their own way instead of relying on a friend to get them through a situation," he explained while Masaru nodded. "That being said, I do love it when students that have never met each other before offer their aid when they truly need it." Inko was looking around for her son on each screen before she spotted a flash of red. "Oh, there's my baby." She beamed as the cameras zoomed in on him. He was seen helping another boy to his feet while blasting a large green robot that looked more like an armored tank. In her seat, Momo let out a quiet little gasp when she saw the boy using the visor she had made for him. "It looks really good on him," she thought with a light blush coming to her cheeks. The girl sitting next to her noticed this and gave her a light jab with her elbow. "Got your eye on that one, huh?" She grinned teasingly while Momo looked at her in shock. She feigned a look of betrayal. "Oh, what a tragedy. I had my heart set on seducing you myself." "Setsuna," Momo admonished in a harsh whisper, looking over her shoulder toward her father. The man seemed to have not heard them, to which she was eternally thankful for. "Please, if my father heard you he'd." Setsuna smiled at her. "Just a few more days and you won't have to worry about him," she whispered huskily, leaning toward her. "Then it'll be just you and me, and the little greenie out there makes three." She winked at her, prompting the sheltered girl's face to positively explode with steam at the implications. "Oh, you tart." Momo huffed and returned her gaze to the monitors, intent on watching the chaos of the exam. Setsuna just giggled. "Call me whatever you want, honey," she leaned in close to her ear, "but I can tell, you like him." Momo chose not to respond just as a massive explosion went off on one of the other monitors. "Yes," Mitsuki suddenly crowed, "that's my boy," she shouted proudly as her son appeared on the screen, looking more feral than he had in years as his palms smoldered while he wore a sadistic look of pleasure as he stood over the destroyed remains of a horde of robots he had just taken down. Endeavor was looking at the ashen blonde with new interest. "His quirk is quite powerful, too, isn't it?" He muttered mostly to himself but was heard by one of the teachers in the room. "Quite a bit more aggressive than the other hopefuls, though," said a woman in a leather corset. I rather like that. He'll make a fine addition." "Down, Midnight," said a tired voice next to her. "We don't need another lawsuit against us because of your libido." The now named Midnight just pouted at him. That was one time, she defended herself, and it was perfectly legal since the student was over 18. "Keyword being student," said a steampunk cowboy-themed hero with a laugh, "but you're right, he'll do pretty good if he can tame that aggression." He turned toward the principal, who's keeping score of the combat points. Nezu smiled. "Since we have so many guests, I have reliable teachers from the general studies courses keeping track of the accumulated points," he said while bringing out a tablet out of his vest. "According to this, our young Bakugo is already sitting pretty at 40 points thus far." Masaru looked at him. Is that enough to pass? Now, Nezu chuckled. That would ruin the suspense, wouldn't it? He said while he looked over at another teacher wearing bulldozer-themed armor. Majima, how are we doing on time? Majima checked his phone. Another 5 minutes until we put them to the real test. He smiled, looking at the screen. Then we get to see who really has what it takes. Inko didn't like the sound of that, even though her son was doing incredibly well as he shot down more robots in rapid succession, even taking time to help more examinees. Toshinori reached over and took hold of her hand. Don't worry, he smiled at her, he's going to be just fine. She smiled at him in thanks, nodding slowly as she turned her attention back to the screen. UA, Practical Testing Area, Gate B. Attention, examinees, present. Mike's voice blared out. There are only 10 minutes remaining in the exam. Better hurry. Izuku smiled as he blasted another robot, earning himself another 3 points. And that makes 49, he sighed to himself, feeling a little winded from all the running around he had been doing. He then looked around the area for any more of the mechanical pests. Looks like this area's cleared out, he muttered and took off at a jog toward another street. Maybe I've got enough to pass. He wondered, silently hoping that at least one more robot would cross his path. As he passed into an alley, he took notice of someone sitting against the wall with their head hung low. Hey, Izuku shouted, thinking they were injured as he hurried over to them. Are you all right? The student looked up, revealing a teenage boy with wild purple hair. Huh. The teen muttered, looking up at the visored teen. Oh, yeah. I just figured I should quit now while I'm ahead. Izuku smiled. Got enough points already. The boy shook his head. Not a damned one. He sighed and hung his head again. I don't have a flashy quirk like you and the others, and it won't even work on these stupid robots. He jerked his thumb toward the streets where other students were still fighting. What kind of quirk do you have? Izuku asked right before the ground started shaking. What the heck? Screams erupted from the streets around them as the examinees stampeded back toward the gates. The purple-haired teen rose with a frown on his face. That can't be good. Come on, Izuku said and ran toward the chaos. Somewhere in the exam area. Sir, it is just as you said a trembling voice as the shadow of the colossal machine passed over them. UA has unleashed a truly giant machine. Good, said the voice in his ear, now use the device I gave you. After that, destroy it, and make yourself scarce. Remember what relies on your enrollment into that school. The student nodded their hand and held out a small wafer-thin remote toward the machine. Oui, monsieur. Their thumb came down on the solitary button, sending out a signal toward the monster, and all the remaining robots in the area before the remote was tossed onto the ground and smashed under their foot. Across the testing ground the remaining robots began attacking the students with more ferocity, making use of their weapons. Up in the observation room, Majima got an alert on his phone. What the? He frowned as he checked it out, his eyes widening. Son of a bitch. He turned toward the principal. Someone's just activated the faux villain's weapons system. What did you say? Nezu shouted, his fur standing on end. How? Majima leapt up from his seat and headed for the door. I don't know, but I need to get to control center to shut them down, ASAP. He shouted, Midnight, get Mike to help the students. Those things are only shooting rubber rounds, but they can still cause some serious damage. I'm on it, Midnight said while pulling out her phone. Nezu looked to Endeavor. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could I ask for your help in this? Endeavor rose. I'm on my way. Toshinori rose from his seat as well. There's no need, he said and pointed toward the screen. Look at that. UA, Practical Testing Area, Gate G. Watch where you're going, ya morons. Katsuki roared out angrily as he pulled a fallen student from the ground to keep them from being trampled. He then shoved the student back to their feet and sent them stumbling down the street. You guys are supposed to be UA's hopefuls. Quit acting like a bunch of pussies. He snapped before blasting himself into the air above the stampede of students running from the rampaging robots. He then rocketed down toward the group of pursuing machines, thrusting out his arms as he neared them. Eat this. He let loose with the most powerful explosion he could manage, his arms lacing with pain from the backlash produced by the blast. The robots were easily blown apart as the boy landed. He surveyed the damage he had done with a grin. That looks like the last of them, he smirked, and I just racked myself up a huge amount of points. Attention students, present Mike's voice shouted, the faux villains are malfunctioning, please vacate the testing area as quickly as possible, and try to help anyone that needs it. Katsuki frowned, are you kidding me? He shouted just as a red beam of energy cut through one of the buildings. Oh, great, that's gotta be Deku. He snapped and shot into the air again. Meanwhile, Izuku and his new companion were attempting to stem the tide of robots as well as herd the panicking students away from danger. Izuku was firing his optic blast as fast as he could manage without hitting anything other than the robots. Deku, he heard from above them and saw Katsuki coming in hot for a landing, you idiot. He set off a blast that not only softened his landing, but also destroyed a robot that was creeping up on him. You heard Mike, didn't you? We gotta get out of here. Izuku shook his head, blasting another machine, not until everyone's clear. Easier said than done. The purple-haired teen shouted over the noise, hey, stop pushing people and move your ass. He shouted to one student that was shoving their way through the crowd, knocking others down in the process, you wanna be a hero, don't you? ACT like it. Katsuki smirked, I like your new friend, Deku. He blew up another small group coming toward them, guys got some balls. Thanks, the boy said, what was making the ground shake? Katsuki shouted back as he fought, no idea. He threw one of the smaller robots over his head and smashed it into the ground. I thought something blew up. It was a huge robot. One of the running students shouted, the really big one that Present Mike told us to avoid. They said before running along with the rest of the fleeing students. Izuku frowned, the 0-pointer. He shot down another robot, just how big is this thing? And then, as if responding to his question, a massive mechanical hand grasped the side of a building, and an even larger rectangular head peered around it. The purple-haired teen paled, holy shit. You just had to ask, Katsuki snapped at his friend, didn't you? Izuku snapped back, well how was I supposed to know we'd be dealing with a Gundam knockoff? He demanded as the trio started backing up, how many are left? The as yet unnamed teen ushered one last student by, I think that was the last. The 0-pointer smashed an arm through one of the fake buildings, sending rubble flying in all directions. Izuku and Katsuki blasted much of it out of the air before it could hit any of the other students, but one smaller piece got through and smashed Izuku right in the face, sending his visor flying off into the streets. He instantly slammed his eyes shut as he stumbled, Kachan, my visor. He yelled, completely blind. Shit. The ashen blonde looked around, seeing no sign of it nearby, goddammit. He grabbed one of Izuku's arms, take his other side. He ordered the other boy, we've gotta. Ow. Izuku halted, what was that? Someone's trapped back there. The boy to his left shouted. She's right under that thing. Izuku ground his teeth, turn me around. He shouted, now. Are you nuts? Katsuki snapped. Don't argue with me, Kachan, just do it. The blinded teen snapped back, and get ready to get her out of there. He said before turning to his new friend, what's your name? Shinso. The boy stammered out, Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku nodded, all right, I need you to brace me, and help me aim my eyes right at that thing. He instructed, after I've made my shot, Katsuki can move in and get her out of there. He heard Shinso take a deep breath and felt him move behind him, one hand on the back of his head, the other bracing against his back. Okay, Shinso breathed out, ready when you are. Katsuki took Izuku's chin in hand and moved his head into position. All right, ya idiot, the blonde sighed, you owe me big time for this one. All the mango habanero wings you can eat, Izuku promised. And whatever Shinso wants. Shinso chuckled. In that case, he peeked over the teen's curly hair. Fire. Izuku opened his eyes and his quirk erupted, completely unrestrained. Shinso grunted as he braced the teen, shocked by the force he was feeling. Damn. The beam struck the giant robot dead center of the chest, shredding metal as it was blasted apart. Go Kachan go. Izuku roared. Katsuki jumped away and rocketed toward the trapped girl as she covered her head while debris from the robot fell around her. He saw that her leg was trapped under a large piece of concrete as he skidded to a landing next to her. Hold on. He reached under the concrete and placed his palm against it. The resulting explosion blew the slab apart, freeing the girl. He reached down and threw her over his shoulder before pelting back toward his friends. Thank you, he heard the girl say shakily. Don't talk, you'll bite your tongue. He warned her, glancing back over his shoulder as the giant machine was being shredded by Izuku's quirk. Observation room. Toshinori was on his feet shouting with pride, now that's what I'm talking about. Shouted the exuberant man, that's what real heroes look like. Inko was sobbing loudly as Mitsuki comforted her, even though she was almost as teary as her friend was. Masaru was smiling widely, that's my boy. Someone find out the name of that other young man, Nezu ordered as Majima came back into the room. I don't care how well he did in the practical, I want him in the hero course. Majima sighed in relief when he saw that the situation hadn't gotten any worse. I've shut down the remaining robots, boss, he told the principal, but I couldn't trace the signal's source. Nezu frowned. Toshinori, quiet down for a moment. The mammal shouted over the celebrating, gaining the blonde's attention. Get David Shield on the line, and have him en route to overhaul our security and our remote systems. Nezu ordered, this was an attack against our school, and while no one was seriously hurt, I will not tolerate even the slightest chance of this happening again. Yes, sir, right away, Toshinori said as he pulled out his phone. Ms. Midnight, please escort Ms. Midoriya and the Bakugos down to the infirmary, he instructed. Snipe, get down to the testing area and have those 4 children brought straight to Recovery Girl. I'm on it, Snipe, the cowboy-themed hero said. Nezu sighed. Before turning to the parents of Shoto and Momo, I deeply apologize for this incident, he said with heavy regret. I will understand if you wish to withdraw your children from my school after this assault. Endeavor shook his head. You handled the situation as well as could be expected, all things considered, he said, looking down at his son, having remained motionless for the entire incident. Any other school would have the same, or lesser results. Ishin sighed. My daughter was not hurt, so I cannot place blame, the man said as he regarded his daughter next to the sharp-toothed girl, noticing that she was crying with relief. But should she come to harm here from a similar incident, he trailed off, letting the threat hang in the air for good measure. She won't, Nezu promised, I will make certain of it. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, as he was currently known, was not overly fond of heroes. How could he be? He himself was considered a villain, even though his experiments were meant to strengthen quirks. What did it matter to him if some of his test subjects expired during the augmentation procedures? He could still collect valuable data from the corpses they left behind. However, some of the best quirks he had seen were produced by heroes. The idea sent a shiver of disgust through him. Truly he hated heroes that couldn't see the need for his brilliance. Which was why he had kept his research secret for the better part of 2 centuries. It helped that his quirks allowed him not only to live a long life, but also kept him from being recognized. Yes, Kyudai Garaki had more than one quirk. It was quite a feat to accomplish considering what had to go through to obtain them. Now, thanks to his centuries of long, grueling work, he was functionally immortal. Yet, it wasn't enough. He wanted so much more. Which is why, when his master had appeared before him all those years ago, he had regarded him akin to a god. Now, so many long years later, they were almost ready to see the product that the doctor had been waiting for since the days of his youth. I heard that 2 of your old experiments passed the UA exams recently, the voice of his master said from a staticky screen off to the side of where he was working. You must be quite proud of them. The doctor snorted. HMPH, he turned to the screen. I'm not so proud of their chosen careers, master, he said with frown of disapproval on his face. One of them I knew was going to be a lost cause considering how much he idolized that hulking buffoon, All Might. He heard his master chuckle from the screen. However, I thought the other one would be more inclined to walk the darker path, considering how aggressive he's become. There's still time, my old friend, the master said with a hint of amusement in his voice. After all, My spy within this year's crop of students recently informed me of his acceptance into that idiotic school. The master began to chuckle more loudly, a wheeze entering his voice. If all goes according to plan, you may yet have one or both of your experiments back. Kyudai gave out a breathy sigh. I certainly hope so. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I would do most anything to have them back. Of course, but that one boy is dead set on becoming a hero. He sat back with longing entering his voice. His powers are only going to get stronger from this point on. It was blind luck that his quirk hadn't activated before meeting with me the first time. Quite powerful, is he? The master asked. I remember you telling me over tea that his parents had the potential to produce quite a unique offspring. Kyudai gave a very wide, sickening grin. Oh, my dear old friend, the doctor said in amusement, I think you'll find that this boy has quite the surprise in store for us all. He chuckled. Speaking of surprises, did you happen to receive the documents I forwarded to you about Chisaki and his anti-quirk bullets? I did, indeed, the master said. My young apprentice and I found them quite an interesting read. His voice hardened. I involuntarily ed the life out of my mother the day I was born, but I never actively harmed children. The doctor waved his hand dismissively, which is why I'm only working on the refinement, he said. I know you don't care for the butchery of children, so I would rather keep my hands clean, so to speak. A wise choice, the master said. Let us speak more of our coming operations at UA, he suggested. How go the enhancements for the Nomu? Kyudai hummed in thought for a moment. Quite well, honestly, the physical enhancements have all been completed to the point that even if the creature didn't have a strength augmentation quirk, it would still be far stronger than anyone at that school save for All Might, he said rather fondly as he continued on about the experiment. Initially, I had planned to only integrate 3 separate quirks, however, I thought that a few more couldn't hurt. My apprentice will be pleased to hear that, the master chuckled. He's rather looking forward to commanding the beast. The doctor smiled proudly, as he should. The man said, along with the hyper-regeneration, shock absorption, and super strength, I've also taken the liberty of integrating a variation of spear-like bones into the creature, bone claws. He grinned widely as he laughed. Getting close to this creation of ours will be a tremendous mistake for any heroes that dare to fight it. A dark chuckle came from the screen. Well, we did design this creature with All Might's death in mind. The master laughed. Speaking of design, I was thinking of rewarding our little spy for his efforts at the entrance exams. Oh ho, said the doctor in a pleasant tone. What did you have in mind? The screen crackled for a moment. You are aware that the naval laser and optic blast quirks are twin quirks birthed from that plasma blast quirk I obtained some time ago, are you not? The doctor chuckled. But of course, he said, the subject we extracted that particular quirk from was rather. The man trailed off on another round of soft laughter, shall we say more than a little perturbed about losing his powers. He said rather fondly. Wasn't he, though? The master chuckled. As you are aware, the original quirk allowed the body to metabolize ambient energies such as gamma, X-rays, and stellar energies, into a powerful plasma blast that emanated from all sides of the body. Kyudai nodded. Yes, quite a magnificent quirk, he said. As I remember, you had me make copies of it so that we could potentially reward our underlings. He looked at the screen curiously. Your spy has a limited control over it, considering that little kickback you worked into it. He chuckled. That truly was a cruel trick you played on the boy, especially after his parents begged you to help him. Oh, yes, I know, the master chuckled darkly, but I really couldn't resist, he admitted with no hint of shame in his voice. However, since the boy did so well in this first test, I thought about rewarding him with the original quirk. Kyudai gave the screen a frown. Are you certain? He asked. Should he turn against us, that particular quirk could prove quite the annoying thorn in the side. The master chuckled gleefully. I understand your concerns, my friend, the master said. However, you must remember that not only do we have the boy's parents under constant surveillance, but the boy is also a sniveling coward. 1 week after UA's entrance exams. I'm telling you, Deku, the sooner we do this, the better. Katsuki said with his arms crossed in front of his friend rival. You don't need to be a ing baby about it. Even behind his ruby quartz glasses, the ashen blonde could tell that the boy's eyes were watering to extreme levels. But I've had them for years. The verdette whined. I can't just give them all up. Katsuki sighed in exasperation. You want the bike, don't you? He asked while his friend nodded slowly. Auntie Inko doesn't have the money for it, so if you really want it, then you gotta bite the bullet and get the money yourself. He gestured around the room, and that means selling your All Might merch. Izuku hit his knees. I can't. He threw his head back in despair. It's all mint. First edition. Valuable. Katsuki yelled at him, rubbing his fingers together. Worth a lot of money. Enough money to buy that bike. He reached down and hoisted Izuku to his feet. Now stop being a total bitch, and help me pack some of this shit up. It's not shit, it's my treasure. Izuku shouted back heatedly, starting up a whole new argument. In the living room of the Midoriya's little apartment, Inko and Mitsuki were listening with great amusement. Wow, the ashen blonde woman chuckled, to think that Lil Izzy's seriously thinking about selling his All Might collection. Her lip twitched as she saw her son with a box in his arms while Izuku, his glasses sitting on his face crookedly, was being dragged across the floor whilst holding onto one of Katsuki's leg. Thank goodness he had his eyes closed. I never thought I'd see the day. Inko nodded somewhat sadly. I know, and I feel terrible about the reason he's doing it, she sighed whilst listening to her son's forlorn wails. I mean, this wouldn't be necessary if I had pushed for more money during the divorce. No. Not that, Izuku suddenly roared. That All Might bust is only one of 5 in the world. Oh, get over it, ya. Katsuki roared back. It's the same stuff they make toilets out of. It is not, Izuku yelled, completely outraged. Bullshit, it isn't. Katsuki fired back. Now give it here. No, oh. Mitsuki glanced at her friend, seeing her cheeks puffed out in silent laughter. Terrible, huh? The woman grinned at her friend while Inko shushed her. I think it was pretty mature of him, though, she went on while their sons continued to argue back and forth about what to take. I mean, sure, he could keep it, but what good is a bunch of posters, toys and whatnot going to do him? She reasoned, now that motorcycle he's wanting, that's an investment. Just so he doesn't have to take the train home when he wants to visit me, Inko said with a sniffle. Oh, my baby boy really is leaving, isn't he? Mitsuki reached for the box of tissues on the coffee table and plucked a few out for her. This is so hard. Where did all the time go? Inko blubbered before blowing her nose. Mitsuki snorted. I hear you, but I can't help but think of this as an opportunity. Inko looked at her curiously. Well, think about it. After my brat was born, Masaru and I couldn't even think of having another kid since Katsuki's quirk is so. She trailed off, her thoughts bringing up bad memories of when her boy had hurt her nephew so badly. Ahem, she coughed. Let's just say that we're starting to think about child number 2. She gave a small mischievous grin at her friend, who giggled. It had better be a girl, this time, Inko said. You were so disappointed when you found out Katsuki was going to be a boy. Mitsuki rolled her eyes. Thank God we picked out a unisex name, she muttered. We spent months trying to think of a name for the key before he popped out. No, not the trading cards. Hand 'em over, ya damn uber nerd. But they're gold leaf. WHO cares. Mitsuki hung her head as the boys' shouting rose in volume. But instead of a beautiful little girl, I got saddled with that. She pointed her thumb in the direction of the arguing boys before raising her eyes to the ceiling. Lord, if you're listening, please bless me with a baby girl. She prayed while wiping a fake tear from her eye. Inko giggled quietly. Oh, come now, Katsuki's come a long way these last few years and you know it. Mitsuki frowned at her. Duck. Inko ducked her head down just as an action figure sailed over her. Well, the woman muttered as she straightened back up, it's still an improvement. Hey, that was my favorite action figure. You're too old to sleep with dolls. Mitsuki's brow rose as she looked from the fallen toy to the squabbling boys. He's just being a brat, right? She asked as she pointed to the toy. He doesn't really sleep with any of them, does he? Inko shook her head. Oh, no, he hasn't done that in. She trailed off, her brow furrowing. Mitsuki snorted. Had to think about that one, huh? The woman shook her head while rolling her eyes. Honestly, I'd rather I caught him in bed with a girl, Inko muttered while the sounds of scuffling continued. She shook her head. I swear, Mitsuki, it's been murder. That boy of mine is such a ninny around girls that I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever be a grandmother." Mitsuki belted out a laugh. "Oh, I know what you mean." She laughed, holding onto her stomach. "My boy likes girls well enough. I can tell from all the magazines I found under his bed." Inko grimaced. She knew boys would be boys, but she nearly cried when she found a full-body spread of midnight tucked under her son's mattress. But the only girls he would actually be interested in would be one that could literally kick his ass in a straight-up brawl. "You know, I think I'd like to see that." Inko giggled good-naturedly. Little Katsu getting beaten up by a girl half his size. Both women laughed as said ashen blonde boy came out of Izuku's room with several boxes in his arms. "Deku, I swear to God." He snapped at the boy still clinging to his leg. "Make up your mind. The bike or this useless junk." The boy looked up at him with tears streaming from under his lenses. "But these are my treasures." Izuku whined as he was dragged along toward the front door. "I already sold mine," Katsuki reminded him, both boys being avid collectors of All Might memorabilia and hero merchandise in general. The blonde bomber had sold his collection the previous day when they had gotten their acceptance letters. Now he was all set to purchase his own motorcycle. And he hadn't shed a tear. Not Katsuki Bakugo. Nope, not a single tear. Izuku would forever keep the picture of his best friend crying over his lost treasures. Both women chuckled and giggled as the two boys bumbled their way to the front door. Katsuki was extremely determined to even up to score of them selling the merchandise at this point, and there was nothing that was going to stop him since both boys had agreed to sell their collections. But as he reached for and opened the door, it was to find their blonde-haired trainer standing on the other side, his hand raised poised to knock. "Oh," the man said in a jovial tone, "perfect timing, young Bakugo." Katsuki's sneer turned into a friendly, for him, grin. "Oh, hey, Yagi." The man nodded at the greeting before he was startled by Izuku from his spot on the floor. "Mr. Yagi." The boy yelled tearfully. "Hoike, young Midoriya is on the floor," yelped the man as he stumbled back. Why is young Midoriya on the floor?" he asked Katsuki, more calmly this time. "Kachan's making me sell all of my treasures," Izuku wailed as Katsuki looked down at him with disgust. "Please. Make him stop. I don't need the bike." A vein pulsed on the ashen blonde's head. "Oh, no you don't," he snapped, barging past their trainer whilst dragging the sobbing teen along. "I had to sell mine." "You're gonna sell yours." Toshinori chuckled as the pair vacated the complex, and let himself in. "I always seem to catch this little home in an uproar," he said by way of greeting to the two women. "What was that all about, anyway?" Mitsuki just chuckled while Inko's face visibly brightened when she saw the man. "Oh," the boys had their eyes on a couple of beat-up motorcycles, the blonde woman explained flippantly, and poor little Izuku went on one of his muttering sprees and suggested selling off some of their collectibles, or all of them in my boy's case, so of course he wanted to keep things fair between them and convinced Izuku to sell his, too. Convinced is a very strong word at this point. "Mitsuki," Inko giggled as she invited the man to sit with them. "It was all fine and dandy when Katsuki sold his things the other day, but my poor boy went completely bonkers as soon as they started boxing things up." Toshinori had a good laugh at that while he seated himself. "I can't imagine a huge fanboy like him wanting to sell off any merchandise like that," he chortled. "Anyway, I wanted to drop by today and let you know that the boys can start moving into the dorms as early as today." "What?" Inko squawked forlornly. "So soon?" Toshinori looked to Mitsuki for an answer, and the woman shook her head with a shrug. "No, looking forward to having an empty nest." "Ah," the man nodded before turning his attention back to the petite woman. "Never fear, Ms. Midoriya. Izuku will surely visit you as often as he can." Mitsuki nodded, if for nothing else than to have his favorite meal prepared. She grinned while Inko glared at her. Yaoyorozu Estate. Momo was absolutely giddy with excitement as she packed the few belongings that she wished to bring with her to UA. Finally she would be free of her stifling life in her family's mansion. Of course, she couldn't let such happiness show in front of her family maids or butlers, no. They would more certain inform her father of her elation and eagerness to get away from him. "Young miss," one of said employees said from the door, not even bothering to knock, "the furniture that you requested be moved to the dorms has been transported." the maid said with a bow. Thank you, Sakurai, the young woman said in her false tone, have my luggage transported next. She then instructed, I wish to familiarize myself with the school and its curriculum as soon as possible. At once, young miss, the maid clicked her fingers, prompting to young men in black attire to attend to Momo's luggage. Also, young miss, the master wishes to speak with you before your departure. Momo suppressed a feeling of dread. I will see him now, then, she said and followed the maid out of her room. As they walked along the halls of the huge mansion she had called home for the last 14 years, she felt no remorse in the thought of leaving it behind. How could she? She was as much a prisoner in her own home than she would be at Tartarus. The maid opened the door for her, announcing her to her father as she entered his study. As always, she found him sitting at his desk, pen in hand, signing away on one document after another. He looked up at her as she entered. Ah, good, you've come. He gestured to the seat in front of his desk where she quickly and gracefully sat. I'm told that you wish to leave this evening to familiarize yourself with the campus and its inner workings. I thought it prudent, father, the girl said in a flat tone. However, if you wish for me to delay my departure. Her father shook his head. It is of no consequence, he said dismissively. However, I must remind you to conduct yourself properly as befits a member of this house. Of course, father, Momo nodded. Her father looked up from his documents, and placed his pen down. Make no mistake, dear daughter, his eyes were cold and dark, I have spared no expense for your education. And UA, while hailed as the finest educational facility in the country, is not my first choice for you. I understand, father, she replied, fear of his change of heart rising in her chest. Her father continued speaking, yes, as you should, however, this is business. It requires that you attend that ridiculous hero school. He laced his fingers together and sat back in his chair, and while I find the business itself somewhat distasteful, I would remind you that your efforts to sway the Todoroki boy will have to be exemplary. I will not have that second-rate hero ruffian looking down on us. Momo's brow creased in determination. Of course not, father, she said, not willing to let the giant of a man see her in an unfavorable light, for a while. Father, could I pose a question? Which is? Her father inclined his head. Do you not care for the heroic profession? She asked with a straight face while the man's eye gave a barely noticeable twitch. Forgive me if the question is out of line, however you've been in a foul mood whenever you bring up Endeavor, or any of his colleagues. Ishin furrowed his brow. I care very little either way, as it so happens, he said with a lift of his shoulders, though, as you know, heroes can be an irritation for some of our family business ventures. They are merely an annoyance that can be easily rectified by lining the proper pockets. Momo made a mental note to remember which heroes her father had in his pockets when she had the chance. It would be good for her to have some form of information on them if she needed it. I see, Momo nodded in understanding. As we are speaking of my betrothed, she went on with a small look of distaste that she knew her father would forgive. What if he should remain disinterested in me? Ishin shared her look of distaste. I have been assured that his disinterest will not be a problem when the time comes, he said with assurance that made Momo's stomach drop. He will perform his duties without difficulties, though if he is violent toward you. Momo's eyes hardened with pure malice. He will not remain a man for very long. Ishin seemed pleased with her answer. That should go without saying. He said with approval, now, as you are about to embark, I will only remind you to remember your manners and mind your grades. He said with a hint of warning, just because you are in the hero course does not mean you should neglect your other studies. UA's business course is the best in the country after all, and should this business venture of mine not pan out, that course should be open to you. Momo rose with determination and bowed. I will not fail you, father. I'm certain that you will not, her father said, dismissing her. She turned and started out of the room. Oh, and Momo. She turned. Stay away from that Tokage girl, he cautioned her. That child is obviously a bad influence, and I will not have her actions taint your time in that school. Momo offered him a smile. Of course not, father, she said, tongue in cheek. I shall not let anyone divert me from our family's goals. Jaku Hospital. Now you're going to feel a minor amount of discomfort as the quirk takes root, young man, Kyudai said to the prone boy strapped to the examination table. but that should only last for half an hour or so. Bien sûr, monsieur, the young man said through grit teeth. I cannot thank you enough for ridding me of that horrible side effect my dazzling beams caused. He said with true gratitude, I truly did not expect Mon Beanvidor to be so pleased with my recent work. The doctor chuckled. Oh, but he was quite pleased, he said jovially, and he is looking forward to your continued cooperation during the next phase of our plans. Mais bien sûr, the boy said, are my maman and papa doing well? The doctor smiled at his worry. Oh, they are quite enjoying their stay, my dear boy, make no mistake. He leaned down over the boy with a sneering smile coming to his lips, but do keep in mind, dear boy, mistakes are what decide if your parents continue to enjoy my master's hospitality. The boy shivered. Oh oui monsieur, he mumbled fearfully, what is to be my next assignment? The doctor straightened and plucked at his mustache. We will contact you concerning that once your classes start, he informed the young man, though you should try not to draw too much attention to yourself, he said with a hint of caution in his tone. It wouldn't do for you to be pinned as a spy, would it, Mr. Aoyama? Non, it would not, Aoyama said, defiant tears coming to his eyes as he silently vowed to free his parents, somehow. UA High School Conference Room several hours later. As per usual, Principal Nezu, the creature that could be a mouse, a dog, or a small bear, was seated at the head of the table while conducting a meeting with the faculty concerning the upcoming term, and the arrivals of the newest round of first-year students. The two teachers that he was directing most of his attention to were Shota Aizawa, and Sekijiro Kan, the homeroom teachers for classes 1A and 1B respectively. I've gone over the list of students you've requested for this coming year, the mammal said, a stern look on his furry face. Is there any particular reason that I've found a request for Izuku Midoriya in both of your files? Kan shrugged his large shoulders. I took a liking to the kid, he said by way of explanation. From what I was told, and my short interactions with him, the young man seems to have a pretty good head on his shoulders and he's sharp as a whip to boot. I've grown rather fond of him myself. Nezu relented with a small nod. But what makes you want him in your class? The blood hero say back with a sigh. Truthfully, I want to see what I can do with his combat prowess. The man sighed. Don't get me wrong, that quirk of his is powerful, more's the pity that it seems uncontrollable without those glasses Majima made for him. He looked at the support course teacher. Nice work on those, by the way. Power Loader nodded his head. Thanks, he said with a hint of pride in his voice. I'm just glad my hunch was right about the ruby quartz. Kan cleared his throat. Right, well, needless to say, he went on, with that much power stored up in his body, and with how much he's capable of releasing, I thought my brand of combat might help him when using his quirk is too dangerous. Nezu gave a small nod. Understandable, yet Aizawa could easily do the same with him in his own class. The mammal pointed out, is there anything else you would like to add to your explanation? Other than the fact that I think the boy's too timid for Aizawa's hazing tactics. The man asked with a thumb pointed in the scruffy teacher's direction. I want this kid to do well, Nezu, and I'm worried that if Aizawa gets him, he'll be too harsh with the boy. Aizawa looked at the man. I don't believe in coddling my students, Vlad. I don't, either, Eraser. Kan shook his head, with a gesture toward him. But when was the last time that a class, let alone a single student, survived your hazing? He demanded. There will be number 2A class this year, thanks to you. He reminded the man. Aizawa shrugged. If they're not worth training, then it's irrational to have them at this school at all. Kan frowned at him. You do realize that 2 out of the 20 students we are allotted with have been recommended, don't you? He demanded. Whether you think the rest of your students are worth training or not, at least those 2 students alone should be immune to your hard-handed methods. And this kid we're arguing over isn't even one of them, Aizawa pointed out, taking the folder in front of him. As I see things, it shouldn't matter if these students were recommended or not, because I refuse to show favoritism to any one student in my class. I'm not asking you to show favoritism, Eraser, I'm asking to act like a proper teacher. Kan snapped. This kid has a bright future ahead of him, but if he's put into your class. Nezu raised his paw. Gentlemen, please, the mammal said in a soft tone, if you two continue on like this, we may never get anything done. He looked toward Aizawa. Of the list of students that you have made, how many of them suit your standards? The man grumbled as he picked up and opened his folder. Honestly, all of them have some form of potential, he muttered. However, some of them seem too entitled to me. He flipped the page open to Izuku's file. It says here that Midoriya's quirk has been actively gathering up solar energy for the past 10 years before it was able to be of use. He muttered while gesturing with the file. If his quirk has a limit to how much energy that his body can safely contain, then there's a chance that he could empty his reserves out and lose all of that energy if he overuses his quirk. And that's justification for putting a target on his back? Khan demanded. Aizawa frowned at him. What if he uses up all of his stored power, and it takes another 10 years for him to gain enough to use it again? He countered. Think about it, Vlad, if his body acts like a battery, then eventually that power is going to run out. It's a valid concern, Nezu put in. However, while we don't know if Mr. Midoriya's quirk has a limit to how much power he can unleash, that certainly doesn't mean that he's beyond help. The mammal reminded the scruffy teacher before looking at the newest member of his staff. Toshinori, you've been training the boy for several months now. He said to the skeletal blonde. What are your takes on his capabilities? Toshinori sat back in his chair, thinking for a moment. In all fairness, I wouldn't count the boy out even if his powers did run dry, he said. There's also the fact that he doesn't use his quirk at full force often. He looked toward the scruffy teacher with a harsh glare. I know you want your students to go all out in your tests, but doing so with young Midoriya, I think will only result in massive damage. Right, the kid's packing a bazooka behind those eyes of his. Khan reminded them all. I realize that you think he's not ready to be put into a hero course, Eraser, but leaving him out in the cold like you always do would only make him a bigger target for anyone that wanted to make use of the kid's quirk. Besides, Nimari Kayama put in with a small gesture toward the two teachers. You saw how he fought during the exams, she reminded the teacher. While I don't know what you're looking for in order to ascertain his level of control, I saw some of those beams of his curve, almost as if he was controlling them. Cementos nodded in agreement. There were also a few moments when I saw him make shots with those beams that should have been impossible. He went on as he recalled watching the boy with fascination. His beams seemed to be able to ricochet off of any surface, reflective or otherwise. That is something we discovered later in his training, Toshinori put in. His quirk can bounce off of nearly anything in order to hit a target. He chuckled. After he discovered that little skill, he honed it to extreme levels. The other teachers looked at him curiously. What I mean to say is that he's gained an extreme form of spatial awareness. He can see his surroundings, and immediately be able to tell how he can use his quirk on a target, even if he doesn't have a clear line of sight. Khan frowned. He's going to go far. He growled with a sour look in Aizawa's direction, provided that he is allowed to attend this school. Nezu chuckled. If you're worried about Aizawa expelling him on the first day as he did with his previous class, then please don't. Aizawa jumped a little as the mammal's piercing black eyes landed on him. Due to the backlash we received from not only the media, but also the HPSC, if any students are to be expelled from this school, you must come to me well in advance, and even then I intend to see that the student in question be given a chance to improve before any final decisions are made this time around. I thought that I was allowed to run my class as I saw fit. Aizawa frowned at the principal. And you are, Nezu sighed with a softer tone. However, you must remember that tactics such as yours can easily be seen as negative in the eyes of others. He reminded the man. Keep in mind that this school, while it is hailed as the best hero school in the country, if not the world, we have much to worry about. He continued as he regarded the teachers. The R-rated heroine, Midnight, known for her necessary displays of nudity while using her quirk in her early days as a heroine, has long been a sour point for many that wish their children to be taught here. I don't mind it. Midnight smiled with a flippant wave of her hand. At the end of the day, I just want to make sure my students are well educated. Nezu nodded. And they are. He smiled at her. And then there's you, Mr. Aizawa. The man frowned beneath his scarf. You're practically unknown to world, which is, as I understand, how you like it, but that coupled with the fact that your teaching habits seem harsh, and lazy at times, give this school more than enough problems. Which is why you're telling me not to expel any students. The man sighed. All right, fine, I won't just kick them out, he said before giving the mammal a harsh glare. But so help me if any one of them proves me right, they are out of this school, and banned from ever attempting to enroll in another. Nezu sighed but reluctantly agreed, fine. Now then, there's something I'd like to bring up with you about the students from the recommendation exams. He pulled out 2 photos from his vest, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki. He looked at Aizawa. I realize that they are both in your class, Aizawa, but I would prefer to have them separated. Any reason why? The man asked curiously. Indeed, the mammal said, their fathers have arranged a match between the 2 of them, and I've noticed from my interactions with the 2 of them that neither seem keen on the idea. The scruffy teacher just shrugged. Arranged marriages may be old-fashioned, he said, but they are hardly unheard of when it comes to wealthy families. And it's not like this is a Quirk marriage, Khan put in. If it were, then I think that Endeavor at least would have picked a partner with a more compatible Quirk for his son. He said thoughtfully, for example, since his son uses both fire and ice, a partner with telekinetic abilities would have been better than Miss Yaoyorozu. Yes, you are quite right, Vlad, Nezu said. However, I still think that one of these students should be in your class, Vlad, he continued. While I don't think that they will cause harm to each other, I would rather not take the chance of any altercations in or out of the classrooms. Khan and Aizawa looked at each other. I want Todoroki. Khan said. All right, but that gives you 3 students that were recommended, the man said. In exchange, give me, how about that Tokage girl? He asked, remembering how well she had performed in the tests. Khan gave short nod. Sounds like a fair trade. These are students, not trading cards, Snipe muttered from where he was sitting. Still, you sure it's gonna be alright to have them in separate classes? The steampunk cowboy-themed hero asked. If you're asking if separating them will cause issues with the parents, Nezu said, then I have very little doubt that it will. However, I have my ways of getting around it. He rose from his chair. Now then, let us prepare to welcome our new students, he said cheerfully. As I understand it, Miss Yaoyorozu has already begun moving into the 1A dorm. What an eager young lady. Momo Yaoyorozu was in absolute heaven. The moment she had arrived on the campus, she was greeted once again by Mr. Yagi, the man smiling at her with genuine warmth as he showed her to the dormitory she had been assigned to. She was to be in Class 1A, the leading heroics class, under the teachings of a Mr. Shota Aizawa, codename Eraserhead. It was a strange title to be known by, to be sure, and she certainly hadn't heard the name from her father. Still, she thought that the man must be quite talented in order to be her homeroom teacher. Once she was led to her dorm, and assigned room, the girl was delighted to find her things already waiting for her in the foyer. Yagi had kindly asked if she needed any help with her things, but, given that she had only brought a few things from home, she turned the offer down and quickly got to work. After living a life of luxury and confinement, the young woman wanted nothing but simplicity. The school had provided a single bed for her, just barely big enough for 2 people to lay side by side. With a squeal of delight she threw herself on top of it, marveling at the texture of it. Her bed at home was made of the finest materials, and soft as a cloud. She always felt like she was going to sink right through to the floor. Her new bed, while soft and comfortable, had some firmness to it. The rest of the room had a small closet, desk and a small chest of drawers next to her bed with a lamp sitting on top. She hadn't asked for anything from home save for a few clothes. Her Quirk could provide whatever other material objects she could need. And she really didn't want much at all. Perhaps a few decorations, but nothing too outlandish. She had gotten her fill of that in her first 5 years of life. Instead, she hopped up from the bed and moved out into the hall to head to the kitchen. To her delight, the kitchen was fully stocked with food, cookware and flatware. On one of the shelves she found multiple cookbooks, giving her the idea of teaching herself how to cook. Having maids under her father's thumb made doing such things at home impossible. The living room section of the dorm was set with 4 large couches with a coffee table between them set in front of a large 75-feet TV. It was all very nice, and suited her taste perfectly. The only thing she was starting feeling lacking in was company. That's your own fault, she reminded herself. You wanted to get out as soon as you were able, and surely no one else is as eager as I. The front doors suddenly burst open. Surprise! Shouted a familiar voice that had Momo squealing with excitement. Did you miss me? Setsuna Tokage asked as the girl ran up and hugged her. You have no idea. The girl giggled as Setsuna's slightly forked tongue darted out and tickled her cheek. I didn't know you were moving in so soon. Setsuna scoffed. Are you kidding me? She stepped back with a huge grin on her face. My folks are always busy with work, and my siblings are all in college. She reminded the girl, my house might as well be abandoned. Well, I'm certainly glad that you're here now, Momo said, feeling a little embarrassed. I was actually starting to feel just a bit lonely. Setsuna laughed at that. After everything you told me about your home, I'm not surprised, she said before gesturing to her bags. Now, how about helping a girl out? She grinned. I didn't bring much, but I wouldn't mind some help in unpacking. Momo was only too happy to help. The two girls spent the next few hours putting their things away, and getting their rooms just how they wanted them. Momo even made decorations with her quirk while Setsuna thumbed through magazines for anything that might suit them. So, the reptilian girl said while laying on her bed, did you ever meet up with that green-haired cutie from the exams? Momo giggled. No, she said sadly, I've only ever met him twice, and both times weren't the best of circumstances. Setsuna rolled her eyes. Oh yeah? She asked. What was so bad about it? Well, she said with some embarrassment, the first time was when I was supposed to meet someone else. She frowned in thought, praying that she and Shoto were in separate classes. Setsuna, however, took her hesitation in the absolute wrong way. Ooh, do I hear a love triangle forming? She asked with a suggestive wiggle of her brow. Momo sputtered, God no. The girl said, honestly, I wouldn't have anything to do with him if our fathers hadn't. She clamped her hand over her mouth. She had said far too much in front of the other girl. Setsuna had caught it. However, Momo, what's going on? The girl rolled off the bed and went to her side. Seriously, you can tell me anything. Momo worried her lip. Swear that you won't tell anyone. She asked. She made a show of crossing heart. Cross my heart, she said, I won't tell anyone. The heiress then sighed before sitting at the desk. My father received an offer from Endeavor several months back. Setsuna frowned at her but made no move to stop her, so she continued. He proposed an arranged marriage with myself and his youngest son, and my father accepted it. Geez, Setsuna had a slightly disgusted look on her face. You mean that guy from the recommendation exams? She asked. The one with heterochromia. Momo nodded. That's the one. She sighed. And he's not been subtle in his dislike of me. Setsuna blew a raspberry. What's to dislike? She made a gesture at the girl. You're smart, rich, and to top it all off you're drop-dead gorgeous. Momo blushed at her comment. Either that guy likes other guys, or he's just plain blind, stupid, or both. Momo thought about all the times she had debated with her father on Shoto's orientation, but she didn't think that the boy was interested in men. I believe it's most likely because of his father, she said while Setsuna looked at her with a cocked head. He hates the man. She clarified, and while I believe Endeavor may have earned that hatred, it now extends to me. Then why don't you just break things off? Setsuna asked. Doesn't your dad want you to be happy? Momo let out an uncharacteristically harsh laugh. My father. Wanting me to be happy. She laughed, finding the very idea hysterical. No, he doesn't want me to be happy, he wants Endeavor's money. Her laughter continued. All my life he's ignored me save for a few words in passing, or just to check my progress in my education, and I've been homeschooled for the entirety of my life. Setsuna looked at her with sympathy as she saw tears welling in the girl's eyes. And when he finally offers to let me attend a public school, UA no less, it's only because my betrothed is going to the same school. A sob escaped her as her friend came over and wrapped her in a hug. Hey, come on, Setsuna said soothingly, things will get better. You becoming a hero will give you a chance to get away from all of this. That's what I'm planning. Momo relented. I love my father, but I can't stand him. She shook her head. If I have to go back to that house, I think I'll lose my mind. The girl drew away from her. You're not going back, Setsuna told her fiercely, not if I have any say in the matter. She said, not only are we going to be the best heroines this school's ever produced, but both my folks are lawyers. Damned good ones, too, so if either Endeavor or your dad try to take you out of here, then they're in for one hell of a rude awakening. Momo and Setsuna were not the only ones arriving to the school earlier than planned. Several students had decided to move into the dorms ahead of the school year, in fact, including those of the sister class across from them. In Class 1A there were several girls that she and Setsuna were happy to meet, and got along with very well. In fact, Setsuna seemed to have met her rival in personality. Mina Ishido, a bright and bubbly girl with a mutation-type quirk that caused her to grow horns, turned her hair and skin pink while her eyes became golden within the irises and black in the sclera. Even by the lizard splitter standards, she was the friendliest person either of them had ever met. Surprisingly, she arrived with a boy that had gone to her school. Eijiro Kirishima was a friendly sort, and seemed to hold manliness in great importance. He also had strikingly red hair done up in horn-like spikes on his head, and sharp teeth that were similar to Setsuna's. She couldn't tell what his quirk was at a glance. Then came a girl with an invisibility quirk that made her see through all the time. Toru Hagakure was just as bubbly and friendly as Mina was. The two of them become very quick friends as they gossiped about their previous schools, especially boys. Setsuna eagerly joined them while Momo kept her ears open. Two other girls joined them as a girl with a hybrid mutation quirk that made her frog-like in her appearance in the cutest ways possible, Tsuyu Asui. She was a rather blunt person to talk to, as Momo found out when she pointed out that she looked a little tense. But all in all, Momo adored her. Then came a girl that took a shine to her right off the bat. Kyoka Jiro was a modest girl, with long jack-like lobes extending from her ears. Her hair was a deep purple and looked to have what looked like an EKG wave. After introducing themselves to each other, they started chatting away about what music they liked. The last girl to join them was a girl named Ochako Uraraka. Momo recognized her from the entrance exams as the girl rescued by the three boys. She was a simple girl from the countryside, a bit shy if Momo was to be honest, but she seemed quite strong if the slightly defined muscles on her arms were any indication. Momo was absolutely dreading seeing more boys arrive. However, she was rewarded when she found a young man she knew from some of the parties her father hosted. A young man from a well-known hero family. Tenya Iida, of the Iida Speed hero family, younger brother of the current Ingenium. He was just as strict as he had been the first time she had met him years ago. The next to come was a boy with striking blonde hair with lightning bolt-like black highlights in his hair who introduced himself as Denki Kaminari, and Momo may have mistaken it, but she thought that his eyes lingered on Kyoka for a bit longer than was polite. Still, he was polite and friendly toward her and everyone else, so she would reserve judgment for the time being. Next came a boy with rounded elbows and a wide grin, introducing himself as Hantasiro. Apparently his quirk allowed him to shoot tape from his elbows. He was the friendliest out of the entire group so far. Then came a larger boy with large lips. He was a tad shy when he introduced himself as Rikido Sato. The boy looked like a bodybuilder. Next came a bow with an avian hybrid mutation. Fumikage Tokiyami had the head of a raven, though his quirk was something else entirely, as it was revealed to be a sentient shadow creature that shared his body. He seemed to be the type of person that kept to himself, a fact that was revealed when he went off immediately to his room with a quick greeting. After Tokiyami, another boy with a hybrid mutation that gave him a large prehensile tail entered the building, introducing himself as Mashirao Ojiro. Following him were a multi-armed boy named Mezu Shoji, and a quiet, shy giant of a boy calling himself Koji Koda. Momo was keeping an eye out for Shoto still, but she was feeling more and more relieved as their little dorm filled up. There weren't very many spots left. 4 more students needed to arrive before they had a full 20, as was the normal size for a class. Setsuna noticed her nervousness, reached out and took hold of her hand. Momo gave her a grateful look. "He's not going to be part of this class," the dinosaur-loving girl said. "You and I were both in the recommendation exams, and only 2 students from those are put into each class," she said, and Momo felt the tension in her shoulders ease. Her friend was right. Only 2 students from the recommendation exams were put into each of the first-year class unless there were special circumstances. Momo was so relieved by the new arrival and Setsuna's assurances that she went into the kitchen and brewed a few pots of tea for them. The teachers must have had good taste in teas because when she searched the cupboards, she found a large variety of Golden Tips Imperial brands, including her favorite. As she was brewing, she heard another student arrive who was greeted by the rest of her classmates, followed by a loud rumble. No, 2 loud rumbles. That's a Harley Davidson, she heard Setsuna tell the others. There's no mistaking that sound when it comes to motors. Curious, the young heiress went to one of the windows to get a look at who had arrived on such a machine. As she had thought, there were 2 of them, one wearing a helmet, and the other without. They were both clad in riding jackets, but she couldn't quite see the one without the helmet as the one wearing his was blocking her sight. He then removed the helmet, and revealed a familiar head of fluffy ashen blonde hair. Her breath caught in her throat, her thoughts turning to the wild green locks, and adorably round face of the boy she had met all those months ago. But there was no possible way that he could be in her class as well, could he? No, her luck could not be that good. Or could it? The 2 spoke for a moment before becoming distracted by someone approaching them. She heard them both laugh as another face she recognized joined them. It was the boy with pale purple hair that had helped Midoriya aim his optic blast Quirk at the zero-pointer robot. His face was split into a huge grin as he greeted the 2 new arrivals. Maybe it is him, she thought hopefully. I doubt that boy would be so friendly with anyone else. Before she could get a look at his face, the 3 boys started for the door. Momo. Setsuna's voice startled her away from the window, like a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar. The girl looked at her in surprise, then a knowing grin appeared on her face. Is it him? Momo worried her lip. I think it might be. Her cheeks were now flushed with color. I didn't get to see his face, she mumbled embarrassedly. Setsuna rolled her eyes. Well, come on. Then, she gestured to the tea trays that Momo had prepared. What better way to greet them than with a fresh brewed cup of tea? She grabbed up one of the trays, gesturing for Momo to follow behind her. Don't be nervous, okay? Momo nodded and picked up the other tray. I hope I don't make a fool out of myself, she muttered more to herself than to Setsuna. But the girl's hearing picked it up anyway. Don't worry, she said reassuringly. If something happens, I'll take care of it. The heiress wondered briefly how her friend would achieve that when there came a startled yelp from the common room. The 2 girls hurried back to see what was wrong, only to find Ochako gushing over the new arrivals. 2 of them being Katsuki Bakugo, who Ochako was talking to animatedly, somewhere between being grateful to being embarrassed about their last encounter, and Hitoshi Shinso. The violet-haired teen seemed to be talking with Iida about something while the person standing behind them was acting nervous. Look, Iida, was it? Shinso said to the blue-haired speedster. Midoriya's not wearing those shades because he wants to. Her heart leapt up into her throat when she heard that name. He wears them to keep his quirk in check. Ah, Momo thought. Iida must have thought wearing sunglasses inside was his idea of being rude. She sighed in exasperation as she stepped around the couches and set her tray down on the coffee table. He's always been one for proper manners. Unless you want him blowing the roof off of this place, Bakugo said to the strict teen, then you'd better leave his shades alone. A small crackling came from his palms, and then you'll have me to deal with, he said menacingly. Setsuna set her tray next to Momo's. Wow, overprotective much, she whispered to her friend as they both got a look at the boy that Momo was so strung up about. He's even cuter in person, she elbowed Momo in the ribs suggestively. No wonder you took a shine to him. Shish. Momo hushed her discreetly through the side of her mouth. Izuku was indeed quite nice to look at, Momo readily admitted, so as she has once had the pleasure of seeing him with his shirt off while training at the beach. But he certainly didn't have that Adonis flair that some professional male models, or heroes for that matter, had. The glasses he wore honestly took away from his features greatly. She liked the little diamond-patterned freckles below his eyes, and she liked his round, childish face. But the glasses wouldn't let her see just what color his eyes were beneath them. He's right, Iida, Ochako said in the boy's defense. You saw what he could do during the entrance exams when he trashed that giant robot. Suyu put a finger to her lips. How did he do that? She asked with a frog-like croak. No offense, Midoriya, but you don't seem to have a strength quirk. Izuku just chuckled at that. used to such claims. My quirk is called Optic Blast, he explained, pointed to his eyes. My body absorbs solar radiation and stores it, and my eyes are the release point. He said, when Mr. Power Loader measured the energy that my quirk releases out, he said it was around 2 gigawatts. That got a lot of attention as he was suddenly bombarded with questions. Momo saw that he chanced to greet him had literally slipped through her fingers, so she decided not to dwell on it and offered tea to her classmates. Meanwhile, as the students were getting to know one another, one of them stood away from the rest with his tea. Yuga Aoyama was observing the students closely, his eyes on Midoriya in particular. His quirk is similar to my own, he thought to himself, could my benefactor have something to do with it? Aoyama, Momo asked as she came up to him with a sweet smile on her face, is the tea to your liking? She asked. Yuga offered her his most dazzling smile. C'est très bien, mademoiselle, he said, toasting her with his cup. Golden Tips is one of my papa's favorites. Wonderful, Momo smiled happily. If you don't mind me asking, how is it that you have a Japanese name, yet speak such fluent French? She asked, hoping she didn't sound rude to the boy. My grandfather immigrated to France when he was young, and married there, Yuga explained. I'm only a quarter Japanese on my father's side. Momo nodded in understanding. I see, that explains quite a bit, she said before moving off toward the hall. I'm going to see if Tokiyami would like some tea. When evening arrived, Lunch Rush was kind enough to deliver a small banquet to the new arrivals. Normally, Izuku would have lost his mind over meeting a hero he admired, but his mind had been preoccupied by something else. Or rather someone else. Later, when he putting his things away in his room, his face utterly exploded with heat. She's here, he muttered to himself, I can't believe she's really here. And we're in the same class. His chest was tight as he thought about the beautiful girl he had met all those months ago, and been just barely brave enough to bring flowers to her when she was in the hospital. All the teasing he had endured from his mother worth it now. I wonder if she remembers me, he thought to himself, shaking his head a moment later. Probably not, I'm pretty plain looking. He muttered as he fell back onto his bed. Besides, she probably wouldn't like me even if she did remember me. He clenched his fists out in front of him, the guy trying to be a hero who can't even control his quirk. Real attractive, Izuku, and now you're talking to yourself like a weirdo, he smacked himself in the face. Great. Keep acting like that, and she'll never talk to you. He looked up and saw Katsuki and Hitoshi Shinso standing in the door. Izuku groaned, you ever hear of knocking, Kachan? The blonde just shrugged, it was open, dummy, he grinned, letting himself in and plopping down on the bed. So, Lil Deku's got the hots for someone. If this is the part where you give me relationship advice, please don't, Izuku beeped, I'd rather not puke all over my nice new floor. Hitoshi chuckled, quite the dynamic you guys have. He closed the door and sat himself at the desk. So who's caught your eye, Midoriya? He asked, curious as he thought that their class was full of attractive girls. That'd be Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki supplied, making the boy wince. What, you heard of her or something? Hitoshi shrugged. Her, personally, no, he said, but her family, damned right I have, he went on. The Yaoyorozus have been a huge name in the business world for about 100 years or so. Izuku sat up, looking surprised himself. They used to be big into medical advancement and support gear production, but lately, with the current head, I've heard some really shady stuff about him. What about Momo? Izuku asked, eager for anything he could learn about her. Again the boy shrugged. I didn't even know he had any children since his wife passed away, he said. It was all over the news for a few days. Hitoshi thought for a moment. I think I saw her in some social media pages a few times, he said. They were taken down years ago, but she looked a lot like Momo, or Momo looks a lot like her mom, I guess. Katsuki frowned. She sounds like trouble. Deku, the blonde commented to his friend, might wanna set your sights on someone else. Izuku frowned. I don't think it works like that, Kachan, he pointed out, and this is why you're dating advice S. Hitoshi laughed while Katsuki exploded at the teen. The first year of high school was looking more and more interesting. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.